Chapter 1. Toby was ready to rip those damned eyes out of Nagato's head. If only there was someone else able to use them. As it was, he had to control himself and pretend to accept what the fool was saying. "I would like to know what has caused this change in you," he said calmly. "I had thought you were invested in carrying out the plan we came up with." It was really his plan. He'd simply given Nagato the right information and ideas to lead him in the right direction. "Conan and I recently traveled to Konoha," the man said. "We wished to see what had happened to them after the attack of the Kyuubi. I believed that it would be proof of how our plan would work." Conan was still uncertain about the plan, and I intended to set her mind at ease. "Of course," Toby said amicably. "So what happened?" The citizens and even the shinobi of Konoha did not have the reaction I expected. Rather than growing from the pain they experienced and seeking peace, they became more aggressive, hostile to outsiders, and even willing to attack the infant who had become the jinchuriki. Toby cursed himself. Of course, he hadn't yet mentioned to Nagato that jinchuriki were universally shunned and hated. If he had, he could have explained it so that it fit into the man's idealistic worldview. "I see. That is unexpected." He tried not to sound too sarcastic. Now was a delicate time for Nagato, and he needed to remain in the man's goodwill. "So what shall you do instead?" "Conan and I are going to search for a new answer," Nagato said. "We met our old sensei, Jiraiya, and thanks to him we can stay in Konoha for the time being. Conan fears that, since becoming shinobi, we have been too embroiled in war and death to know what is needed for peace." "That is possible," Toby said. Of course that was his idea all along. He needed Nagato to remain single-mindedly focused on the plan, not to get distracted by things like this. His real goal, the Moon's Eye plan, needed the power of the Rinnegan, and Nagato needed to believe he was saving the world in his own way. He wasn't ready to accept that the real world was already beyond repair. A little crease formed between Nagato's eyebrows as he looked his masked ally up and down. "I must admit, I didn't expect you to agree to this so easily." Toby spread his hands wide, assuming an innocent posture. "I told you when we first met, I wish to work with the man who has been blessed with the Rinnegan to achieve world peace. If your method of attaining peace has changed, then I will honor that." "Thank you," Nagato said. "Don't mention it. You can still contact me at any time. If I can help you with something, let me know." "Thank you," Nagato said again. Space distorted around the eye hole of Toby's mask, sucking him into a vortex until he disappeared. As soon as he was gone, Conan entered the room and walked to Nagato's side. "I never liked that man," she said. Nagato shrugged. "He is a little strange," he admitted. "But I think we have already seen some equally strange folks here in Konoha." "Fair point," she agreed. "And Madara Uchiha did help found it, after all. If it makes you feel better, we'll keep him as a last resort contact," Nagato offered. "Especially if Jiraiya is willing to help us, we'll rarely need Madara's assistance." "Thanks," she said. Piercing cry reached them. Conan hurried out of the room and Nagato followed at a slower pace, his contraption not moving quite as fast as her. He found her in the small nursery just down the hall. She'd already gotten the bottle for the baby and he had quieted down as he was feeding. "This will be unlike anything we have ever done," he commented. "I know, but if we left him to grow up in the orphanage, dealing with this village's attitude towards him, there's no telling what he might become one day. And we don't want a wild jinchuriki running around." "I understand," he agreed. He looked down at Naruto Uzumaki. The baby was smiling now as he gurgled up at them. "But I have a feeling this will not be easy." Toby rematerialized in a cavern hundreds of miles away from Konoha. He stalked angrily through the lair, pulling off his mask to reveal a scarred face with only one eye. "Zetsu," he called out. A black and white being rose up out of the ground at once. "Yes?" the black half asked seriously. "What's up?" the white half asked. Nagato has changed his mind. He's not seeking to gather the bijou anymore. "Can we kill him?" Black asked. "I don't know, but now he's living in Konoha. If we battle each other there, he might have enough allies to tip the odds in his favor." Black Zetsu grumbled something. He still believes we're on his side, right? Of course. I'm not stupid. Good. We should continue to manipulate him. We can still gather the bijou on our own. We'll just need to wait for the right time to reclaim the Rinnegan and seal them into the ghetto mazo. If we start collecting them, he'll notice before too long. Then be discreet and wait for the right time. Fine. He still wants to achieve world peace. If he gets involved in his own plans heavily enough, we can get away with acquiring the bijou one at a time. Good, Black Zetsu said. Then that's our plan. Keep an eye on him for me too. His woman doesn't trust us as much as he does, and we need to keep up to date with his plans. Very well. That'll be boring, White Zetsu complained. Can't we do something else? Guru can do those other things, Toby said. Now get to work. There's no time to waste. See you later, Black Zetsu said as he and White sank into the earth and vanished from sight. Toby stormed out of the room. He was still furious with Nagato and Conan. Here he was, trying to save the world the only way possible, and those two couldn't just trust him and do their jobs properly. This was going to make everything 10 times as difficult. Hey, Uncle Nagato. Nagato's Deva Path Pain turned to see a blonde ball of energy running up to him. He bore the young boy's excitement with the ease of long practice. Naruto had recently turned 6 years old, and ever since he was 4, Nagato and Conan had had their hands full keeping up with him. While he wasn't malicious, he loved to explore and find adventure. The two Rain Ninja did all they could to keep him out of trouble, but more and more often he managed to slip away long enough to stir up mischief. Luckily, the third Hokage liked Naruto and didn't hold Nagato and Conan accountable for his antics. Part of that, Nagato suspected, was because the old man was terribly amused at how the possessor of the Rinnegan couldn't keep track of one child. Hey, Naruto exclaimed. Nagato realized he'd gotten sidetracked thinking of the past. Calm down, Naruto. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and Naruto managed to stand still for a minute instead of bouncing up and down. He was still trembling with excitement. What is it? Nagato asked patiently. How do you and Aunt Conan do all those cool things? I want to do them too. Nagato's eyes widened when he realized Naruto wanted to learn jutsus. He shouldn't be surprised. Naruto had talked about being a ninja for as long as he could speak. But for a 6-year-old to start learning ninjutsu, thanks to his Rinnegan, he could see that the boy's chakra coils were already sufficiently developed, so it was perfectly possible for him to learn. But was it a good idea to teach him at this age? What if that power went to his head? He was a jinchuriki. They couldn't afford for him to become arrogant and dangerous. Then he looked into his ward's shining, eager eyes and sighed in defeat. Naruto would mope for weeks if Nagato said no, and his mood would affect all of them. Yes, I suppose I can teach you a simple jutsu. You'll be starting at the academy in a few months. It won't hurt to get a head start. He let Naruto whoop and cheer excitedly for a minute, then put his hands together and focused. With a puff of smoke, he turned into a copy of the third Hokage. This is the transformation jutsu, also known as henge, he said. I'll teach you this to begin with. Conan came into the room at that moment. Mind keeping the noise down? She grumbled sleepily. I was having a great dream just a minute ago. Sorry, Uncle Nagato's teaching me jutsus, Naruto exclaimed. Conan blinked in surprise. Already? Are you sure his chakra coils can handle it? Yes, I'm positive, Nagato assured her. He tilted his head curiously. What were you dreaming about? Her cheeks reddened and she glanced at the floor. Nothing important. I'm gonna go get dressed. She turned around and hurried back to her room before Nagato could ask her anything else. 3 months later found Conan walking Naruto to the academy for his first day. She was dressed in a gray cloak over typical skin-tight ninja clothes. Her blue hair was longer than in her youth, tied back in a short ponytail. A simple metal stud adorned her face, set just under her lower lip. But she wasn't the reason everyone stared as they passed by. Naruto had that honor. 6 years ago, when she and Nagato had chosen to raise Naruto, they'd convinced the Hokage that keeping the facts about the Kyuubi a secret was a bad idea. Whether they could talk about it or not, the people would still hate Naruto for being a jinchuriki. If they could discuss it freely, It would at least be out in the open instead of festering just under the surface. Plus, that way, Nagato and Konan would know who to defend him from. Add that automatic infamy to Naruto's reputation as a merry trickster, and what you got was a rambunctious child that the village didn't know what to do with. Many of them wanted to hate the boy, and the pranks didn't help, but the presence of Nagato and Konan kept everybody at a safe distance. They'd made sure of that 3 years ago, when a group of civilians broke into their apartment. The sight of 100 armed men and women being thrown into the air by Nagato Shinra Tensei, then falling only to be thrown back up over and over again until they were all too sick and dizzy to stand when he finally let them down had made quite the impression. Ironically, their apartment complex was now considered one of the safest areas in the entire village, so long as you didn't say anything bad about Naruto. The villagers, forced to merely watch Naruto's antics as he grew up, were henceforth frequently treated to the sight of Nagato dragging him to the Hokage tower to apologize to Sarutobi, often carrying the boy by the collar, holding him aloft like a wayward puppy. It became a fairly common routine, and people had since remarked that they got worried when more than a week passed without such a scene. Seeing him act so much like a child, and one who was kept at least somewhat in line, had slowly made the villagers more accepting of him. Granted, it was in the same way that one accepted a thunderstorm. You couldn't do anything about it, so why bother getting angry? Nagato and Konan were pleased with that result. The worst that happened was a few rude comments here and there. The more die-hard Kyuubi haters still glared at them, and they had both been called demon-loving scum. But they had survived through far worse than some insults. Most people just kept their distance and sent them some wary looks. The more time passed, the more accepting people seemed to become. These days, there were even people who wouldn't cross to the other side of the street to avoid them. Konan always kept a pleasant face and smiled to everyone they walked past. Naruto never seemed to stop smiling, unless someone called him the Kyuubi, and often waved to other children. Some of them would smile and even hesitantly wave back. Sometimes the parents would grab their kid's hand and pull them away. Regardless, Naruto had become an adventurous and happy child. He always smiled and he loved his aunt and uncle, and his grandpa Hokage. He'd met Jiraiya once and, despite thinking he was weird, was amazed by the Sanin's ninjutsu. Thinking back on it, Konan was fairly sure that was when he'd started talking about being a ninja. She sighed. All these years, and you're still giving us more work, Jiraiya-sensei. She and Naruto had reached the academy. They were early, and a lot of kids were milling about the front, meeting friends and happily talking about school. Konan glanced down at Naruto. As she'd expected, he had stopped, staring at the large crowd. His expression revealed equal amounts of joy and fear, and when she reached down to ruffle his hair, she could feel him trembling. "Why don't you go talk to someone?" she asked gently. Naruto looked up at her nervously. What if they don't like me?" Konan knelt down, bringing herself to his height. "Naruto-kun, you're a fun, happy boy who's their own age. Why wouldn't they like you?" "You know why?" He scowled adorably, folding his arms over his chest. "If they're mean to you because of the Kyuubi, then go find someone else," she said. "Trust me, you'll find someone to be your friend here." "Okay," he said uncertainly. Konan looked around the courtyard. She smiled as her eyes landed on a particular person. "Come with me," she said. "I'll introduce you to someone." She took him by the hand and led him around the edge of the courtyard. Of course, she and Nagato knew that he was desperate to have friends. His reputation kept him safe but also fairly isolated. That, more than anything, was why they were so willing to have him attend the academy. They had spent the last 6 years studying jinchuriki, even spying on other villages to see what worked and what caused them to lose control. The one consistent fact they'd found was that, if there was someone important to the jinchuriki, they were able to keep the bijou sealed longer. Nagato had originally said they needed to make sure Naruto loved them to help keep him stable. But even back then, Konan had known that, like it or not, they were already coming to love Naruto in return. But they had looked for others, people who might be friendly to Naruto. And right now, Konan was headed for what she considered their best bet. "Hisashi-san," she greeted the long-haired man with the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. "Ah, Konan-san," he smiled and held out his hand. She shook it happily. "I wondered if we would be seeing you today. If we didn't let him go, I think he would have snuck out and come here anyway. Conan admitted, ruffling Naruto's hair again. Hisashi looked down at him, chuckling. So, this is Naruto? I must say, you're taller than I expected. He chuckled again. Though it's hard to judge when I only see you at a distance as your uncle carries you to the tower. Naruto pouted a little as the adults shared a laugh, but Conan could tell he was pleased by Hisashi's gentle ribbing. And is this Neji? She asked, looking at the mini Hisashi standing a little behind his father. Hisashi smiled proudly and drew his son out in front of him. Neji, I'd like you to meet Conan. She's a good friend of mine and your uncle's. And this is her nephew, Naruto Uzumaki. Neji looked at Naruto curiously, but Conan was relieved to see that he didn't look distrustful or angry. He stuck his hand out, clearly feeling confident in himself as Naruto's upperclassman. Hi, he greeted him. You're new here, right? Yeah, Naruto said, shaking his hand. I'll show you around, Neji offered. Come on, it's a neat place. The two kids hurried off, saying goodbye over their shoulders. Conan chuckled again, happy to see the smile on her nephew's face. He'll be fine, Hisashi assured her. Neji will keep an eye on him. Thank you, she offered him a short bow of her head. Hisashi chuckled, shaking his head. Please, Conan-san. The Hyuga clan owes you and Nagato-san far more than this. Nonsense, Conan said firmly. We helped because it was the right thing to do. We already told you we don't want you to feel you have to repay us. We would have invited you to any number of events and festivals, but the clan elders feared what mischief Naruto-kun might get up to. I can't say they were wrong, Conan admitted, but if we can speak with you and Hayashi as friends, then we'll consider that debt repaid. I will let my brother know. He gave her a short, graceful bow. I'm afraid I have duties to attend to. Good day, Conan-san, and please pass along my best wishes to Nagato-san. Thank you, and good day to you and Hayashi-san as well. She returned his bow, and the two of them left. For the first time in a long time, Conan felt happy. Everything in her life was going the right way. Her family, small though it was happy. There were no wars to get involved in, and she and Nagato were making plans to create a true, everlasting peace in the world. Past experience should have warned her that, with everything going well, trouble was bound to arrive soon. Chapter 2. The forests surrounding Konoha were an excellent strategic advantage. Not only could all kinds of traps and ambushes be set up without being noticed by invaders, but there was so much dangerous wildlife around that enemies had to constantly be on guard against poisonous or savage creatures. Of course, this also meant that the forests were the perfect place to meet in secret without anyone, even other Konoha shinobi, stumbling across you. Itachi had taken advantage of that fact since the first time he and his lover wanted some alone time. This meeting, however, was of an entirely different sort. Itachi looked up as he heard a quiet footstep. This man was very good. Most wouldn't have noticed a thing. Itachi looked him over impassively. Long black hair, like Itachi's but much wilder, hung about his shoulders. He wore black clothes that concealed his body completely, even his hands and neck. His face was hidden by an orange mask with a pattern of black flames around a single eye hole. You're an Uchiha, Itachi said. It wasn't a question, despite this being their first real meeting. The man's stance was just like many of the older Uchihas in the village. Casual, but ready to slip into the clan's taijutsu stance at any moment. Add in the hair, and the ease with which the man had bypassed all the security measures in the Uchiha district, and Itachi was certain he was a part of the clan. So are you, the masked man responded. But you didn't tell the clan about seeing me. The clan isn't what it used to be, Itachi admitted. Surely you must have seen that for yourself. Of course. The man's stance shifted ever so slightly, and Itachi got the impression he was irritated. They've finally realized their folly in remaining subservient to Konoha all these years. Itachi raised an eyebrow. That was one of several responses he'd predicted. If his guesses were accurate, there was only one or two people who could be behind that mask. He needed to test them and find out for sure. It's a shame that their coup won't go anywhere, he said casually. The village leadership is already aware of the plot. It seems my friend Shisui wasn't terribly loyal to the clan after all. The masked man tilted his head slightly. I see, he mused. And Shisui will eliminate the whole clan himself? He didn't seem against the idea of the clan being destroyed, even though he disliked the village's behavior. A grudge against both, then, and he likely already understood that Itachi was also involved in betraying the clan's plot. If we are lucky, Shisui will be able to stop the coup without fighting. And if you are not? Itachi frowned. A warmonger, at least to some degree. Either that or cynical and pessimistic. Shisui will not fail. The masked man inclined his head slightly, acknowledging Itachi's confidence in his friend. But misfortune abounds in this cursed world of ours. While I do hope that he succeeds, what would you do if it does not go according to plan? Itachi was silent for several minutes. He knew what would happen, especially with the Hokage's advisors already pushing for a more violent solution to the problem. But he wasn't certain yet what he would do. At last he spoke. I would aid Shisui in eliminating all other shinobi in the clan. It would be difficult, but we would ensure that the clan is unable to carry out their coup. Only the two of you? If other Konoha shinobi attack, that will leave the clan only more embittered towards the village. If we handle it, then it is an internal affair. We will also prove that some of the clan is loyal to the village. The masked man folded his arms over his chest and looked down at Itachi for a minute before speaking again. I find it difficult to believe the two of you can handle that task yourselves. Itachi waited patiently. After a long silence, the masked man spoke. If you require assistance in destroying the Uchiha clan, I can give it to you. For what price? The man grunted again, and this time Itachi was sure he caught a hint of amusement. But when he began speaking, his tone was all business again. I would have the entire clan wiped out. I will leave you and Shisui alive, but all others, not just shinobi, would not be allowed to survive. Itachi went utterly still. Faces jumped to mind, his aunts and uncles, dozens of cousins, and of course his little brother. So many members of the clan were not shinobi. This condition would easily triple the number of corpses. His first instinct, of course, was to adamantly refuse. But he caught himself. Upsetting this man, especially if Itachi was right as to his identity, was a bad idea. Instead, he tried to keep his voice as casual as possible while replying, If we do require help, we shall keep you in mind. The masked man gave a curt nod. A moment later, he looked up sharply. Itachi's hand flew to his sword as he shifted into a battle-ready stance. But all that happened was that it began to rain, thick drops making their way past the trees and splattering on the ground and the two men. The masked man glanced at Itachi. I dislike the rain. I will be here every night at this time if you wish to meet again. He turned and left, leaping into the trees and vanishing from sight. Itachi watched him leave, waiting until he was sure he had traveled a good distance before turning his back and heading to the village. His thoughts were in turmoil the whole way back. While he abhorred the thought of killing even the civilian clan members, especially as that would include the children who were completely innocent, it was certainly true that he and Shisui alone may not be able to kill the rest of the clan. If they went at it carefully, assassinating one target at a time without raising the alarm, it was possible. But as the masked man had said, anything could go wrong. And even one mistake could put the clan on their guard, ready to kill Itachi and Shisui. That would ruin the whole plan. The clan would launch their coup as soon as possible, and a desperate attack would only serve to make the whole situation even more chaotic and turbulent. There was no good outcome there. Arriving at the compound, he quietly made his way to Shisui's room. They would need to discuss this. He'd meant to warn the masked man away from the village, but found himself returning with the most unexpected choice. He entered through a side door that no one else knew about. Shisui, we have to dash. He stopped talking abruptly as he stared at his friend. Shisui chuckled at his expression. Looks like we both have something to talk about, he said, raising his hand to touch the side of his empty eye socket. Naruto grinned in anticipation as he and Sasuke stepped into the ring. He and the Uchiha had been at odds since the first day of school. When Sasuke had greeted him as Fox Boy, they'd been pitted against each other in sparring matches once or twice, but now they had a chance for a real fight. The academy finals had different rules than the regular spars, so they would keep fighting until one of them conceded or couldn't continue to fight. rather than just whenever the teacher told them to stop. "I've been waiting for this," Sasuke said eagerly, bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet. Naruto's grin widened, taking on a slightly feral appearance. "Bring it, duckhead. You got it, fox boy." The rest of the class winced as Naruto's eyes narrowed sharply. Iruka sighed. He hoped this ended quickly, because Naruto was going to be merciless after that. "Make the sign of combat," he instructed them. Both boys did so, raising one hand in a half-seal. "Begin," he ordered, slashing his hand down. Sasuke made the first move, lunging at Naruto with the hope of gaining the upper hand from the beginning. Blocking the first punch, Naruto found himself on the defensive against a furious assault from Sasuke. He dodged and blocked numerous punches and kicks before finding an opening. Dodging a kick to the head, he grabbed Sasuke's leg and yanked it hard, throwing the Uchiha off balance. Sasuke caught himself and sprang back to his feet, but Naruto was faster. Sasuke barely had time to see the punch coming before it caught him square in the jaw. Falling to the mat, he lashed out instinctively, scissoring his legs into Naruto's and knocking the jinchuriki off his feet. He rolled over, going for a grapple even as Naruto tried the same thing. In seconds, the two of them were locked together, Sasuke trying to break Naruto's arm as Naruto tried to choke him unconscious. They struggled for a few seconds, then Naruto's arm popped loudly, all the other students wincing or gasping as Naruto gave a cry of pain, his grip on Sasuke loosening. Sasuke let go, coming to his feet and smirking down at Naruto. A moment later, Naruto's foot landed firmly in Sasuke's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. The Uchiha was lifted an inch or two off the ground by the force of the blow, then collapsed on the mat, gasping for breath. Naruto rolled over and got on top of him, one knee on Sasuke's chest and his hand around Sasuke's throat. "I think that's it, sensei," he said cheekily, grinning down at Sasuke. The dark-haired boy was still struggling to breathe properly, a task not made easier by Naruto's weight pressing down on him. "All right, get off him," Iruka ordered. "Naruto, you win." Naruto got off Sasuke, then walked over to the training dummies, confusing everyone but Iruka. Taking a deep breath, he rammed his dislocated shoulder into a dummy, popping it back into place. "Come on, Sasuke, you should know by now," Kiba teased the Uchiha. "You can't trust what you see in a fight with Naruto." "That was a clever trick," Iruka admitted, "befitting of a shinobi." Naruto grinned broadly as he retook his seat. His friends all congratulated him, and Hinata gave him a proud smile. Sasuke glared moodily at them as he sat down on the other side of the sparring ring. Several of his fans tried to cheer him up, girls who were smitten with him and boys trying to earn his family's favor, but he brushed them all off. Iruka watched the byplay between his two best students and sighed despondently. There had never been a kind word spoken between them, and the rest of the class was separated by which one they supported. Sasuke had more followers, but most of the clan heirs were Naruto's friends. Both Iruka and Mizuki had spoken with each of the boys, trying to convince them to befriend the other, or at least lighten up and stop fighting, but nothing worked. If they could ever get along, not only would the class be much less volatile, but the village would gain two future shinobi with incredible talent and a close friendship. Even though he tried everything, Iruka still felt like he was failing as a teacher by not putting an end to their feud. Setting aside the impossible task, he moved on with the test spars. Most of the fights went as predicted. Kiba beat Choji due to raw aggressiveness, Shikamaru fought Shino for 5 seconds before conceding the match, and Hinata narrowly eked out a win against Ino. That last fight interested him. At the start of the year, he would have said without a doubt that it would go the other way. The shy Hyuga heir didn't have the grit and confidence needed to fight seriously. Then her cousin Neji had introduced her to Naruto, and remaining a shy little wallflower was no longer possible for her. Being close friends with Naruto, who valued anyone willing to call him a friend more than he would a mountain of gold, meant Hinata was constantly getting pulled into the spotlight. Whenever Naruto got in a fight with upperclassmen, or pulled a prank on one of the teachers, or simply broke the rules in spectacular fashion, his friends backed him up. Hinata had stuttered and stammered through the first couple instances, but repeated exposure had done a marvelous job of clearing away her fear. And as she developed more of a backbone, not only did her performance in school improve, but Naruto wound up paying her more attention as he grew impressed by her. Irika had even heard that she joined his family for extracurricular training sessions. In most cases, no clan head in the world would allow his heir to train under another ninja, especially a foreigner. But not only was Nagato counted as a friend to the Hyuga, there was also no ninja in history who would pass up the opportunity to train under the man who possessed the Rinnegan. Setting aside that train of thought, Irika wrapped up the tests and bade the children farewell for 2 days. They would come back for the last day of school to receive their final assessments for the year. In the meantime, he hoped Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't seek an excuse to fight outside of school. It wouldn't be the first time, and he doubted the Uchiha would appreciate a repeat of the incident that collapsed one of their old temples. Sarutobi took a long pull on his pipe as he mulled over Itachi's report. The Uchiha heir sat quietly on the other side of the desk, waiting patiently for his leader's orders. Shisui's combat ability has been compromised, but even if we risk the political nightmare that confronting Danzo would cause, there is not time to restore his eye and put a stop to the coup, Sarutobi summarized. You and he may still be able to stop your father, but Danzo is clearly not ready to let this end quietly. He will do whatever he feels is necessary to stop the clan. Sir, Itachi interrupted politely. At the Hokage's nod, he continued. I had heard of Danzo's secret ANBU division, Root, but I thought they were forcibly disbanded after it was discovered that they committed acts which extended the last great ninja war. Sarutobi nodded. The organization was disbanded, and all of their documentation was taken or destroyed. However, a fair number were more loyal to Danzo than to the village, and they would be willing to still answer to him in a situation like this. And Danzo himself has always been a strong political player, allying himself with both the shinobi and civilian leadership. He has many strengths. I see, Itachi mused, adjusting his cat mask as he thought. I can think of no alternatives that are not extreme. Yes, we wouldn't want to do anything more severe than brainwashing your own father, Sarutobi said dryly. However, I agree with your assessment that other Konoha shinobi should not attack the clan. Ideally, this should be handled internally, Uchiha stopping Uchiha. Otherwise, the survivors' hatred for the village will only intensify. Shisui and myself are not enough, Itachi said numbly. The answer was clear. He knew exactly what needed to be done, but he could feel ice forming in the pit of his stomach at the mere thought of it. He was grateful for the mask, or Sarutobi would surely know he was feeling more than mere depression. We must find an answer, Sarutobi insisted. May I have 1 week, Hokage-sama? The coup is not planned to begin for over a month. Shisui's condition, even if he allows the clan leaders to discover it, will not move it up that quickly. Sarutobi nodded as he emptied and then refilled his pipe. That is acceptable. We must consider this carefully, Itachi, and make no reckless moves. The safety of the village depends on us. Of course, Hokage-sama. Yes, the village was depending on them, and Itachi had sworn to protect it at any costs, even when that cost included his own family. Naruto looked ecstatic as he ran into the house. Uncle Nagato, he called out. Check it out. He raced up to his uncle. Technically, it was Nagato's Deva path, which had become his primary means of interaction with the world, and thrust his report card at the man. Nagato blinked owlishly several times, looking at Naruto with a befuddled expression. Conan recognized the look. He'd been focused on something else, somewhere else, and needed a moment to reorient himself. Naruto just got his grades for the first year, she said, both explaining the situation and buying her friend a few more seconds to pull himself away from whatever other matters were going on. Oh, I see, he said, taking the paper from Naruto's hand. He flicked it open, looking it over closely. Conan knew what it said already and had congratulated Naruto herself, but she knew he wanted to hear Nagato's praise as well. After a few seconds of reading, he looked at his nephew, his ripple-patterned blue eyes fixing the boy with an intense look. Naruto abruptly looked nervous, and Conan sighed. She wished Nagato wouldn't wind their nephew up like that. Perfect scores on everything, except getting along with Uchihas and letting the classroom stay peaceful, he finally said. Well, you can't have everything, I guess. Naruto broke into a relieved grin as Nagato patted him on the head. So can we have a party? He asked eagerly. Naruto, you didn't need a perfect score to throw a party, Conan told him. We've already sent out invitations to your friends. As Naruto hooped and cheered, she set about making him a large bowl of ramen. Once he was ensconced in eating it, she and Nagato stepped out of the dining room to speak privately. What's happening? She asked softly. Is it one of the pains? Pain shook his head. The rain, he replied. Conan frowned. Of course, she knew that the rain outside was his doing. She'd worked with him too long to be unable to sense his chakra lingering within the water. While she'd at first wondered if it was necessary to spy on the village they'd come to call home, it had proved invaluable when Kumogakure went after the Hyugas. If Pain had sensed something within the village that bothered him. Who is it? Should we tell the Hokage? Pain shook his head. No. Not right away. I need to ascertain this threat personally first. What is it? He hesitated, and she immediately felt a rush of fear. Anything that could make Pain nervous was terrifying. The single word he gave her in answer proved that. Madara. Itachi sat alone in his room, staring blankly at the wall. He had done what was asked, giving Shisui's note to the ANBU and requesting assistance in looking into his friend's death. Now he was mentally going over it all, ensuring that he and Shisui had covered all of their tracks personally. And at the same time, fighting down the pain that attacked him every time he recalled Shisui's final moments. They were more than friends. They were brothers. And Itachi had been the one to throw him into the river, killing his brother with his own hands. He opened one of those hands, revealing the glass container holding Shisui's left eye, a powerful weapon in the wrong hands, capable of controlling anyone effortlessly. Itachi wished it had never existed, never caused Shisui to become a target, never forced Itachi to kill him before Danzo could reach him, and awaken his own Mangekyo to accomplish their final goal. He was thankful for the rain outside. His clan's pride in their fire techniques left them with a dislike of the rain, and that meant he was unlikely to be interrupted. Biting his thumb, he performed a quick summoning, drawing one of his crow allies to his side. The little bird looked at him quizzically. Like the majority of his summons, they were intelligent and could understand human speech, but couldn't speak it and required the assistance of either their summoner or a more powerful summons to perform any jutsus. But this was enough for what he needed. This eye is special, he explained, holding it up for the bird to see. My best friend died to keep it out of the wrong hands. I need to know that it's safe, that no one can find it. Will you allow me to gift it to you? The crow was nodding before he'd even finished talking, making Itachi feel even worse. These brave and loyal creatures deserved a far better summoner than him. He could hardly look it in the eye long enough to perform the simple surgery, giving his friend's eye life again as it stared at him from the crow. Not wanting to see it for a moment longer, Itachi thanked the crow and then banished it. Alone once more, Itachi turned his thoughts to what would happen next. Even if they had used Shisui's Mangekyo to stop the coup, Danzo wouldn't allow it to end just like that. So the only solution was to eliminate the clan. And even with his own newfound Mangekyo, Itachi couldn't do that alone. He had 4 days before he had to report to the Hokage. The masked man had met him last night. They would meet once more to decide when to wipe out the clan. Itachi would have to agree to killing even the civilians, but he would make a plea for the life of Sasuke. If he could only save one person, he would pick his little brother. It may have been selfish, but Itachi was only human. His train of thought was interrupted by a gentle tap at the door. Had his father or another high-ranking clan member noticed the summoning? He got up and walked to the door, an explanation already rising to his lips. When he opened the door, that explanation died before he even opened his mouth. Itachi could only stare at the orange-haired man standing before him. "Hello, Itachi-san." Nagato greeted him politely. "May I come in?" Itachi's manners kicked in. "Of course," he answered, stepping back and gesturing into his room. Nagato removed his wet shoes and entered. Shutting the door, Itachi found himself merely staring again at the Rinnegan master. "Wondering why I'm here?" Nagato asked, a small smile on his lips as he looked at Itachi's befuddled expression. The ANBU captain quickly schooled his features into a blank mask. Yes, he answered honestly. We have never met, after all. And I am unsure what business you could have with me. Ah, well, that is a bit of a delicate topic, Nagato began. The man's expression sharpened, his previous humor vanishing as he turned to face Itachi directly. You see, I discovered recently that you encountered a rather unique individual. Itachi's heart rate increased for a second before he controlled himself. His expression gave away nothing. Who might you be referring to? I meet with many people in my work. This man wouldn't have met you on official business. Missing Nin tend not to, and I think you are aware enough of who he is that you wouldn't meet without good reason. Which can only lead me to conclude that you are in a dangerous situation, to be forced to go to him. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Nagato-san, Itachi said coolly, but it sounds as if you suspect me of conspiring against the village with a missing Nin. Nagato shook his head once. You don't strike me as that sort. No, let me be a little more to the point. He paused for a moment, as if to gather his thoughts before continuing. You met with this individual twice in the last week. The man in the mask with one eye. Itachi's heart rate increased again. Nagato knew the masked man too. In between those meetings, your friend Shisui was killed under mysterious circumstances. It was a suicide, Itachi corrected him. Nagato ignored that and kept speaking. Given that the man in the mask, one I happen to know is a member of your clan, hates the Uchiha, I am curious why a loyal clansman like you would have anything to do with him. However, with the recent death of Shisui, it occurred to me that, perhaps, you are not quite as loyal as you appear. His deep blue eyes with the ripple pattern bored into Itachi's gray eyes. His stare was hard and unyielding. Although he'd made no threats, it was only because they both knew it was unnecessary. The only possessor of the Rinnegan was, by definition, a threat. And if you believe this, Nagato-san, why are you here alone, without the Hokage or Anbu? Because I know firsthand that our world is a complicated place. I hoped to give you the chance to explain yourself before condemning you to the less than tender mercies of a hidden village. So this was it. Either tell him the truth, for Itachi was certain there would be no lying to this man, or fight a man with a power that hadn't been seen in centuries. It only took a few seconds to reach the depressing yet inevitable decision. I did not know for sure who the masked man was when we first met, he explained, and Shisui asked me to kill him and destroy his eye in order to keep it out of the wrong hands. Nagato didn't seem surprised. He merely nodded once, gesturing for Itachi to continue. I am loyal, but not to my clan, not anymore. Itachi kept his voice down now, to make sure nobody but this man heard him. My fellow Uchihas. He allowed his distaste for the clan to show in his voice. Are plotting a coup. The Hokage is already aware of this. But when Danzo attacked Shisui and took one of his eyes, we lost our best means of preventing the coup. Of course, each eye only affects one target. With one missing, he could not influence both your mother and father. And so you met with your distant relative to seek his assistance for a different method of stopping the clan, Nagato supplied. Itachi frowned a little. It seemed that Nagato was fully aware of what Shisui's eyes could do, and also of the kind of men Danzo and Madara were. He shouldn't be surprised by this casual display of knowledge, but he was. Until now, he'd most often seen Nagato in the role of Naruto Uzumaki's guardian, hauling the jinchuriki to the Hokage's office to apologize for yet another mishap in the town. For him to possess such information was a little off-putting. But Itachi brushed it aside. He was Anbu, he'd learned not to judge by appearances. I'm afraid so, he admitted. I have no one else to turn to, and I must act fast, before Danzo moves against them. And the Hokage can't assign other leaf ninja to aid you, because that would only worsen the relationship between your clan and the village. Itachi nodded numbly. Nagato had summed up the situation quite well. Please do not think less of me for this choice. I have no alternatives. I will agree to the masked man's request, and I will accept the dishonor of slaying my clan. That last sentence got the first real reaction out of Nagato. His patterned eyes narrowed, and he looked at Itachi even more sharply than before. The clan. Do you speak of the ninjas? The adults? Itachi shook his head miserably. All of them. His voice was hollow and utterly dead. Madara hates the clan. This is his decision, not yours. It wasn't a question. I would have killed only the ninjas. Instead, I will plead for the life of my younger brother, Itachi said. I will not live as the only survivor. That will fall to Sasuke. I will become a disgraced missing nin, and he will one day avenge our family by killing me. Through him, our clan will at least be restored to glory. He looked Nagato square in the eye. This will be my burden. The village will not know of the clan's plot. They will only know of their tragic massacre at my hand. Nagato was shaking his head. No, Itachi. You cannot go through with this. I must, Itachi stated. You said it yourself. There is no other option. Yes, there is. They cannot be stopped except by force. I cannot handle the whole clan alone. And if Leaf Nin aid me, it will only further embitter the clan against the village. Madara has the power to help me kill them all, despite the awful price. But Madara is not the only powerful foreign ninja, you know, Nagato reminded him. Itachi went stock still, the words sinking in. He looked the man before him up and down. The dark cloak, with hints of armor beneath, no obvious weapons on his person. Many black piercings decorated his face. His spiky orange hair was striking, yet made him appear mysterious and eerie more than foolish. And lastly, those eyes, blue all the way around without any whites, and black circles surrounding his pupils, forming the unique ripple pattern of the Rinnegan. A genetic mutation many believed that hadn't been seen since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, over 2,000 years ago. And suddenly Itachi felt hope. It was slim, but he grabbed onto it desperately. You will help me? He asked. You will stop this coup? The ninjas must die, Nagato said. They cannot be trusted, even in prison, but the rest will survive. Itachi almost collapsed from sheer relief. He would still kill family, but not all of them. Most would survive. It was enough that he wanted to weep with joy. Nagato seemed to understand, as he merely placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder, offering gentle support to the 13-year-old ANBU captain. Once Itachi regained control of himself, he straightened up. An important question jumped to his lips as he faced Nagato. Why? Nagato's answer was simple and straightforward. Madara is not an individual whom I place great trust in, and I disapprove of his price. His face hardened. Understand, though, that any of your family members who know of the coup and have not reported it to the Hokage are traitors. They will live, but in terrible disgrace. Even if I could do something to change that, I would not. I do understand, Itachi said. It embarrasses me that so many of my family would agree to this. I am glad that we are on the same page here. Now then, Nagato's voice became businesslike. When is the best time for the assault? In 2 nights, the clan ninjas will meet to discuss their plans. With all of them gathered in one location, it will be easy to contain and eliminate them. Good. Do you have a summons? So, at least there was something he wasn't aware of. Even the Rinnegan didn't make him all-knowing, though it may have been just a polite gesture. I do, Itachi said. Crows. Use one to contact me 2 hours before the assault is to begin, Nagato ordered. And I assume that we will not be informing anyone, even the Hokage, until after we have finished? Yes, Itachi confirmed. I have great respect for Sarutobi-sama, but his hope is to end the coming conflict peacefully. He underestimates my parents' dedication. I can keep a secret. No one will know, Nagato stated confidently. If that is all, I will leave now. At Itachi's nod, the Nagato that stood before him suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke that dissipated in seconds. Itachi was stunned. It had been a shadow clone? He hadn't suspected a thing throughout the whole conversation. He shivered at the realization of how skilled Nagato likely was to produce such a convincing copy. He may have traded one malicious ally for an even stronger benevolent one. Naruto came bounding up to his aunt and uncle, looking hopeful. Nagato grimaced internally as he faced the boy. I know we just had a party here yesterday, he began. Nagato sighed. The evidence of the party was still visible. Plates and cups strewn all over the living room, training shurikens still stuck in the target where they'd competed, and a thoroughly empty fridge and pantry. We can't have another party. He cut off his nephew. Naruto shook his head frantically. No, Choji invited me over. His family's throwing a festival tonight, and there's going to be a lot of food and all my friends will be there. Can I go? Nagato pondered the question. Konan had agreed to stay behind. Her paper jutsus were better for espionage and capturing than killing, unless she simply spammed explosive notes. She would keep some lookouts stationed throughout the Uchiha compound, and one of his paths would be with her to keep them in contact. But she could manage to do that and take Naruto to a party. On the other hand, his stomach tightened uncomfortably at the thought of Naruto being elsewhere. While he was certain that Itachi and himself would wipe out the clan ninjas, there was always the chance that the civilians would try to revolt on their own, even if it was suicide. Riots always led to some amount of collateral damage. His instinct, looking at the young boy, was to do everything to keep him safe, which meant keeping him in their seal-laden, trap-covered, and exceptionally secure house. Not tonight, Naruto. I have some rather important business I must attend to. Aunt Konan could take me, Naruto exclaimed hopefully. Nagato shook his head. She will be helping me from a distance. I can't afford for her concentration to be split. Please, Uncle Nagato? Naruto begged. Everyone will be there. Why can't I go? I'm sorry, but it's a bad time, Naruto. There will be plenty of other parties for you to attend. No amount of whining or pleading would budge him, but it took half an hour for Naruto to stop trying. The boy eventually ran to his room, yelling at his aunt and uncle the whole way. We've spoiled him, Konan remarked as soon as Naruto's door slammed shut. A loving family to support the jinchuriki will improve its chances of controlling the bijou, Nagato reminded her. Konan chuckled. Nagato, when are you going to admit that Naruto isn't just the jinchuriki we're keeping an eye on? Nagato gave her a flat look and said nothing. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Of course, for a man who had briefly styled himself a god, admitting he'd come to see Naruto as practically a son would hurt his pride too much. Stupid male egos. Well, he's locked himself in his room for the night. I'll make him dinner when he comes out. You should get ready to meet with Itachi. Of course, your eyes are already in position. For the last 2 hours, she confirmed. The Uchiha ninjas are all in the compound, but they haven't begun any sort of meeting just yet. Itachi's summons came less than an hour ago. He stood up, straightening his gray cloak. This was his Deva path, the former body of Yahiko, but he so frequently used it as his interface with the world that even Konan could briefly forget the truth. I will go meet him and we can prepare. He clasped Conan's shoulder in a friendly way. I'll keep in touch. Clapping his hands together, he performed a technique. A puff of smoke heralded the arrival of the Naraka path. A second later, the Deva path vanished in its own puff of smoke. Konan shifted her attention to the information being sent to her by the origami butterflies scattered across the Uchiha compound. As Itachi had promised, the Uchiha ninjas were all gathered in one of their meeting halls. A mere 4 sentries stood guard, more to keep out the civilian clan members than anything else. Itachi himself stood in a dark passage between 2 buildings half a block from the meeting, dressed in his ANBU gear. Nagato's Deva path joined him, the hood of his gray cloak pulled up to cover his distinctive hair. It would come down when the assault began. You're ready for this? He asked Itachi. The teenager nodded slowly. Even behind his cat mask, it was clear that he was nervous. Nagato couldn't blame him. Raising one hand, he watched as an origami butterfly flitted down to land on his finger. Prepare the barrier, he told Konan. We'll eliminate the guards and then enter the meeting hall in exactly 180 seconds from now. The butterfly took off as Itachi and Nagato set out. The pair separated, each going after a different sentry. Both approached stealthily, their targets oblivious, stepping out of the shadows just long enough to deliver a single, fatal stab while covering the target's mouth to silence them. Dragging their victims back into the shadows, the 2 men placed the bodies in alcoves so they wouldn't be discovered, then went after the other sentries. Repeating the maneuver, they removed the clan's guards. No one could raise an alarm in time to stop them now. Only 142 seconds had passed. Maintaining their stealth, The two shinobi approached the meeting hall, both counting down the seconds in their heads. 5, 4, 3, 2. He and Itachi threw the doors open on opposite sides of the meeting hall. As the assembled Uchihas looked around in shock, a barrier of crimson energy sprang up around the building, sealing everyone inside. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, you and your clan are guilty of treason, he announced, amplifying his voice with chakra so it boomed through the meeting hall. Who are you to accuse us? Fugaku demanded. The clan head was a strong man, with many years of experience battling shinobi, and had honed both his body and chakra since he was a child. To anyone else, he would have been a terribly intimidating figure, especially when backed up by over 100 of his loyal clan members. Nagato lowered his hood, enjoying the sight of over 100 well-trained Uchihas, each with a functioning Sharingan, flinch back at the sight of his distinctive eyes and hair. I am he of the Six Paths, the master of the Rinnegan, and I stand with one of your own, who is loyal to the village that all of you swore to protect. What? Fugaku demanded, Sharingan activating as he turned to Itachi. His face paled and he took a step back as he recognized his son's chakra. Itachi? He gasped, voice thick with shock. You have gone too far, father. You left me with no choice, the teenager said firmly, drawing his sword. My son, you have seen how weak the village is. They don't deserve your loyalty. Nagato laughed, the sound echoing in the large space. Oh, Fugaku, you know so little of true strength. Take it from one who grew up in a war zone. This village is mightier than you could imagine. And as the Hokage's hands are tied, I have no compunctions against lending him some help. Every last one of you failed to report the coup, and so you are all guilty. Your sentence is death, effective immediately. Before they could do more than activate their Sharingans en masse, he clapped his hands together. A summoning array formed on the floor, right in the center of the room. An instant later, a giant, two-headed dog burst forth, tearing into the traitorous ninjas with gusto. As they turned to the obvious, immediate threat, Itachi and Nagato dashed into their midst, wasting no time in throwing killing blows every which way. Caught between three enemies, the Uchihas soon found themselves facing a massacre. It was a testament to Sasuke's dedication that he didn't notice the explosions in the distance, being too intent on studying ahead for next year. But when clan members began screaming just outside the house, it got his attention enough for him to get up and go to the window. On seeing smoke rising from one of the clan's main attendance halls, he thought for a moment that someone must have been careless with a fire jutsu. It wouldn't have been the first time. Then the clan members running away from that location, faces stricken with horror, and the transparent red barrier around the building in question finally registered for him. Springing out the window, he raced up to an uncle, a clan blacksmith, who was standing nearby and speaking with one of Sasuke's cousins. What's happening, Uncle Tetsu? The older man looked down at him, and Sasuke thought it was the first time he'd ever seen an adult so confused. The clan ninjas were meeting over there, and just minutes ago this happened. But everyone who saw is saying impossible things. They say that they're attacking us with monsters, and that the wrath of the gods is upon us. And they say he hesitated, staring down into Sasuke's young, innocent, bewildered eyes. He knew the next bit would hurt the child immensely, even if it wasn't true. But Tetsu Uchiha had never been one to lie, especially to family. In the end, the old man couldn't stop himself from speaking. They say your brother has turned on us. That Itachi is killing clansmen. Sasuke wanted to deny it, to call the old man a liar, but the past few weeks flashed by his eyes in a heartbeat. All the odd things Itachi had said and done. The truth resonated deep within him, and as he fell to his knees in despair, he knew that his world was falling apart. Nagato watched as the dog, now with 5 heads, and the centipede chomped down on 2 Uchihas. The crab he had summoned as a shield also served as a good platform from which to see the battlefield. The building hadn't lasted past the first 15 seconds, and they had been fighting for almost 5 minutes. Much of that was because of the Sharingan. With their nearly precognitive vision, the Uchihas were quite capable of avoiding lethal injuries and finding openings to counterattack. That was why Nagato had summoned up more of his creatures to force them into corners and land killing blows. He had come through unscathed, though the same could not be said for Itachi. Speaking of which, the one loyal Uchiha had lost his mask at some point and was currently locked in a staring match with his father, Fugaku. Nagato could tell they were warring with Jinjutsu, but even he couldn't see just what illusions they were casting on each other. He drew a short sword, ready to leap to Itachi's aid if it proved necessary. Then Fugaku's eyes fluttered closed. He breathed out his last words so softly that Nagato almost missed the reluctantly proud "well done" the man gave to his son. Then Fugaku collapsed, falling towards his son. Itachi easily adjusted his sword so that the blade pierced his father's heart, killing him quickly. Looking around the carnage, Nagato saw Makoto with a similarly precise stab wound on her chest, not far from her husband and son. "It's over, Itachi," Nagato said, dispelling his summons with a casual wave of his hand. "They've all been executed." The teenager let his sword drop onto the bodies near him. Nagato remembered the day he had killed Yahiko, recalling the agony he had felt then. Stepping around the cooling bodies, he approached Itachi, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "This was awful," he said calmly, looking at Itachi's peculiar pinwheel-patterned eyes and ignoring the implications of that shape. "It was a great tragedy that we were forced to do this, and all we can say is that refusing to act would have allowed a far more horrible tragedy to befall others. Think of the lives you have saved, the family that still lives, and the villagers that you have spared." "I know," Itachi said dully, his gaze a million miles away even while he met Nagato's eyes. "I know I did the right thing." His voice cracked on the last two words and he squeezed his eyes shut, clearly trying to force down tears. Nagato wondered what to say or do, what might convince him that killing his own parents was acceptable. For years afterward, he would ponder what caused him to do what he did next. He stepped forward, putting his arms around Itachi and hugging the boy gently. The Uchiha stiffened, then leaned into it, clutching Nagato's cloak and sobbing against his shoulder. Nagato simply patted him on the back, offering support. It took a few minutes for Itachi to get control of himself, but he did eventually let go of Nagato's cloak and straighten up, wiping at his tears. "I apologize, Nagato-san," he said thickly. "Shinobi are not supposed to show tears." "That rule," Nagato began, "comes from an old school of thought that would kill all emotion and eschew everything that makes us human. You obey it only at the cost of your soul." Itachi looked at him a little funny, as if he'd said something crazy. Nagato didn't care. What he'd said was true. "Now, we should speak with the Hokage and make sure there are no misunderstandings tonight." Once Itachi had wiped at his face again and replaced his mask, Nagato placed a hand on his shoulder, sending them both across the city with a shunshin. They appeared in the Hokage's office with a whirl of wind. The old man had clearly been expecting them. 2 chairs were set up in front of his desk, and he gestured at them with one wrinkled hand as soon as they arrived. They both sat, even Nagato feeling as if he were about to get scolded. "Explain," he said harshly. They did, with only a few stumbles in the telling as they retold a couple bits and forgot others, having to go back and fill in the gaps. But in the end, they had told the Hokage everything. "So you see, we had no choice. The clan would not have been dissuaded, and Itachi's only other option was this masked man, whom I did not feel was trustworthy." "You clearly did not find me trustworthy either, Nagato-san." The words were deceptively light, and the Rinnegan user hid a wince. Sarutobi was a good leader and a kind man, and it hurt to feel his displeasure. "With respect, Hokage-sama, your hands were tied by politics. We all believed that the clan should not be eliminated by Konoha shinobi, or it would only fuel their resentment. So you, an outsider with no connection to my village, took it upon himself to kill my shinobi." "Actually, I do have a connection," Nagato argued. "I've been raising your jinchuriki for the past 8 years. I am a citizen of Konoha and therefore I do have an interest in keeping it from plunging into civil war. And you can't say I should have brought it to your attention, it already was. You knew they were plotting a coup, and they couldn't be stopped by diplomatic means. Could only be accomplished by force. With Itachi, it is made clear to the rest of the village that not all Uchihas are traitors. And with me, it is made clear to the shinobi that the reincarnation of their god does not condone such actions." A charged silence filled the room after his last sentence. Sarutobi filled his pipe and took a long draw as he thought. It was true that Nagato had a powerful reputation in their world, especially after confirming several incidents during the last war as his work. And once, the elite jonin of the village had requested to test themselves against him. Sarutobi had expected an extensive battle with both sides forced to reveal the depths of their experience and jutsus. Instead, Nagato had summoned 3 other bodies similar to his own. He'd been cagey on the details, and wiped the floor with the jonin, hardly looking winded by the effort. For him to weigh in on a matter automatically drew attention, and many people would side with him for no other reason than he was the master of the Rinnegan. For him to go so far as to fight on behalf of someone would draw much approval. It did send, unequivocally, the message that betraying your own village was unacceptable. Itachi, you are hereby suspended from ANBU service without pay for a period of 1 month. In that time, you are to report weekly on the state of the clan and how they are reacting to today's events. The young ANBU captain nodded acceptingly. Nagato, you will be subject to an investigation, both into your own affairs and your raising of Naruto Uzumaki. While I accept that your actions today were necessary, I will not have the village's only jinchuriki thinking it is acceptable to disregard rules and do as he pleases. Both he and Nagato ignored the fact that Naruto was already a troublemaker who flouted rules in the classroom. And no one commented on the matter of investigating Nagato's affairs. It was no more than a gesture, designed to show everyone that Nagato was not entirely immune to the law. Konoha was proud to host the god of shinobi, but they wouldn't bow their heads to his every whim. You are both dismissed. Itachi, please speak to your remaining clansmen and explain exactly why this happened. As they left, Sarutobi began writing a speech that he would give in the morning, breaking the news to the village about the clan's betrayal. Chapter 3. The mood in the Uchiha compound was somber. Itachi had returned last night, calling the clan together in the central courtyard, just down the street from where the battle had taken place. Smoke was still rising at the time, and the smell of blood and dead bodies accompanied it. Once everyone was there, every single Uchiha who wasn't a ninja, Itachi had calmly explained about the coup, revealing the truth to the children. He had then announced, just as calmly, that the betrayal was inexcusable, and he had acquired the assistance of Nagato, master of the Rinnegan, to execute the clan ninjas. No one had dared say a word as he looked them over with his cold, gray eyes. He had finished by saying that the Hokage would make an announcement to the village the following morning, and that they were to remain in the compound until then. And the morning had come, and the ANBU had escorted the clan to Konoha Square, directly in front of the Tower of Fire. The truth must have already slipped out, as the ANBU guard was necessary to keep back the screaming villagers trying to harass the Uchihas. Once in the square, the Hokage had strode out. The speech had been less cold than Itachi's declaration, but no less damning. The Hokage had condemned all Uchihas with knowledge of the coup as traitors. The children were spared for their innocence, and the adults for their lack of power. Sarutobi had at least acknowledged that the civilians were likely to have no influence over the ninjas, no matter how many might have argued against the coup. It didn't lessen the hateful glares of the citizens of Konoha. The ninjas had been executed by Itachi, the one loyal Uchiha, and Nagato, master of the Rinnegan. This had brought many cheers from the crowd, and lots of smug looks at the Uchihas. That's right, they seemed to say. The god of shinobi killed your family, what are you going to do about that? And that wasn't the end of it. The clan was stripped of its many privileges until Sarutobi or a successor felt they had redeemed themselves. The clan fortune was greatly reduced, as much of it had been the property of the clan ninjas, and their betrayal gave the village the right to take it away. The walls around the compound would be torn down, and the land once given as a gift by the second Hokage was now once more the property of Konoha, and the Uchihas would have to pay rent to keep living there. The once proud clan had been escorted back to their homes by the ANBU, followed by hateful jeers from the villagers. The walls that might have granted them a reprieve were already being removed by earthjutsu specialists. The ANBU did keep the populace away from the walls during demolition, and the mob wound up going home after a while. Sasuke was now sitting in his room, trying to make sense of what had happened in the span of a day. His brother had killed their parents, maybe personally, the clan was now hated by the rest of the village, and the adults weren't doing anything. No one was arguing about the rights they'd had ripped away, the money that was stolen, or the murders of their family. Why weren't they angry about it? Uncle Tetsu had accompanied him home and told him just to wait, in case something else happened today. He wondered what the adults were talking about. Nagato-san. Shikaku Nara looked surprised as the distinctive man approached them. Hardly ever see you here. The strategist knew better than to ask why he had come to the bar today. Can we get you a drink? Nagato shook his head. I'd rather not be rewarded for what I did, he said, taking a seat. But I would like to forget about it for a while, he added, taking out several large bills and passing them to the barkeep. The man, a retired shinobi with one leg missing, took the money and quickly filled a mug with foaming beer, passing it to Nagato. If it's all the same, many thanks to you, the old man said in a rumbling voice. Nagato acknowledged him by lifting the mug, then drinking quickly. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza, who'd all taken a swig at the same time, were surprised to see the god of shinobi chug the entire mug in 10 seconds. He set it down, pushing it back to the barkeep, who'd raised his thick white eyebrows at the spectacle. Another, please. The Ino Shikacho trio exchanged significant glances. With the understanding that came from fighting in a war zone together, they agreed on what to do with just a few looks. Slinging one arm around Nagato's shoulders, Inoichi began regaling him with a tale of the last shinobi world war while Choza finished his mug, getting a refill so he could challenge Nagato to a drinking contest. If Nagato wanted to drown his sorrows and forget how many he'd killed, they would be happy to give him an enjoyable night to remember. You understand why we did it, right? Conan asked. They broke their oath to the village, Naruto said. I don't get why the old man couldn't do anything, but you killed them because they were traitors. Because they would have killed thousands, Conan corrected him gently. It's never totally black and white, and there are times when a small betrayal is necessary. You might have to disobey orders because you learned something your commander didn't know when he gave the orders. You might have to let one friend fight a hopeless battle alone so you have the time to save 5 others. We don't know why the Uchihas were going to overthrow the village, but we couldn't accept how many they would have killed to do it. And the chaos here could have provoked another war with enemy nations. It would have been a nightmare. That's why we stopped them. Naruto nodded slowly, his young face screwed up in concentration as he thought about it. I think I get it, he finally said. Good. She took a deep breath, bracing herself to tackle the most sensitive topic. What will you say when you see Sasuke again? Itachi waited quietly outside the Hokage's office. The secretary had already informed the Hokage of his arrival, but the man was busy with another visitor. Only the one secretary and a couple orderlies were there, and no one had spoken to him except the secretary when she greeted him. He appreciated the silence. It was better than he deserved. The door opened, interrupting his thoughts, and he forced his face to remain impassive as a large delegation exited the Hokage's office. Right in the middle was the fire daimyo, surrounded by 6 older ninjas and 2 lesser royalty. The lot of them swept past, a few of the shinobi giving Itachi a quick, hard look, as if to ensure he wasn't a threat. One nodded to him, a hint of a smile on his lips. No one spoke until they had left the room. The Hokage will see you now, the secretary said. Itachi entered, closing the door behind himself and taking a seat before the Hokage's desk. The old man was busy filling his pipe and taking his time doing it. When he was satisfied, he extended one finger and a flame popped to life at the tip, which he pressed into the bowl to light it. Taking a long pull, Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke. That was not as bad as I was expecting, he began. But it was not pleasant either. Itachi waited. He doubted Sarutobi expected a reply. You were spoken of quite a bit. Some of the royalty approve of your loyalty, while others question whether you truly have any. That stung a bit, but Itachi refused to let it show. Were you able to assure them that I will not turn against my village? On the whole, yes, but it is inevitably a sensitive topic. The best thing would be if you were not highly visible in the next few years, except for good events to improve your image. You want me to engage in a PR campaign? Itachi translated, barely keeping the disapproval out of his tone. Yes, Sarutobi replied bluntly. Like it or not, you have become far more than just the heir to the Uchiha clan. You are the only Uchiha shinobi at this time, and will remain so for the next 4 years, until your younger brother graduates. According to your father's notes, the Sharingan only shows up in select families within the Uchiha, and it will be at least 8 years before any of those family members come of age, and none are currently in training. There will be resistance to allowing them into the academy at all. I have already used considerable influence just to keep them from throwing Sasuke out. It may well be a decade before any Uchiha save you and your brother are prominent shinobi of the village. You must present a good image or else the clan's decline will only accelerate and their reputation will become irrevocably ruined. It was certainly a bitter thought. Granted, there were ideologies and practices within the family that should be lost, but the family itself, his young relatives, weren't at fault. And he had been raised knowing the responsibility of the clan would fall on his shoulders one day. It had just come earlier than expected. I understand, he said. It wasn't like he could start complaining now, after everything he'd done. Jiraiya faded into visibility once Itachi had left the room. Pretty sure he's loyal to you, old man, the sage said, taking the now vacant seat. You are certain? Sarutobi asked softly. Given that he stabbed both his parents through the heart in favor of betraying you, yes, Jiraiya stated sharply. He knew his mentor hated having to distrust his people like this, but Orochimaru had taught them that anyone could be hiding something nasty. Itachi went far above and beyond the call of duty here, and it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment action that he'll regret later. He went about this for weeks and still followed through. Barring anything unforeseen, I'd say he's loyal. Sarutobi nodded slowly. Good. He has promise, and I would hate to see him crumble from this. Promise? Jiraiya prompted. It wasn't often anymore that the old man said that. He has the skills to be a good leader, not just a good ninja. I plan to have him teaching in a few years. Jiraiya had a shrewd idea that he knew exactly how many years it would be before Itachi became a Jonin instructor, but he didn't say it. And like I said, he needs to present a good image in order to restore the clan's image. You have something specific in mind? Sarutobi merely smiled. Tell me, Jiraiya, what is the highest possible honor a shinobi can have in this village? Jiraiya thought for a second, recognizing his mentor's tone when asking a trick question. Well, there's the position of ANBU head, he mused. But that's not the kind of thing that would garner attention and public approval. After all, even he had to search to discover the ANBU head's true identity. The only other thing I can think of is to be put on the memorial stone, he admitted. You're not talking about sending him on a suicide mission, are you? Well, some do have a rather low opinion of the title, Sarutobi chuckled. Though you're on the right track. Jiraiya turned the two statements over in his mind several times, trying to understand. A suicide mission was on the right track, but not exactly right. Or was he talking about the memorial stone? But what was similar to the memorial stone? He tried picturing the granite slab with the names of the 3 deceased Hokages at the top, above the names of the other ninjas to give their lives. His train of thought was wrenched free as he understood what Sarutobi was implying. You're not Dash, he gasped. Not for at least a decade, Sarutobi said. He's still young, barely a teenager. But one day, if he proves himself until then, he trailed off with a shrug. He has the potential. That's a lot of potential you're talking about. Which is why we won't speak of it again for some time, the Hokage said firmly. Got it. Jiraiya took a breath, pushing the information to the back of his mind. So, what else do we need to discuss? Orochimaru, have you any new information? No. I located an abandoned research facility 3 months ago, but that's it. He quit using it at least 5 months before I found it. The snake's gotten real good at hiding. Stay alert. You may have any resources you need. At present, Orochimaru is the greatest possible threat to us. Sasuke wasn't sure if he was glad or not that Uncle Tetsu had kept a hand firmly clasped on his shoulder, holding him back. They'd left their land for the first time in 5 days, and mere steps outside the compound, they were accosted by a pair of civilians. The ANBU had arrested some people who'd actually attacked Uchihas 2 days earlier, so people weren't likely to repeat that mistake, but no one stopped them from yelling insults. throwing old fruits and sneering at the two Uchihas. Uncle Tetsu had kept a firm grip on him, walking along head held high and acting as if he couldn't hear what the people were saying. Sasuke wanted to yell back at them or throw something, but Uncle had warned him before leaving that Sasuke wasn't to make a peep until they got back home. So he had walked alongside his uncle, the fire in his belly growing hotter and fiercer with every insult and ripe tomato hurled their way. Their business had been mercifully quick. Uncle Tetsu had gone to the bank first to make his first payment on the rent for their house, ignoring the cold glares of everyone around them, including the bank teller, and then they'd gone to a merchant Tetsu had known for decades. The man was cool with them, but not rude, and he didn't charge Tetsu 1 cent more than he normally did for the blacksmith's typical purchase of high-quality steel. They left with the man's promise that the steel would be delivered by the end of the day, and headed home. Once out of the brief sanctuary of the merchant's warehouse, they were again subjected to the hatred of the villagers. By the time they made it home, every piece of clothing was stained, and the fire in Sasuke's belly felt more like a volcano, ready to erupt at any second. The moment Uncle closed the door behind them, Sasuke twisted out of his grip, whirling on the older man. "Why did you take me out there? Why didn't you say something to them? How can they do that? Why hasn't someone done something yet? I took you out to show you what it will be like in a month's time," his uncle said impassively, "when you return to the academy and must face them every day." The words were probably meant to knock Sasuke down, but it just made him angrier. He imagined what it would be like to see Naruto, who was raised by his parents' killer. What would the fox brat say? "I always said I was better than you, Sasuke. Now everyone knows I was right. Why should I? I don't want to go anywhere near those people." "Then they'll sneer at you even more." "They don't know me," Sasuke bellowed. "And they don't care. The clan cares. Why haven't we done something about this?" He screamed, his young voice becoming more high-pitched as his desperate plea burst forth. "Because we can't do anything." Uncle Tetsu curled his hands into fists, the knuckles popping as they whitened. Sasuke abruptly realized that his uncle was also furious, just better at hiding it. "Because the whole village is against us. Because no one will listen to any of us." Neither one said that the village would listen to Itachi, but Sasuke was certain both of them were thinking it. The thought of his brother made his fury burn white-hot for a moment. Itachi had killed their parents. Itachi had killed everyone. It was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, they'd all be alive now. "How can you just take it like that?" Sasuke asked, not yelling but still letting his anger show in his tone. "How can you hear what they say and act like it's nothing?" "Decades of smithing have taught me patience and control," the man answered. "But do not believe for a moment that I do not care about my family." Again, no one mentioned Itachi. Konan sighed, closing the door as Shikaku left. Following Nagato into the living room, she found him collapsed on the couch. It was, of course, Nagato's Deva path pain, but the strong connection it had to Nagato's real body allowed him to get drunk through it, and the effects were equally clear through his false body. The real Nagato was probably struggling not to pass out. "I don't blame you," she said softly, pulling him up off the couch and half dragging him down the hall. He went along happily, an uncharacteristically bright smile on his face. "But you should be glad that Naruto didn't see this." With the boy's enthusiasm and complete inability to keep secrets, the whole village would have heard by tomorrow. She had hopes that Shikaku and his friends would be discreet about the matter. "I feel better," Nagato said sleepily as she deposited him in his bed. "You didn't need beer for that," she said. "Just sleep it off. We'll talk in the morning." Watching over the clan he'd come to despise, a one-eyed man kept silent vigil throughout the night. Itachi thought he'd been clever, leaving the family alive. But the curse of hatred was strong, and had ample opportunity to make itself known. With a push here or there, the right hypnotically induced dream, it would be a simple matter to make that hatred spill over into violence. Or he could let it fester for years and become far more potent. Either way, he would win in the end. Slipping into a house unseen, he began his work. Jiraiya glanced back at the village as the sun peeked over the horizon. He could have stayed. It would make sense to get some more intel on the state of the village after the purge, but that meant letting Orochimaru's trail grow even colder. He'd already lost 3 days over this. He had to be back out there at once. Making up his mind, he set out on the road. Watching the almighty Pain, god of shinobi, stumble into the kitchen, holding his head in one hand while keeping his eyes closed against the lights was terribly amusing. Conan put a glass of water in his hand, smiling as he downed the whole thing in seconds. Replacing it with another one, she gently pushed him into the living room, where he navigated to the chair by memory and fell into it. Or he tried to. She'd moved the furniture in the night, and Pain wound up sprawled on the floor, spilling his water on himself. "Was I that bad?" he moaned. "Yes, and I won't have this chance again for another 10 years, she said, pulling him to his feet and guiding him to the chair. He sat more cautiously this time, relaxing when it turned out nothing was wrong. She switched off the lights, letting him open his eyes wearily. "The other night was horrible," he muttered. "I wanted to forget." "There are better things to take your mind off of horrors," she said. "You know that." "What's your point? That the next time I help massacre a ninja clan, I shouldn't get astoundingly drunk the next night? I'll remember it." She didn't let the venom in his voice get to her. It was directed at himself anyway. "Why are you so angry? We all agreed it had to be done." "Of course it had to be done," he snapped. "This world is cursed, Conan. The killing, the betrayal, the deceit, the rot. It's never-ending and inescapable. The only way to be truly good is to kill those who are worse than you." His tone and sudden yelling took her aback, but not the words themselves. He'd been saying something like that for years. "We've been happy here, Nagato," she reminded him. "Some of them are still afraid, but under it they're good people." "I know," he said. "That's why I got too relaxed. I've become complacent. Jiraiya-sensei expected me to save the world when we were young, and I've been content just to watch the world pass me by. Raising a jinchuriki is good. It's necessary." "Of course it is," he said calmly. "I'd never deny that. But it's not the only thing I can do. I'm not limited to working in one place at a time." "And what will you do with the other paths?" she asked. "Form a mercenary group? Kill everyone evil? Rule the world through fear and violence?" Nagato didn't speak. Standing up, he walked away silently, closing his door sharply behind himself. The Uchiha clan woke up slowly that day, and many began with a worse mood than the day before. The usual business, for those who still had jobs, was postponed as everyone gathered in the courtyard, without even meaning to. Parents, children, grandparents, brothers and sisters. In no time, the entire clan was there, talking amongst themselves as they milled about. Naturally, the conversations quickly turned to the recent massacre. Most were angry, some resigned, but all agreed that the Hokage had gone too far in stripping the clan of its dignity. Without the ninjas, and without their fortune, how could they survive? Their land had been owned by the family for generations. Why should they start paying rent for it? Why had they torn down the wall and exposed the Uchihas to the village's hatred? Why was the Hokage trying to destroy the clan so utterly? With their history, their prestige, any village would be honored to have the Uchiha clan, and here Konoha was throwing them away. It was wrong, and spoke of nothing but the Hokage's age and foolishness. "He should have retired years ago," Tetsu rumbled. "Let someone younger take the reins. Only an old fool could think this was acceptable." "Yeah," one of Sasuke's distant cousins agreed. "We don't deserve this. We're the Uchihas. The fire daimyo himself dined with us. The best clan in Konoha. Shouldn't be reduced to peasants like this. I have 4 kids to feed. Yeah, the Hokage ought to give us our money back. It belongs to us. Our ancestors passed it down. He stole it from us." Sasuke was about to chime in when the crowd suddenly went silent. Heads began turning, and it took him a moment to realize that everyone was looking in the same direction. Turning that way, he looked up at the clan dining hall to see Itachi, crouching over the door, ANBU mask pulled to one side so they could see his expressionless face. "You should be careful what you say," Sasuke's brother said coolly. "It could sound very much like treason." Hopping down from the roof, he began casually walking away, leaving the crowd silent behind him. Until one of Uncle Tetsu's cousins spoke out. breaking away from the crowd to take several steps in Itachi's direction. Then go ahead and report us, you murderer. That's your job, isn't it? Itachi came to a dead stop in the middle of the road. The older man looked emboldened by this, looking encouragingly back at the crowd. You can't act so high and mighty with us, Itachi. You killed your own family just to look good to the Hokage, didn't you? And if they told you to kill all of us, you wouldn't even blink, would you? You goddamned monster. The movement was so fast, nobody there caught it. All they knew was that 1 second, Kazue was yelling at Itachi, and the next Itachi had hoisted him off the ground by his collar. His perpetually calm face twisted up with rage. What the hell do you know? He bellowed, shocking all the crowd into taking a step back. You talk about how great this clan is, when they were going to murder hundreds for nothing but their own damn pride. He threw Kazue to the ground, sending the civilian Uchiha tumbling back towards the crowd, who rapidly backed away from him. Itachi stomped forward, sending Kazue scuttling backward in fright. My father would have killed the Hokage. My mother would have helped him do it. His Sharingan flared to life, bright red eyes clearly visible in the sunlight. And they wouldn't have stopped there. They would have murdered every single innocent person who stood in their way, and all of you knew that. His face was turning red and spittle was flying from his lips. 119 Uchiha civilians who knew the truth. And not one of you had the balls to say something. All of you are fucking traitors. Every last one of you. His chakra became visible as a blue glow around his body, a hot energy that warmed their skin just enough to let them know he could as easily burn them as scream at them. Don't you dare speak of what you're owed. The only thing Konoha owes a pack of traitors is an unmarked grave. Itachi wheeled around, storming away. He paused at the crossroads, just long enough for a parting shot. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to try and redeem our family's name. Maybe you can quit humiliating us long enough for it to work. Then he vanished. The crowd was deathly silent. Irika exchanged a worried glance with Hayate. The Jonin had been posted at the academy in anticipation of a very tense semester. The Uchiha purge had taken place 2 months ago, but the villagers' attitude towards the clan hadn't changed much. Today was the first day of classes, and no one knew just how difficult it would be with Sasuke. Personally, Irika felt sympathy for his student, but he didn't know how to keep the other students from hating him. The Hokage had placed Hayate here to stop potential fights from breaking out. There was only 2 minutes until the bell was due to ring, and most of the students were milling about the courtyard, chatting with old friends and delaying going in. Sasuke still hadn't shown up, and Irika wondered if he might actually be planning to skip the first day. For a moment, he didn't recognize the boy who walked into the courtyard 1 minute before the bell rang. Then he realized the multicolored shirt was supposed to be solid black, and the hair was laying flat because someone had dumped water all over the boy. Still, the obvious abuse suffered from the villagers didn't change Sasuke's straight-backed stance, or his determined eyes. Irika was at once proud of his student and dismayed at what had been done. His appearance didn't go unnoticed by the other students either. Sasuke didn't even make it halfway across the courtyard before a trio of older boys stepped in his way. The crowd quickly gave them space, leaving a large circle for them to fight in as everyone watched. Irika rushed to the door, hoping he could stop them before it got out of hand. While he couldn't hear the bullies, he could guess what they were saying to Sasuke. His frantic rush to the fight was halted as he saw someone else stepping into the ring. The bright blonde hair and blue eyes were unmistakable, and his heart fell as he saw Naruto walk towards Sasuke. Then the boy turned around, putting his back to Sasuke and facing the older students with a grim expression. Cut it out. Sasuke's not a traitor. What the hell'd you say, you little freak? One of the bullies said. You on the traitor's side now? Maybe the fox isn't as gone as we thought it was. A vicious kick to the back of that bully's knee toppled him. Sakura followed it up with a textbook-perfect throat punch that left him gasping for breath before she simply slammed her knee into his jaw. His teeth smashed together with a loud crack and he collapsed. As his friends moved towards Sakura, she was joined by Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Hinata. Looking between their fallen friend, Naruto and Sasuke, and Naruto's friends, the remaining bullies were hesitating to continue. That's enough. Break it up, Irika called out, finally making his presence known to the students. The bell began ringing, and they all rushed to make it into the building on time. Irika caught the two bullies who tried to run. "Take your friend to the nurse's station and come to my office after school," he ordered them, letting some of his anger show. They both nodded frantically, grabbing their friend and hurrying away. Naruto, his friends, and Sasuke had stayed behind. "Get inside," Irika told them all. "You shouldn't be late on your first day." Most of them hurried in, but Naruto trailed behind, walking alongside Sasuke at the fruit-stained boy's pace. The blonde boy gestured for the others to go ahead as they glanced back at him, and Irika noted how quickly they obeyed him. The boy would become a leader one day, that much was obvious. But what kind? He strained his ears to hear what they might say to one another once indoors. "Why did you do that?" Sasuke demanded. "You're not a traitor," Naruto answered easily. "You didn't know about the plot. It's not your fault." There was a long silence as they walked up the stairs. "I know, but no one else thinks so. They're all idiots." Irika was startled to hear a dry chuckle come from Sasuke. There was a longer silence, lasting until the classroom was in sight. Then, as if wanting to spit it out while they still had some privacy, the words spilled out of Sasuke's mouth. "It was my parents' fault. They destroyed the clan." "You're not your parents," Naruto said quietly, putting a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The two boys entered the classroom side by side, taking the seats Hinata had held for them. Both of them were thinking the future had become a little brighter. Konan just stared at Nagato, mouth opening and closing several times as she desperately tried to find the words. At last, they popped out. "You're insane." "Possibly," he shrugged. "But this whole world is mad, Konan. Why shouldn't this work? An organization of criminals, operating in the shadows to prevent wars and lessen hostilities between the hidden villages? I don't know why in the world anyone would think that's a bad idea." She shook her head in disbelief. "What would you even call a group like that?" "I rather like the name Akatsuki." Chapter 4. 11 years after Kyuubi attack. Sasuke stepped back after throwing his kunai and shuriken perfectly into the targets, each one a bullseye. Most of the class applauded politely. Naruto and Kiba clapped Sasuke on the back as he rejoined them, and Ino congratulated him, her cheeks turning pink as he gave her a tiny, grateful smile in return. "Next up, Uzumaki Naruto," Irika announced. A couple students cheered just seeing Naruto walk up to the throwing position, tossing a kunai casually end over end as he went. Not waiting for a signal, he began throwing the moment he was there. His movements weren't only textbook precise, everyone flowed into the next, making a continuous motion with no hesitation as he flung a dozen kunai and twice as many shuriken, the metal whistling keenly through the air until each and every one impacted a target, burying the pointy ends into the bullseyes. The crowd erupted in cheers as Naruto rejoined the group, grinning shamelessly and accepting the congratulations from his close friends. "Way to go," Sasuke said as they watched Ino getting called up. "Yours too," Naruto replied. "We both know you're better," the Uchiha replied casually. "Only because you don't train with me and Uncle Nagato." Sasuke shrugged. "He's got different eyes. He doesn't know how to train someone with Sharingan." "I got no eyes," Naruto pointed out. "He still trains me fine." "I'm doing good enough with my clan," Sasuke said, his tone firm. It wasn't the first time they'd had this conversation. It wouldn't be the last. They both applauded as Ino walked back to their group. Sasuke patted her on the shoulder, smiling a little as he said, "Well done," which left Ino pink in the face again and saying thank you without quite meeting his eyes. Naruto, smirking, stepped away from the two of them, going to talk with Hinata. "Well done, everyone," Irika told the class. "Now, our final test for the day is dash." He broke off as a crackle of static from the school's intercom emerged. Everyone looked up at the speaker perched above the door. "Attention, Yumino Irika," a static Y voice they recognized as the superintendent said. "Please report to the Hokage immediately." The static crackling cut out as Irika turned back to the class. "Change of plans. Go wait in the classroom. I'll send someone to proctor the test for you." He headed off as the students filed inside. Sasuke looked around, noticing that he didn't see Naruto's distinctive hair in the crowd. Searching for Hinata, he made his way over to the dark-haired girl, bending down to whisper in her ear. "So, what's your boyfriend up to?" She blushed, giving him a little glare with her lavender, pupil-less eyes. "He's not my boyfriend," she hissed. "Not yet," he said. "So what's he doing?" She bit her lip to keep from smiling, glancing down at the floor. "You'll see," she said after a moment, before slipping away from him in the crowd. As they all filed into the classroom, Sasuke felt a nudge from behind. Turning, he saw Naruto coming in just behind him. "Where've you dash?" "Nowhere," Naruto said, beaming at his friend. "You and your girlfriend cannot keep a secret." "She's not my girlfriend," Naruto hissed, blue eyes darting around to make sure she wasn't nearby. "Not yet. What's happening?" "Nothing," Naruto answered brightly. "Nothing at all." "Let me rephrase that," Sasuke said, his voice straining to stay calm and collected. "What have you already done?" They had nearly reached their seats. Glancing around once more, Naruto leaned in close, cupping a hand over his mouth so only Sasuke could hear. The Uchiha felt his eyes widen as a soft crackle of static came from his friend's mouth. His mouth opened, but before he could get his thoughts in order well enough to say anything, Naruto had skipped around him, pulling a startled Hinata one seat over and sitting down on her far side, leaving the girl between him and Sasuke. Sitting down, Sasuke tried to understand what had just happened. If he wasn't crazy, Naruto had somehow faked an announcement that caused Iruka to leave. Why? What good did that to them? They still had to take the test, and while it was funny to imagine the teacher rushing to the Tower of Fire only to learn there was no call, that wasn't exactly Naruto's style. He preferred pranks where he could see the victim's loss of face. He was still mulling it over 15 minutes later, when a clearly annoyed Iruka entered the room, yanked a stack of test booklets out of the desk, and begun distributing them. Opening the booklet, Sasuke picked up a pencil, looking at the first question. It was already filled out, in Sasuke's own neat penmanship no less. Turning the page, he saw it was just the same, all the work shown and indistinguishable from Sasuke's own. Flipping through rapidly, he saw that all of the questions were filled out in his handwriting. Even the way the essay questions were answered sounded like him. One look around the room showed that everyone else was in the same situation. Some had good poker faces as they slowly went through the test, while others were gaping in open astonishment. Glancing at Naruto and Hinata, he saw the two of them clearly fighting down laughter, both doing their absolute best not to look at one another. He caught Hinata's eye, raising one eyebrow, and the girl bit down on her lip, body shaking slightly with suppressed giggles. Well, hats off to them. Distract Iruka, get him worked up, and he doesn't notice that the tests were meddled with. Speaking of which, the teacher was too busy writing something down on a notepad to notice the confusion amongst his students. Still, thinking of what it might take to mess with the tests like this, never mind getting them each handed out to the right person, was blowing his mind. He returned to his test. All the questions may have been answered, but he didn't trust Naruto to not mess with his classmates by slipping in wrong answers, just to laugh at them for taking it at face value. He loved pulling the rug out from under people. "All of them?" the Hokage asked, puffing on his pipe. "All of them," Iruka erupted. "Every test was answered perfectly. We have perfect scores for every student." Sarutobi folded his gnarled hands in front of himself, resting them on the desk as he took another puff of his pipe. "I hardly see why you are complaining, Iruka. You have clearly accomplished great things with this class." The teacher's level glare told the Hokage he wasn't amused by the little joke. Taking his pipe and tapping out the ashes, he gestured at the chair. Iruka sat down. "Sir, we both know who must be behind this." "Indeed we do. Naruto has shown today that his skills could outclass even a majority of our Chunin. Quite the accomplishment for an 11-year-old. But what he did was wrong, and he should be punished." Glancing out the window, Sarutobi saw a white butterfly flutter off the windowsill. Smiling, he turned back to Iruka. "That will be handled. But first, a question. How is it you did not notice this until grading the tests?" Iruka scowled. "I was distracted, Hokage-sama. I had already fallen for a trick of his that sent me racing here. Then I raced back when I realized the truth. I didn't check the tests, and I wasn't paying attention to the class because I was writing orders for the staff to figure out how Naruto hacked the intercom. He did not hack it, I suspect. Iruka frowned, more curious now than angry. What? We have already known for years that Naruto is quite skilled and clever. While much can be attributed to his parental figures, there are a certain 1 or 2 traits which come from elsewhere. The fox, you mean? Iruka was no fool. He held Naruto no animosity for containing the Kyuubi, but he also had always wondered what the effects might be. Both the Hokage and Nagato himself had assured Iruka that there was nothing to worry about in that regard. Indeed, you see, Nagato had begun teaching the boy a full year before entering him in the academy. When Naruto joined, he could already perform both the substitution and transformation techniques. That's impressive, Iruka said, not seeing where the Hokage was going with this. When he was 6 years old, Nagato-san came to me with a very interesting tale. It seems they had bought a large container of Naruto's favorite sugar cookies, intending them to be doled out as rewards to the boy if he did well in school. He paused, puffing on his pipe for a moment. They came home to find the cookie jar still on the top shelf, but entirely empty, and Naruto was feeling quite sick. He smiled a little. It seems that what happened was, Naruto had used the transformation technique to assume Nagato-san's form in order to reach the cookie jar. He waited, watching Iruka's expression go from confused, to startled, to more confused, to shocked and horrified. He did what? Iruka finally gasped. That was my general reaction as well. The transformation technique is an illusion. It can't make you taller. What he did isn't possible. I quite agree. Nagato-san himself was taken aback by this revelation, as even he cannot use the transformation technique in that manner, which led both he and I to conclude that this was a result of the Kyuubi. He can actually transform, take on any shape. Nagato-san has done subtle tests with him since then, and confirms that Naruto can assume even the form of inanimate objects, and can take a form as big as an elephant or as small as a mouse. He seems to have a limitation in that he cannot manipulate a body without bones, leaving animals like octopi beyond him. However, even without eyes, he can hear his surroundings, and both Nagato and I expect he could train his chakra senses and they would function in any state. This is unbelievable, Iruka gasped. The possibilities. He trailed off, unable to give voice even to the few ideas that had already come to mind. Which is why Naruto has no idea. Nagato focused his training efforts on other techniques, proclaiming that Naruto has mastered the transformation technique and therefore should not worry about it. No one else, so far as I know, is aware. But once he becomes a shinobi, he'll be informed? I have left that up to Nagato-san's discretion, and he will of course discuss the matter with Naruto's future sensei. Iruka groaned as he realized now what had happened, so he altered his voice to make the false announcement. Indeed, and I suspect he shape-shifted into each of his classmates to help write in exactly their handwriting. Possibly his friend Hinata aided him in getting samples of their handwriting to mimic. So she knows, then, about his transformation. I will have Nagato-san speak with her about it. But how did he infiltrate my office, steal the tests, and fill them all out without me noticing? They were locked up, and I have seals on that safe. I will admit defeat there. It is a shame that his personality will draw him to fighting on the front lines. He could become the most amazing espionage agent in our village's history. He smiled. I am actually more interested in how he ensured each test went to the right student. A sudden commotion outside the door was all the warning they got before it was thrown open. The Hokage's masterclass security seals peeled away with all the defensive properties of rice paper walls, as Nagato strode into the room, carrying Naruto with him. The boy was struggling, but also grinning delightedly. Ah, Nagato-san, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi greeted them, lighting his pipe. What excellent timing. You know what he did? Nagato asked, voice full of exasperation, simultaneously twitching a couple fingers in the direction of the door, repairing the security seals. Essentially, though some filling in of the details would help. Exactly what did he and young Hinata get up to today? It wasn't Hinata, It was all me. Naruto interjected quickly. Yes, yes, and what did you do? Iruka asked. He honestly didn't care that Naruto was taking the blame for Hinata. He was the instigator after all. And the girl would be properly disciplined by her father. The three adults spent the next 15 minutes grilling Naruto and getting answers on exactly how he had spied on Iruka to find the tests. Lies, since they knew Hinata's Byakugan must have been responsible. How he had snuck through the security seals around the school, half a lie, since it was probably, again, her Byakugan that showed him the way through the net, dismantled the wall behind Iruka's wall safe so he could open it up from the rear, not a lie, and a revelation that left Iruka with his head in his hands as he saw how he'd been tricked, stolen old tests to see his classmates' handwriting, probably not a lie, and then spent 2 nights working hard to answer the tests and copy their handwriting and voice, so it would look authentic, not a lie, and a revelation that made Nagato privately swear against letting Naruto stay the night with Sasuke and Itachi ever again, before returning the fixed tests to the wall safe the night before the end-of-semester exam. He also explained that Iruka always delivered any kind of assignment in the same pattern, and he'd memorized who sat in which seats. All three adults shared looks at the end of this pride-filled confession. You're grounded until school starts up again, Nagato declared. And you're serving a month's detention when school resumes, Iruka added. And 1 month suspension without pay, Sarutobi added dryly. Everyone turned to look at him funny. He gave them all a wry smile. I've been tallying up Naruto's time off without pay for all his major incidents since he started at the academy. It's currently just under 1 year. Wait, what? Naruto exclaimed, horrified. That sounds quite fitting, Hokage-sama, Iruka said, smiling. I quite agree, Nagato said, mirroring Iruka's smile. Until next time. He walked away, Naruto in tow, the security seals opening and repairing for him with hardly a glance, while Naruto cried out, But I want to go on adventures as a ninja. I have no doubt he will one day strike fear into the hearts of all our enemies, Sarutobi said dryly. The sad thing is I agree, Iruka admitted. Well, Itachi thinks it was funny, Sasuke confided. Naruto did not look cheered up by this. Sasuke couldn't help smirking as he admired the large origami cage Konan had created to put Naruto in while they weren't at home. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Oh, you're only in the cage for a few hours. Of course, the pictures he took earlier when Naruto wasn't looking would provide blackmail material for years. Yeah, I know, he sighed, stretching to get some feeling back in his legs. He wanted me to ask, by the way, how did you do that with your voice? Sasuke asked. Itachi says changing your voice would be a game-changing technique for the ANBU. Oh, I adapted the transformation technique, Naruto said. You just focus chakra in your vocal cords, and it's so internalized it's almost impossible for anyone to sense that it's a technique at all. I can even throw my voice dash. So it sounds like I'm somewhere else. Itachi's voice came from behind Sasuke, who instinctively turned around. That's pretty neat, he admitted, turning back to Naruto. I didn't think transformation could do something like that, though. Well, this is what I did first. Naruto spent the next 2 hours teaching Sasuke as much as he could of the technique, but it was clear to both of them that it was slow going. Nagato and Konan arrived then, and Sasuke made up an excuse to leave, but not before telling Naruto that he'd keep practicing. So you see why this is so important, Konan finished. Hinata, wide-eyed, nodded rapidly. I knew there was something different with Naruto-kun's transformation, she said, but I didn't think, wow, was all she could say. She couldn't bring herself to admit that she'd been wondering if she was doing the technique wrong after witnessing everything Naruto could do with it. Naruto's always been a special boy. Konan smiled fondly. Even though the ability was given to him by luck, he's made it his own skill through practice and creativity. He really is amazing, Hinata murmured. Konan gave the young girl a knowing look. Well, I'm glad to see someone truly appreciating my nephew. There isn't anything between you two that I should know about, is there? She teased gently. Hinata promptly went red as a tomato. The last year or so of Sasuke casually calling Naruto her boyfriend had desensitized her to it, and his constant addition of not yet. Every time she denied it was just annoying. But to hear the suggestion from Konan, Naruto's aunt, practically his mother, and one of the kindest ladies she'd ever known well. Hinata wasn't ready for that just yet. Conan put one arm around the girl who she was sitting next to, drawing her closer. "It's not a problem," she said kindly. "I know it's a little early for that." When Hinata turned less red, but was still nervously avoiding Conan's gaze, the woman added, "Of course, I also know when my nephew's getting certain looks. I don't see anything wrong with your affections for him. Hinata, you know we're close to your family." To her surprise, that actually made Hinata frown a little, just a small crease line between her eyes. She didn't seem able to work out her thoughts. Conan let her think it through, rubbing her shoulder comfortingly. "I love him," Hinata blurted out, her face turning tomato red again as she looked away from Conan. That made the rogue ninja pause. Of course, her immediate reaction was a simple dismissal. Hinata was 11. She easily had a decade to go before really understanding the differences between affection, lust, and real love. Then her brain caught up. Hinata was a Hyuga, and a powerful carrier of the bloodline given her status as clan heiress. While it wasn't an easily broached subject, she had the impression that the girl would have learned the facts of life some years ago, given she'd have seen family members in private. A head start into understanding that most people just wanted each other's bodies, and the ability to spy on intimate meetings and see how they interacted when it was love versus lust would make Hinata more mature in this area. Then again, 11 was still 11. She might know love from lust by watching others, but this was her first time experiencing either one for herself. On the other hand, she couldn't exactly say that to the girl. "You're both young," she began, speaking slowly as she worked out what to say. "I've seen that you're close, he trusts you more than anyone else, but it's still too early for either one of you." Seeing Hinata opening her mouth to protest, Conan quickly cut her off. "Give it a few years. You'll both change once you're officially shinobi. You shouldn't be dating until after that." She got to her feet, patting Hinata on the shoulder. "I need to leave. You won't forget to keep the secret, right?" "I won't forget," Hinata said, not looking at her again. "All right, have a good night." She left the room, nodding farewell to the Hyugas she passed on her way out. Her outward appearance was perfect, although her mind was in turmoil. She wouldn't have guessed that her teasing would trigger something like that. The bar they were meeting in was cheap, dirty, and full of mercenaries desperate for a quick buck, meaning it was ideal for a circumspect meeting. Waiting at one table against a wall, near a window, and not where he'd said he'd be waiting, was a stranger wearing a scruffy coat and a worn straw hat. The only thing to mark him was the red inner lining of his coat. The man he'd come to meet was no more obvious, in spite of his near 6 feet in height. His physique and brutish looks, combined with the sword on his back, marked him as just another mercenary. A few of the mercs already there looked at him apprehensively, sensing competition, but they were appeased as he made a beeline for the first stranger. The big man already had a job. The first man took note of the blue lining on the inside of the large man's traveling cloak. "Pleased to meet you in person," he said, lowering his head in a respectful nod. The gesture was returned by the big man. "You are, I assume, Kisame Hashigaki? I've never seen someone with such massive chakra reserves, nor in possession of a weapon with chakra of its own." That last statement got a raised eyebrow from the big man. "Well, I guess the rumors are true. My man said you were something special." The first man raised his straw hat just enough to reveal his eyes. Kisame's own widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly controlled himself as the eyes were concealed again. "So, what's the job?" Pain smiled, letting it be obvious enough for Kisame to see it. "If you've come for a mere job, you ought to walk right now. My time is too valuable for such a small thing." He had to admit, it was a little fun to get away from Conan, Naruto, and Konoha and assume the role of the all-powerful, mysterious, and visionary wielder of the Rinnegan. He enjoyed his life down south, but it could get dull, and it was terribly freeing to flaunt his power and reputation and use it to tweak the noses of such dangerous people. "So it really is employment, huh? For how long?" "Indefinitely." That clearly gave Kisame pause. "Pay?" "Considerable. Spend 6 months in my organization and even you won't have to worry about money for a few years." The suggestion that he knew about Kisame's spending habits had obviously rocked the man again. The work. Your favorite. Disposal. That got a more favorable grin. And the goals. Pain leaned forward, folding his hands and resting his elbows on the table. Peace. Elimination of war elements and control of extreme threats. He smirked at the confusion evident in Kisame's chakra. The man was too skilled to let it show on his face. An effort which will make a multitude of enemies. Enemies which must be eliminated. Now the grin was not only returning, but growing bigger. He asked one last question, the same one every possible recruit asked. When can I leave? When you're tired of working with us. Kisame reached across the table decisively, and Pain shook his hand. I'm in. Welcome to Akatsuki. Leaving the bar to make his way to his actual hotel, Pain considered the newest recruit. He likely thought they were hiding a hidden agenda under the statement of peace. The Shark Man believed they were working towards something far more sinister. Hopefully, spending months or years working with them and furthering peace and security would convince him that the goal was worthwhile, once he realized it wasn't a lie. And if not, well, Pain would assassinate him once he left the organization. While that Pain returned to the hotel room, the Deva Path Pain opened a heavily sealed black notebook, recording the new recruit in it. That made 2 members of the inner circle of Akatsuki. The spies and informants he'd recruited had intel on 2 more potential recruits. The next day, he would begin the lengthy process of approaching Kakuzu of Takigakure. Supposedly, this one would respond best to promises of wealth, rather than of combat. Several months later, Nagato found himself once more busy with his Konoha life. Naruto's 6th year in the academy had ended, and he had come top of the class again, with Sasuke and Hinata just barely trailing behind. The 2 clan heirs, though Sasuke's status was only words now, had evidently been receiving training from their family in the last 2 years, as their styles were growing visibly different from the basic forms taught at the academy. Nagato suspected, given that Itachi was frequently on ANBU missions, that Sasuke had somehow awakened his Sharingan and was learning new moves in the few days Itachi was available, then polishing and mastering the techniques on his own. While his knowledge of the Sharingan said that it required great personal trauma to awaken, he could think of few things worse than losing his parents and having all his illusions of the world around him shattered overnight. Regardless, they were having a celebratory party for all of Naruto's friends. He had only just finished setting out the last of the decorations according to Conan's specifications. He never understood why she wouldn't let him summon a few more pains to help decorate quicker. When the doorbell rang and Naruto eagerly welcomed Kiba. The Inuzuka was always one to enjoy a party, and it hardly took a minute for them to be engaged in a blindfolded shuriken throwing challenge. The rest of the guests turned up over the next half hour, and soon Nagato was drinking punch while discreetly keeping an eye on them. Ino was chatting with Sasuke, her usual self-confidence a little shaken as always around him. Nagato was aware that the Yamanakas didn't have any animosity against Sasuke himself, but he was equally aware that they wouldn't approve of their daughter dating him. Ino obviously knew how unhappy they would be, but she hadn't lost her interest in him. Sasuke, while confident enough to ignore the sneers many villagers still sent his way, wasn't oblivious to his standing, and seemed determined to keep almost everyone at arm's length. Naruto, and by extension Hinata, was the only exception. Nagato had barely thought of the Hyuga heiress before he noticed her slyly guiding Naruto through the crowd and towards an unoccupied guest bedroom. He was fairly certain she was too young for the first thought that popped into his head, but her desire for privacy was still clear to see. Hiding both a sigh of exasperation and a happy little smile, he cast an eye about for Conan, striding in his old friend's direction. He could keep her occupied for a few minutes, long enough to make sure she didn't notice the children's absence. He'd done it often enough as a kid, though ironically he'd been giving Conan herself private time with Yahiko by distracting Jiraiya. Earlier that evening, Hinata had been fighting down butterflies in her stomach. Now, she felt a heavy pit of fear in her gut, weighing her down. She'd caught a glimpse of Conan's face while leaving, and it was clear the woman was unhappy that Hinata had ignored her advice. But she hadn't expected her father to be waiting for her when her uncle escorted her home, and the disapproving look on his face left no doubts that he knew what she'd done. She hadn't seen that look since before she started training with Naruto. "My office," he ordered. "Now." She made her way there, picking up heated whispers between her father and his brother. Now she was sitting in front of her father's desk, waiting for him to return. She didn't dare use her Byakugan to see where he was or if he was coming. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been this nervous because of her father. As a child, her skills had been seen as mildly disappointing, but training with the master of the Rinnegan had caused her to improve by leaps and bounds, and her family's disdain was a thing of the past. Until now. The door opened sharply and her father entered. To her surprise, Uncle Hisashi stepped in behind him, pausing to close the door gently before standing against one wall, not obviously supporting either one. Her father sat down behind his desk. "I hear you are pursuing a relationship with Naruto Uzumaki." It was a statement of fact, not a question, but she nodded. There was no sense in denying it, and she wanted to say she and Naruto were dating. "And that Konan-san advised you against this some time ago." Again, she nodded, feeling her heart hammer even faster. She could, of course, point out that it was just advice, and Konan-san hadn't forbidden her from dating Naruto. But even so, it would be thought of as dishonorable. Konan and Nagato had saved her life as a child, and she had just repaid that by going against their wishes. So in spite of the suggestion from your saviors, who are also your family and father's friends, you pursued this course of action, heedless of the consequences. That rankled a little, hearing her feelings dismissed as a course of action, like it was some kind of strategy. "I love Naruto," she blurted out, unable to stop the words. The room fell quiet. She didn't see what expression Uncle Hisashi had, but her father had gone stone-faced at the words. She felt her face heating up and getting red as she thought of what she just admitted, but she didn't back down or deny it. "You are too young to know what love is," her father said. Pretty much what Konan had been saying, just not as tactfully. Off to one side, Uncle Hisashi gave a loud cough that sounded suspiciously like Hisana. Hayashi shot him a quick glare before returning his attention to Hinata. "My daughter, you are too young to be pursuing a relationship. Do not forget that you are the heir apparent to the Hyuga clan. Whoever you choose to marry one day will have a powerful role in the future of the whole clan." "She kissed the boy. She didn't propose to him," Uncle Hisashi interjected dryly. He received another glare, smiling blandly in the face of it. "Hinata," Hayashi began. That got her attention. Her father was usually formal outside of meals with the immediate family. "You are young. I know you are close to Naruto, but none of us know how you two will grow and change. We can't predict what he will become one day." The implications caused her ire to flare up. "If you're forbidding this because of the QB-, she began. She couldn't believe her father would suggest that Naruto would let the beast out one day. "No," he cut her off. "I have met Naruto several times, and never once have I suspected the QB has any influence on him. I speak of his penchant for tricks and jokes, his chaotic nature, and the simple truth that any shinobi can change beyond recognition. Orochimaru was once a quiet, well-mannered young boy in the academy." Neither Hinata or Hisashi had anything to say to that. Hayashi pressed forward. "Your future is already fraught with peril and strife, Hinata. I can't expect to keep you safe from heartbreak, but I don't want you to suffer it so young." "Naruto would never leave me," she said confidently. "But he might die." The grim words made the following silence ugly. Hayashi let them sink in for a few seconds. "No one, not even I, can hope to come back safely from every mission, and some die terribly young. I will pray for you every time you leave, but you or he may die." The grim silence returned. Even Hayashi didn't break it. It stretched for a long minute. Then Uncle Hisashi stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder and facing his twin brother. "Nagato-san is a very wise ninja," he began. "Wise enough to predict that you would say such a thing, brother." The corners of his lips quirked upward. "And he asked me to pass along this message. Pain and loss are only bearable with the company of our loved ones." He glanced down at Hinata. "I don't know if my niece here truly loves the boy, or if she'll find someone else one day, but I know that 1 year from now, she will begin taking missions as a shinobi, and the world will scar and change her. I would be happy to know that she's accompanied by someone who cares for her and will seek both her safety and her happiness." He looked back at his brother. "Naruto has a kind heart, and his guardians have nurtured that. I can't see him treating Hinata with disrespect. I feel the same, Hayashi stepped in smoothly. The boy's attitude was never in question, merely his reputation and their age. They're old enough to start needing each other. You know what ninja life does to a person, Hayashi. Don't deny her that support. She has her sister, her cousin, and the both of us. She's been training under Nagato and Conan for 4 years. They're also close to her. Conan-san herself agrees that they're too young, while Nagato-san finds it a good idea. The two men stared each other down, leaving Hinata feeling slightly invisible. She didn't seem to have much say in this anymore. Hinata, go to your room for tonight. I will speak with you in the morning, her father ordered. She left meekly, bowing to her father and giving her uncle a quick, grateful smile. She couldn't believe he'd stood up to her father like that, just for her sake. She knew the moment she walked into the dining room in the morning. Her father, uncle, and cousin were all seated at the table. Father was already eating, eyes fixed on the food, while her uncle gave his trademark tiny smile, his lips quirking upward ever so slightly. Niji greeted her with a nod and a questioning look at the adults. She sat next to her father, facing Niji, and just smiled at him before eating. Hanabi came in a few minutes later and sat on Hinata's other side. Silence reigned at the table, even more than usual. Everyone could sense the tension emanating from Hayashi. At last, Hayashi finished, rising to his feet. "Meet me in my office," he ordered his daughter before leaving. She ate quickly, saying a polite goodbye to her family. 5 minutes later, she was seated before her father. "You are allowed to pursue this relationship with Naruto Uzumaki," he began. "With several conditions." He lifted 3 fingers to count them off. "You are not to stay the night with him. You will have a chaperone on your dates until both of you are 13 years of age. And he will not keep you out past 10 o'clock, nor get you involved when the Hokage must punish him." The first one just made her blush at the thought of staying the night with Naruto. But she understood. She had stayed over several times after intense training sessions, but it was different when it was at her boyfriend's home. The idea of an adult watching them on dates wasn't fun, but maybe Uncle Hisashi could be persuaded. And while she knew Naruto wouldn't hesitate to accept all the guilt for his pranks, she understood the last rule too. Dating the town's notorious prankster Jinchuriki would be tough enough on the clan's image, though Naruto's stellar grades at the academy helped. But if she started getting a bad reputation around the village, it would irreparably tarnish the clan. "You do understand that if you break any one of those rules, even once, you will not be allowed to date him?" Hayashi asked. "Of course," she agreed. "Good." He sighed lightly. Conan-san has agreed to those conditions. There was obviously no question of Nagato-san accepting. "I expect you to be appropriately respectful to your saviors, given the change in your relationship to them." Right. They weren't only her saviors and teachers now. They were also her potential future in-laws. The thought made her insides quiver, even though she knew that she and Naruto were years away from that. "I will respect them," she promised. Hayashi sighed again. "Then you have my blessing to pursue Naruto." His expression softened just a little. Only someone who knew him well would notice the difference. "I do wish you happiness, Hinata." She smiled, getting to her feet. "Thank you, father." She left the room, nearly dancing down the halls at the thought of having a real date with Naruto. The summer passed quickly for everyone. Itachi requested a month at home and got shifted to the village watch. He spent the time training Sasuke on techniques such as maneuvering through a city, tracking a target, and incapacitating rather than killing, a difficult but valued skill. They both worked on Naruto's voice-changing technique, soon being let in on the secret by Nagato. The most they could achieve in the end was to either make their voice deep and gravelly, or thin and high-pitched, and Itachi managed some ventriloquism. Hinata and Naruto began dating, usually accompanied by Hisashi or Conan. It was about what anyone would have predicted between 2 11-year-olds. Cute most of the time, with plenty of mistakes on both sides that the adults would tease them mercilessly about. Naruto even did fewer pranks, both because he was spending time with Hinata and because he'd been warned against involving her, and it was both more difficult and less fun without her help. The young couple didn't forget about their shinobi training. Most of their dates took place after training sessions with Nagato and Conan, and both of them were trying harder than ever to impress one another, sending them ahead by leaps and bounds. The basic academy techniques became second nature for them, and all of their combat skills reached the level of an academy graduate. Nagato had started them on advanced exercises designed simply to increase the amount of chakra they could produce and channel by the end of the summer. Nagato himself continued on with Akatsuki. He recruited not only Kakuzu, with the promise of collecting bounties on targets, but also a being named Zetsu, who possessed some type of plant-based Kekkei Genkai that allowed him to merge with trees and pass through them. Nagato was curious whether it was connected to the first Hokage's wood element, but Zetsu refused to allow any tests. Nagato was satisfied to have him as a spy for now. Summer ended, and the children returned to school, freeing up Nagato to focus on Akatsuki. Only 2 months in, he had to pause for another party. "Why do we have so many parties?" he asked Conan. "It feels like that's all we do sometimes." "Because life is wonderful here," she answered, focusing on the 1,000 origami cranes she was creating simultaneously. "And it's his birthday, he deserves a party." Nagato had to agree if anyone needed a birthday party, it was Naruto. Only a few friends regularly attended, since most were busy with a different tradition: the anniversary of the Kyuubi's attack and the commemoration of the sacrifice of many of their brave shinobi. Naturally, the clans had suffered, and many of Naruto's friends went to show their respects and thanks to their family, something even Naruto wouldn't argue with. So Nagato wasn't surprised to see only 3 guests: Hinata, Sasuke, and Shino. The Aburame was a quiet boy, but always polite and respectful, and Nagato admired his rational thinking at such a young age. However, while the children were playing games, the doorbell rang again, causing them all to look up in surprise. "Who else is coming?" Sasuke asked Naruto. The boy still had trouble speaking directly to Nagato and Conan, and continued to refuse invitations to train with them. "I don't know. Everyone else said they were busy." Of course, Sakura might normally have joined, but she'd been distant ever since Naruto began dating Hinata. Nagato opened the door with a smile, knowing who was on the other side. "Well, here I am expecting a legendary ninja, and I get an old geezer." "I'm still young enough to teach you a thing or two, brat," the Toad Sannin replied, trading grins with his old students. "You gonna make me stand out here in the rain all day?" Nagato stepped back, letting his teacher in. "Jiraiya!" Naruto exclaimed, racing up to him and cannonballing into the Sannin, hugging him around the stomach. "Whoa, kid," Jiraiya said, catching his balance and hugging his godson. The last time they'd met, Naruto had been a lot lighter. Now he was approaching real ninja age. "Putting on some weight, aren't you? They'd better make sure it's all muscle, you hear? The ladies don't like tubby guys." "Try saying that to Chusa," Nagato remarked. "And he already has a girlfriend." "Oh. Jiraiya eyed the quiet Hyuga girl who was watching them curiously. In 2 seconds he'd sized her up, but he looked for another 5 seconds, both to verify his first observations and to judge how she stood up under scrutiny. He kept a smile from his face as she met his gaze solidly, holding herself proudly. "Good choice, kid." He ruffled Naruto's hair playfully, looking down at him. "Good to see you again, sensei." Conan greeted him with a quick hug. "You too, you little angel." It was an old nickname with a bit of irony. The tactics she'd mastered under his tutelage were anything but angelic, despite her beauty and sweet disposition. There were some quick introductions for the other children, who were all a little awed to meet one of the Sannin, but ultimately took it well. After all, the Rinnegan was something out of the oldest myths to exist, said to belong to the god of shinobi, and they'd been seeing it on a regular basis for 6 years. "I think it's time to open presents," Nagato declared. His friends went first, of course. Sasuke had given him a set of pristine new kunai and shuriken, forged personally by Tetsu Uchiha and with a guaranteed sharpness. Shino bought him a bingo book and a set of pince-nez, with dark lenses in a style that was both fashionable and mildly intimidating. Naruto quickly tried them on and admired himself in the mirror. Last was Hinata's, which at first looked like just a metal bowl, leading him to frown in confusion. Hinata hurried to explain. "It's a ramen bowl, Naruto-kun. The seals on the inside are designed to hold up to a week's worth of ramen, so you can have it during long missions, and it also has a pair of chopsticks sealed in the side. There followed a slightly surprised silence. Then Naruto's face broke into a wide grin. That's awesome, Hinata-chan. Thanks. He hugged the girl, causing her face to go red, though she smiled happily. What about you? Naruto looked up at the three adults. They all shared grins with each other. Each of us will be teaching you a new technique, Nagato said. Something fit for an active shinobi. And Jiraiya will be staying in town for several months to help with your training. Naruto's grin lit up the whole room. It's called Rasengan, Nagato explained, holding out the spinning orb of chakra for Naruto to examine. It gave off a faint keening noise as the boy looked at it curiously. What does it do? In answer, Nagato turned and thrust the sphere at a nearby tree. The technique bored through the wood with ease, leaving behind a perfect circular hole. That is the result if you keep the technique maintained, he told Naruto. This is what happens if you allow it to be disrupted partway through. He hit another tree, waiting until it began carving into the trunk before letting the densely concentrated chakra escape its containment, bursting out in every direction. The tree promptly exploded from the force, chips of wood raining down on the grass up to 40 feet away. That's awesome, Naruto exclaimed. Teach me how to do it. That's why we're here. First, a few things you should know. The Rasengan was a secret technique created by the fourth Hokage. He taught it to his best student and to his sensei Jiraiya, who taught it to me. This will make you only the fifth person to learn the technique, and one of four still alive. You are not to teach it to others without first clearing it with both myself and Jiraiya. Is that understood? Naruto nodded seriously. Good. Secondly, it's a highly chakra-intensive technique. Even for a jinchuriki, it will be exhausting at your age. If you do manage to master it before graduation, I can guarantee your chakra reserves will be equal to most jonin. That's a good starting point to realize your full potential. Lastly, this technique also demands great chakra control. So does the technique Konin will teach you, which is why you'll be learning both of them at the same time, to improve your chakra control in different ways. Jiraiya's technique only requires large reserves, so you'll learn that last, as a reward. Okay, I get it, top secret, super hard. Now how do I do it? Nagato sighed inwardly. First, we use water balloons, he said, picking one out of the bag in his hand. The first step is rotation. He performed the hand signs again, finishing by clasping his hands together in a snake seal and concentrating. The sheets of paper lifted off the ground, gathering at his back, but as soon as they started extending outward, they quickly fell away from one another, fluttering to the ground for a second before being pulled back by his chakra. It happened several times before Konin told him to stop. Maintaining the proper concentration of chakra at a distance from your body is a tricky thing to grasp, she said. I spent 2 years creating this technique and being able to use it. I can't spend 2 years on this, Naruto exclaimed. She calmed him with a smile. It won't take that long. I had to make it from scratch. You're learning from me. It's just going to take more chakra control. But I can use chakra at a distance, he pointed out. Yes, I know, she said deadpan, recalling his lessons with triggering explosive tags. But that's just a singular burst of chakra at one point. With this, you're maintaining a stream of chakra over several feet, and pumping more power into the technique will cause it to fail. There's no shortcut here. You'll just have to focus on your chakra and learn through experience how it feels as you create the wings. She smiled encouragingly. You'll get there. And the sooner you start, the sooner you'll succeed. Irika smiled as the class left, heading home to start winter break. Naruto had been unusually well-behaved this year. He'd gotten the impression that he was putting a lot of time and energy into his private training with his aunt and uncle. Closing and locking the school doors, he turned to head home. Halfway there, he realized he was tense, half expecting one of Naruto's pranks to pop up out of nowhere. Forcing himself to relax, he made it home. The door didn't open when he turned the handle. Instead, a sheet of paper fluttered down from above. Catching it, he saw unrecognizable block handwriting. Irika-sensei, let's hope you're a match for everything you taught us. Irika heaved a sigh. It seemed that Naruto had taken personally the practical lesson and obstacle course on traps. His apartment was likely more full of tripwires and pranks than an ANBU safe house. At least he knew Naruto's final semester would start with detentions. Grinning madly, Naruto drove a completed Rasengan into a boulder, carving out a tunnel until he was elbow-deep in it. Then he let go of the Rasengan's containment, detonating the chakra weapon and sending hot chunks of stone flying across the training ground. "Well done, Naruto," Nagato congratulated him, smiling proudly. "Anything else?" Conan asked. Flashing through a set of hand seals, Naruto first unsealed a mass of paper from one of his scrolls, then gathered it with his chakra. It was a little slow, but within a minute he had formed a set of wings with an 8-foot wingspan. With some careful flaps, he lifted off the ground, hovering just above eye level with his guardians. Conan hugged him. "Excellent," she exclaimed. "Now we'll have to get Jiraiya back," Nagato said. "Just 1 week too slow," Hifo sighed, leading Naruto to wince. Jiraiya had left Konoha a week ago, having taught Naruto the basics of intelligence gathering and people watching. It was pretty much the only area of espionage work that Naruto had lacked real training in, to Jiraiya's delight. Expecting it to be another couple of months before Naruto learned the Rasengan and Angel Wings techniques, Jiraiya had gone back to traveling and spying. "All right, you'll want to stand back," Jiraiya said. Nagato and Conan dutifully gave him and Naruto some more space. "Unlocking the seal will release a rush of chakra from the Kyuubi. I expect it'll be painful." As he spoke, he placed one hand over a seal contained in the Toad Scroll, and the other hand over Naruto's exposed seal. Both seals lit up with blue flames, and Naruto abruptly doubled over, stumbling back with his hands over his stomach. "Is something wrong?" Conan asked nervously. "There's a large amount of red chakra entering his system," Nagato informed her, peering closely at their nephew. "Which was the plan?" Conan stifled a gasp as the red chakra suddenly became visible to her, streams of it bursting out of Naruto and flailing around him. "Naruto, you doing okay?" Jiraiya called. A strangled moan reached the 3 adults, who exchanged worried looks. "You can reseal it, right?" "Once I lay a hand on the seal," Jiraiya confirmed. "Let's wait until it's finished. These are untested waters. Let's see it through." The red chakra didn't die down, but it settled a little, the thick energy wrapping around Naruto and coating his body in a red nimbus. He pushed himself to his feet, turning to the adults. All 3 managed not to flinch. His bright blue eyes had turned blood red, the pupils turning to thin slits. The nearly invisible whisker marks on his cheeks had thickened and darkened, covering his face. His teeth had elongated and sharpened, and his stance was still hunched over, lacking the precision his ninja training had given him and replacing it with something feral and untamed. "How are you feeling?" Conan asked, taking a step forward. "Sore?" Naruto growled, his voice deeper than before, approaching an adult's. "All over, but strong. I want to do something," he nearly moaned, and now they noticed the mild shaking, as if just standing still was an effort for the boy. "Why not? You signed the contract, now you've got the chakra to really use it. You need a small blood offering," Jiraiya reminded him. Naruto raised his hands, glancing at the sharp claws that his fingernails had become, then used one to slice open his palm, fresh blood welling up and spilling over his fingers for just 2 seconds before the cut closed up. He flashed through hand seals and slapped the bloody hand down on the ground, sending out a surge of chakra that sent goosebumps down their spines. A blast of smoke obscured half the training ground for a moment, then cleared rapidly, revealing a massive toad with Naruto atop his head. "Gamabunta?" Jiraiya asked incredulously. "He summoned you on the first try?" "Ow!" the toad boss grunted, rolling his eyes up to look at the boy. "Tone it down with that chakra. It burns." "Sorry," Naruto said, jumping down to land in front of Jiraiya. The red aura had dimmed significantly, and the whiskers were visibly thinner. "I'm practicing with it." "Well, take it easy, and next time, don't summon me without permission. Brat, why'd someone like you get to sign the contract?" The last question was directed at Naruto, but Gamabunta was looking at Jiraiya. He's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He's the only remaining part of Minato's legacy, Jiraiya said solemnly. Don't be so sentimental, Jiraiya. The whole village of Konoha is Minato's legacy. He eyed Naruto for a few seconds. The boy met his gaze evenly, refusing to back down. But I admit he's got spunk. Listen up, brat. I'm the Toad Boss, Gamabunta-sama, leader of the Toads of Mount Myaboku. Until you exchange sake cups with me, you're not under my protection, so don't summon me without a darn good reason. I'm only 12. I can't drink yet, Naruto exclaimed. Good, you won't be bothering me for a few years. As Naruto argued with the giant toad, Jiraiya winked conspiratorially at Nagato and Konan. They'll get along famously, trust me. The three of them settled in to watch as Gamabunta stonewalled Naruto's pleas for leniency, until at last the toad disappeared in another blast of smoke, leaving Naruto pouting at the spot where he'd been. All right, since we're already here, you should start practicing with that chakra, Nagato said, drawing a short sword as he walked toward Naruto. Konan began circling, summoning paper that swirled around her, folding into various weapons. Grinning happily, Naruto launched himself at his uncle, drawing out more of the red chakra and throwing a devastating punch. Nagato deflected it with ease and they were soon sparring in earnest. Naruto's greater speed and strength were valuable, and they quickly learned that minor injuries healed in seconds. Jiraiya joined in at that point, and even with the adults going easy, Naruto was put on the defensive. It seemed his emotions were less in control, however, as his irritation at not being able to attack was clearly visible. Dodging a swarm of paper shuriken made of explosive notes, his lips curled back into a snarl. Jiraiya tagged him with a fireball, and as he escaped the flames, Nagato's foot connected squarely with his solar plexus, sending him tumbling across the training field until he collided with a boulder. As he sprang to his feet with a roar of pain and rage, the adults winced to hear his broken collarbone and shoulder snap and pop itself back into shape. A moment later he was racing in their direction on all fours, red chakra gushing out of him like a raging river. He's losing control, Jiraiya said. We'll have to shut him down. I'll capture high, watch out, Konan screamed. The other two barely reacted in time to the blazing red Rasengan Naruto had formed on the fly and thrust in their direction. Naruto is not allowed to release the Kyuubi's chakra unless the lives of his comrades are in jeopardy, Jiraiya stated. That's rather harsh, don't you think? Sarutobi inquired, wondering what had driven his student to such an extreme. Yeah, I do, Jiraiya said, stretching a little and wincing. It was Naruto's idea. He doesn't want to risk it happening again, he says. The kid doesn't even care if it's his own life that's in danger. That's how hard he's taking it. Sarutobi took a pull from his pipe as he considered the matter. And you have assured him he's overreacting? The Sannin snorted. I could say it, till I'm blue in the face, old man, he's not listening. He'll come around one day, or maybe this'll turn out to be a good thing. Kushina never used its chakra. Remember? Her seal was quite different. But yes, she always fought with her own strength. Look at the result. Jiraiya shrugged. You want to talk to him, go right ahead. I don't think you'll have much luck, though. He's already made up his mind. The rest of the class year passed by without incident, if you didn't count Naruto's attempt to misdirect an ANBU training session by giving out orders in the Hokage's voice while remaining hidden, that had quickly devolved into a furious, village-wide, day-long search for Naruto by the ANBU. It ended when Nagato showed up, locating his ward in moments and dragging him home for dinner. Of everyone, Hayashi Hyuga had been the most aggrieved, his temper only slightly checked by his brother pointing out that Naruto's skill had been put on public display by evading ANBU for a full day. In the end, Naruto restrained himself to harmless tricks and pranks against his classmates, while staying largely out of public eye. Quite the feat for a publicly acknowledged jinchuriki being raised by the only possessor of the Rinnegan to appear in 2,000 years. At last, the time came that his childhood reached an end. At the end of his final year in the academy, he graduated at the top of his class, his closest friends coming in with grades just less than his own. This sucks, Naruto moaned, nearly stomping down the street to the academy. Naruto, it's not the end of the world, Sasuke said. The only thing keeping him from rolling his eyes was that he'd already done it a dozen times this morning. Naruto just wouldn't shut up. But the top of the class always gets teamed up with the lowest. That means I have to be with Shikamaru. Well, you'll have two teammates. Hinata tried comforting him, patting him on the shoulder. So you might get someone you'd prefer to work with, right? Yeah. But Shikamaru's so boring. He won't help with pranks, he doesn't ever want to practice techniques. All he does is stare at clouds all day. Maybe he'll improve when you become his teammate, Hinata said optimistically. Naruto just heaved a massive sigh of exasperation, amplified by his voice transformation, so that everyone looked in their direction as they entered the school courtyard. Seeing only Naruto, they dismissed it as not their problem and turned away. Their class gathered for the final time, most of them chatting excitedly as they wondered who they'd be teamed up with for their shinobi career. Naruto just put his head down on his desk, ignoring everyone. Hinata and Sasuke sat on either side, exchanging looks that quite clearly said, "We won't even try to talk to him right now." For all that they both loved their friend, they hated when he was a drama queen. Everyone's attention was grabbed by Irika's entrance. The teacher strode to the front of the room holding a clipboard. "First of all, I'm very proud of every one of you for passing your exams and becoming official shinobi. I wish you all luck in your future careers." Having said so, he looked at the clipboard and began reading off the lists of teams. As he made his way down the list, his mind returned to a meeting he'd had the day before. In Irika's opinion, entering the Hokage's office to find himself facing not only the Hokage, but Nagato of the Rinnegan and the heads of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Aburame clans was not a good thing. The first words out of the Hokage's mouth confirmed it. As you know, Irika, the clan heads have a very reasonable interest in who their heirs are placed on teams with, and this year has an unusually large number of clan heirs graduating. "We can't have our children's progress being slowed down more than necessary," Hayashi Hyuga stated boldly. "And of course, we have our own traditions to uphold," Shikaku Nara said dryly. "In order to honor our ancestors." Irika had been prepared for some of this, and it only took him a couple seconds of quick thought to guess what was coming. "So I expect you want for Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji to be on one team?" There were nods from the parents of those three. "And Naruto would work best with his closest friends, specifically Sasuke and Hinata?" He directed his question at Nagato, who nodded at the same time as Hayashi. "Then that would leave Kiba and Shino to be teamed with their female classmate with the highest grades, namely Sakura Haruno. Is that acceptable?" Sum didn't try to hide her surprise, but nodded. Shibi just gave a curt nod. "If you insist, I can make it work." "Your understanding is greatly appreciated, Irika," the Hokage said. The teacher gave no response as he walked out. He didn't like having his class interfered with, even if he could appreciate how powerful the proposed teams would become. Team 7. He reached the important part of the list, having placed all the lower-ranked students in teams. "Will consist of Naruto Uzumaki?" The blonde boy's head popped up, trepidation and a touch of hope in his blue eyes. "Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto shared a quick grin with his friend. "And Hinata Hyuga." An exuberant cheer burst from the boy as he grabbed his closest friends in something between a hug and a headlock, dragging them out of their chairs and ignoring their protests. Irika waited for his exhilarated student to calm down, and his new teammates to slip out of his hold and get back to their seats. "And the three of you shall be led by Itachi Uchiha." Sasuke sat up straighter, surprise showing in his eyes even though his face remained impassive. Naruto and Hinata both smiled, having met Sasuke's brother in passing before. Irika suspected they'd be in for a rude awakening when they met the young man in a professional environment. Team 8, he moved on, will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno, and will be led by Kurenai Yuhi. Those three took the assignment rather well. Sakura had looked crestfallen when it was announced that Hinata was on Naruto's team, but she managed to smile at her new teammates. They had all been friends for so long that they would work together well. Team 9 is still on rotation from last year. Team 10 will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi, and will be led by Asuma Sarutobi. There was no surprise this time, and not just because it was the last team to be announced. The three of them had certainly grown up hearing about the Ino Shikacho trio. Ino and Choji smiled at each other, while Shikamaru nodded lazily before staring out the window to watch the clouds. You'll meet your new senseis here in 2 hours, so be back before then. Once again, I wish you all luck. Their usual large group ate lunch together, Shino commenting on the odds against the team formations that had been announced. Sasuke listened for about 5 seconds before coming to the obvious conclusion. They must have ignored tradition to optimize the teams. Come on, there are 3 of us that aren't clan heirs, and one of them is a jinchuriki. Our teams weren't made coincidentally. He's right, Sakura agreed. I looked up a bunch of information on old academy classes at the library. Normally they make balanced teams by putting top-ranked students with low-ranked ones, but whenever clans are involved, especially heirs, that goes out the window. What are you talking about? Ino asked. I'm still paired up with a low ranker, she elbowed Shikamaru, who just rolled his eyes as everyone laughed. The rest of the lunch break passed quickly as they talked about what their new senseis might be like. Sasuke talked about his brother, but it quickly became clear that Itachi was frequently away on missions and kept to himself in any case. The Ino Shikacho trio's teacher had the Hokage's last name, so they all felt that he would be a powerful teacher. Team 8's teacher was a total mystery, on the other hand. When they returned to the classroom, 15 minutes before the 2-hour deadline, they found several adults waiting there. A bearded man with a tactical vest and a sash bearing the symbol of fire looked up at their entrance. Team 10. They nodded warily.
I'm Asuma Sarutoubi.
Come with me. They waved goodbye to their friends as they left. Only a minute passed before another person entered. Clad in black, form-fitting clothes with customized ANBU armor that was heavier on the left arm, and wearing a Konoha headband at an angle so the plate faced off to the side, Itachi Uchiha strode into the room. His cool, gray eyes danced over all the students rapidly before focusing on a particular 3. Team 7, he addressed them. Follow me. Saying goodbye to Team 8, they followed their new sensei to the top of the building. Once there, he leaned against a railing, gesturing to a nearby bench. He waited until they were seated before speaking. As you know, I am Itachi Uchiha, your Jonin instructor. I expect you all know that I am also a former ANBU captain, meaning I have some quite advanced techniques to teach you. Before we go further, we should introduce ourselves and share some details. They already know all of each other's details. Sasuke smirked at his friends. Hinata blushed and stammered while Naruto just rolled his eyes, chuckling. Can you go first, sensei? Naruto asked. Itachi nodded. I am Itachi Uchiha. I like Paki and learning new fire techniques. I dislike those who are arrogant and overestimate their skills. My hobby is reading, and my dream is to restore the reputation of the Uchiha clan. He pointed at Naruto, who took the cue at once.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
I like learning new jutsus, eating ramen, and hanging out with Hinata-chan. He shared a smile with his girlfriend. I dislike people who judge others right away. My hobbies are reading the bingo book and eating ramen, and my dream is to be the greatest Hokage ever. Itachi raised an eyebrow. The greatest? Why not just the next Hokage? If I'm the best, then it'll prove I really am the hero the 4th Hokage wanted me to be. If I can protect everyone even better than he can, maybe they'll stop thinking of me as the Kyuubi. Their sensei nodded thoughtfully before pointing to Hinata. I am Hinata Hyuga. I like spending time with Naruto-kun and his aunt Konan, and playing with animals. I dislike people that are hateful to those I care about. My dream is to earn my father's respect and to marry Naruto-kun one day. Sasuke laughed at his friend's shocked and nervous expression, and even Itachi had to suppress a grin. The Uchiha went next without waiting for a prompt.
I'm Sasuke Uchiha.
I like training with my brother, tomatoes, and green tea. I dislike sweets, traitors, and people who call me a traitor. My hobby is practicing techniques, and my dream is to restore the Uchiha clan's reputation. Naruto and Hinata shared a look. The brothers' similarities were almost frightening. Now that we've done that, we can get down to business. Tomorrow we have our first team exercise. What'll it be? Naruto asked.
Combat simulation.
He paused for a moment, looking each one in the eye. Against me. You'll get the details tomorrow morning, training ground 7 at 8 a.m. Oh, and you should skip breakfast. Otherwise, you'll throw up everywhere once we get started. Without waiting for a response, he made a hand sign and disappeared, replaced by a swirl of leaves and wind. There was a long silence as his 3 students stared at the spot where he'd been. Okay, he's kinda scary, Naruto said. Neither one said anything. Sasuke was trying to gauge just how much of what his brother said was true, and how much was intimidation or trickery. Hinata was thinking of how much both Naruto and Itachi could be drama queens and desperately attempting not to picture an older Naruto in ANBU gear, with an air of power and authority. Her imagination was quickly beating her self-discipline, as her face started getting redder. Any suggestions? Naruto asked Sasuke. Without knowing what we're up against? Sasuke shrugged. We can at least know what his specialties are, Hinata pointed out. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Well, he's great with fire techniques, good with a sword. He's a stealth master who's carried out both reconnaissance and assassination in foreign countries without a scratch. An expert martial artist. He can predict all our moves with the Sharingan, see through jinjutsus, cast his own with nothing but eye contact, and has copied techniques from who knows how many other ninjas. Naruto and Hinata just stared at him for a minute in shock. He's an ANBU captain, remember? I don't think he actually has a weakness. Come on, he's gotta have something. A weakness that 3 academy students can exploit? The 3 best academy students, including his brother. Sasuke sighed. Look, if you want my advice, we should just go eat a big dinner, go to sleep early, and meet him in the morning. You mean follow the rules? Naruto complained. Shocking, I know. A revolutionary idea for you, Sasuke said dryly. This test won't be to see if we can beat him or anything. It's just going to be to see where we stand. That makes sense, Hinata said, nodding. He's got to learn our own strengths and weaknesses in order to teach us properly. Oh, okay, Naruto said. So we'll just have to do our best to impress him, then? Easy. Sasuke nodded. Okay. Then I'll see you tomorrow. 8 a.m. the next morning found the 3 of them waiting at training ground 7. Naruto was absent-mindedly tossing kunai between his fingers, juggling them to see how many he could control at once. Hinata was meditating. Sasuke was practicing his control of fire chakra by keeping a candle-sized flame burning in the palm of his hand with pure chakra control. At exactly 8 o'clock, Itachi's voice came from directly behind them. Good morning, students. They jumped, Naruto's knives slipping through his fingers, Sasuke's fire going out, and Hinata's meditative calm shattered. Where did you come from? Naruto exclaimed, spinning around to stare at his sensei. I've been here for the past minute, Naruto. Stealth techniques can be highly effective. Smiling slightly at the 3 of them, he took a backpack off his shoulder and set it on the tree stump Hinata had been resting against. Now, the rules of today's test are simple. I will create 3 shadow clones. For those who do not know, a shadow clone behaves exactly like the original, and all its memories will return to the original upon the clone's destruction. The clone is easily dispersed by a single blow. Also, the caster's chakra is split evenly among all of their shadow clones, meaning each of these. Here he paused to form a hand sign they'd never seen before, causing 3 clones to pop into existence. Have 1/4 of my total chakra. So we have to defeat all 3 of them? Naruto asked, eyeing the clones. 3 on 3. No, Itachi replied, surprising his 3 students. 3 one-on-one fights at different locations. Wait, we're fighting alone? Sasuke asked, alarmed. All the plans he'd had for fighting his brother involved cooperating with his teammates. Alone, not one of them would stand a chance against Itachi. It only takes a single hit to defeat them, Itachi reminded them. Also, each of you who defeats your opponent will receive one of these. Here, he reached into the bag and removed 3 box lunches. Their stomachs growled openly at the reminder that they hadn't eaten yet, and they all glared at Itachi as they realized why he'd told them to skip breakfast. On top of that, he fixed them all with his cool, gray stare. Those of you who fail will be sent back to the academy. This is a test with a 66% failure rate, designed to weed out the least talented graduates. What? Naruto, Sasuke, and even Hinata shrieked. Back to the academy? Sasuke repeated. How come we never heard of this? Naruto exploded. Because it's a secret, Itachi answered. Every team has a test like this. You will have friends alongside you if you fail. What? But that's… Hinata couldn't seem to find the right words. No sense in wasting time, Itachi said, pulling a clock out of the bag. Setting it and then placing it on top of the boxed lunches, he nodded to the clones. They each beckoned to a different student before walking away in separate directions. You have 3 hours. I hope to see all 3 of you pass. Chapter 5. Sasuke leaned over, hands on his knees, gasping off for breath. 20 feet away, Itachi's shadow clone watched him. Gaze impassive, breathing regular, eyes bright red. Apparently, all he needed was to activate his Sharingan and Sasuke's assault was useless. For half an hour they'd been here, the younger brother trying desperately to injure him just once. But no matter how many shuriken or kunai he threw, no matter how many fireballs he breathed, and no matter how fiercely he fought hand to hand, Itachi was untouchable. Every trick was seen through, every attack halted. Not a single wasted movement was visible. In fact, the shadow clone hadn't even attacked, seeming content to wait and defend itself. This isn't possible, Anai-san, Sasuke spat. Then you have already failed, the clone replied. When you give up on a mission, you forfeit all hope of succeeding. Sasuke grit his teeth, not wanting to hear the philosophical deflections. He could only hope that Naruto and Hinata were doing better than him. The water cyclone exploded into steam, the blast of heat forcing Hinata to duck down and cover her head with both arms, pushing out chakra to form a makeshift shield. Thankfully, her thick coat absorbed some of the heat. When she stood up, the 50-foot-wide clearing they were fighting in was filled with steam. Her Byakugan was still active, so she could see that Itachi-sensei's shadow clone hadn't moved. That was my best attack, she said miserably. Sensei, I don't think this test is passable. I suspect it was not, in fact, your best attack. Itachi rebuked her gently. You no longer have the luxury of only memorizing techniques and using them on demand. Think outside the box, Hinata. That's where the best shinobi live. It sounded inspiring, but it didn't help Hinata come up with any ideas. All her water techniques had been tried, most of them dodged, a few sliced through with his sword, destroying their delicate integrity, and the last one blown up with a fire attack. She'd started off with her Juken, figuring it was perfect for the test since the entire goal of the style was to land a blow, no matter how faint. But Sensei's Sharingan was more than equal to the task of overcoming all her taijutsu skills and forcing her to retreat and attack from a distance. Thinking outside the box was more Naruto-kun's specialty, but she'd helped with his pranks for so long, she should be able to come up with something on her own. What were her options, even the crazy ones? An origami bull made one last charge before finally collapsing in a cloud of ash as its legs burned up. Before the whole thing could catch on fire, Naruto cast another jutsu, rescuing the unburnt pieces of paper and forming them into several 3-foot-long origami snakes. Itachi-sensei's shadow clone let the snakes approach, slicing them into pieces with his sword in a mere second. Aff! Naruto groaned. He'd tried every combination of origami animals he could think of, only for them all to be felled. He still had plenty of chakra, so it wasn't like he was beaten. But he wasn't getting any closer either. Of course, there was always the Rasengan, but his brief attempt at taijutsu had left him with a broken nose and 2 dislocated fingers. He wouldn't be able to land a Rasengan on his sensei, and it would only waste a lot of chakra. Come on, you've got to have a weakness, he complained.
Oh, Ido.
And it's something you can take advantage of if you quit limiting your thinking. Naruto scowled. Being told his thinking was limited was actually rather insulting. He took pride in catching people off guard with his clever schemes. But he tried using origami animals to sneak explosive tags closer to Itachi-sensei, only for the tags to be remotely activated by Itachi, killing his animals right away. He tried laying traps and luring sensei into them, but Itachi always found a way around the traps. He'd even used the angel wings technique, but an aerial assault was no more effective, even combined with a ground assault by origami animals. There must be something he just wasn't thinking of. But what could it be? Hopefully they all figured out the trick before running out of time. Hinata pushed her Byakugan to the limit, searching the environment for anything. A location for ambush, a spot to force the shadow clone into where it would be weak, even just a bigger water source for more techniques, since most of the pond was lost when he vaporized her water cyclone. She didn't see anything promising. More trees, a couple clearings, a river winding through the small forest. Then the wide open grassy area where Sasuke was fighting. In a flash of insight, she realized what the test was about. Quickly, she thought back to Sensei's instructions at the beginning. Had he ever specifically said? Her sensei's shadow clone looked at her curiously as she began giggling. "Hinata?" he asked warily. "Is something the matter? You and Naruto are a lot alike, sensei. It's a little funny." She got herself under control, smiling at him. "But thanks to that, I understand the test perfectly." She made a hand sign, causing some of the remaining water puddles to draw together, readying a water technique. The shadow clone rested his right hand on the hilt of his sword, prepared for anything. Then she leapt away, canceling the technique and disappearing into the treeline. While it wasn't entirely unexpected, the suddenness of the move still caught him by surprise. Once it sunk in, he just smiled and began setting up. She'd be back, and he needed to be ready for that. Sasuke was attempting another combination of shuriken combos, this time taking two separate tactics Itachi had taught him and mixing them together on the fly, hoping to confuse his brother and score a lucky hit. Itachi, of course, used the short sword in his right hand and the heavier armor on his left arm to casually deflect the whole storm of metal, weaving through the attack with a graceful ease. He nearly seemed bored. Then a short whiff of displaced air preceded the shadow clone throwing himself aside, turning a desperate lunge into a tumble across the ground, coming up on one knee and looking behind himself. Sasuke only had a moment to be surprised before Hinata emerged from the treeline, unleashing a pair of water bullets. Neither one reached its target, but Sasuke joined in, throwing caution to the wind, and now there were two enemies attacking from separate directions, pinning down the shadow clone and limiting its options. Hinata closed the distance, launching into a Juken attack. It was as ineffective as before, but Sasuke threw a pair of shuriken with thin wire connecting them. As his brother's hand rose to deflect a palm strike, the wires wrapped around his wrist, and Sasuke pulled back hard, slicing into the skin. The first shadow clone dispersed in a puff of smoke. Both of them sat down rather heavily, simultaneously exhausted and elated by their success. "Are you sure this is okay?" Sasuke asked her after a minute. "Think about it," she said. "He never actually said we can't work together. Just that the shadow clones would take us to different locations to fight. And neither of us could win alone. I don't think even Naruto-kun can do it." "I guess," Sasuke mused, looking up at the sky as he thought, "it is kind of his style. Misdirection. Yeah, kind of like Naruto-kun. Well, I think we've got less than 2 hours. We better go find Naruto. I think I know the way." "Hinata, it's where all the smoke is coming from," Sasuke said, pointing to several columns of black smoke rising from a spot on the other side of the forest. She blushed. "Right, I knew that." Naruto's own origami clones and earth clones had failed to pin down Itachi's shadow clone, all being felled by wide-area fire attacks and efficient swordplay. No matter how great the number of enemies, it seemed Itachi was equal to the task. He had a variety of earth jutsus, his aunt's specialty after origami techniques, and a collection of wind jutsus, his elemental affinity. Uncle Nagato had taught him just a couple techniques of the other 3 elements, and so far the few water techniques were useless. Fire and lightning wouldn't do any better. So what was left? Mass assaults with both human and animal forms had failed. No elements were successful, and Itachi-sensei was better at taijutsu and could avoid all of Naruto's thrown weapons. He couldn't summon anything useful in a fight, and Rasengan wouldn't connect. There was nothing he could do. Or so it seemed. "Get ready, sensei," Naruto said, dropping to one knee. "I'm about to pass." Quirking an eyebrow, Itachi watched skeptically. Slapping one hand palm down on the ground, Naruto began a technique. The earth all around them shuddered, then began to move, flowing like water. It flattened out for a moment before sinking, a large bowl shape forming in the meadow, with Naruto and Itachi at the bottom. Itachi sprang up, heading for the edge of the bowl, before his eyes widened in surprise. He flung out a pair of shuriken that struck the edge before he landed, triggering an explosion that knocked him back down into the bowl Naruto had made. "I see," he said, landing on his feet. Earth clones formed at a distance, using the underground move technique to remain hidden. Their chakra was cloaked by the flowing earth technique, and they set explosive tags all around the perimeter. "We can't leave here." "Clever." "I'm not done yet," Naruto said, getting to his feet as a dozen earth clones rose up around him. "Let's finish this, sensei." They attacked in earnest, knowing his chakra was finally nearing its limits. Every earth clone had been made denser, landing more powerful blows in hopes of damaging Itachi's shadow clone through the armor. But he wove through them intricately, landing his own punishing blows that shattered their stone limbs and took them out of the fight. The remaining 8 began launching wind techniques, but a shield of fire blocked them all, and when the fire died, Itachi was gone. Of course, Naruto thought as Itachi sprang up behind the earth clones and dispatched 3 of them with his sword before they could blink, an ANBU assassin would know the underground move technique. As the final 5 earth clones attacked Itachi, the original closed in with his technique at the ready. Itachi had his sword through one clone's chest and was melting another's face with a fire breath when he disengaged from them both, taking a large step back and bringing his armored left arm up and back. The Rasengan Naruto had been aiming at his head overshot, and Itachi's elbow slammed into Naruto's shoulder, spinning him around and throwing him away from the action. His Rasengan detonated as he lost control, the chakra blasting outward harmlessly. One quick fire jutsu put an end to the remaining earth clones. "That was not a bad try, Naruto, but it was not enough. You aren't using all of your options yet." "I know," Naruto said, getting to his feet and wincing as his shoulder popped back into place on its own. "I'm not done." The earth clones he'd created were special. Inside each one was a relatively new origami creation. The pillbugs. Their outer layers were thickly packed, leaving the insides difficult to reach. Now, at Naruto's silent command, the dozen pillbugs, each the size of his head, rolled out of the cavities in the earth clones' chests, surrounding Itachi's shadow clone. Their dense shells unraveled, revealing what he'd filled them with. Hundreds of explosive tags went off simultaneously, engulfing the bottom of the bowl-shaped arena in a tremendous blast. Naruto was thrown against the side, his healing allowing him to recover quickly. Straining his eyes, he looked for Itachi-sensei's shadow clone. 2 hands reached out of the wall behind him, grabbing him in a hold that was impossible to wriggle out of, pinning him to the ground. "Again, impressive," Itachi complimented him. "But shadow clones can make their own shadow clones. I suspected you were setting up another trap. In case you're curious, the other shadow clone leapt out, but died to the landmines you set up around this arena. But you still haven't passed." A noise made him look up, peering through the smoke that still filled their arena. Before he could do anything more, a bullet of condensed water flew out of the smokescreen, nailing Itachi in the chest. The impact threw him off Naruto, and the back of his head struck the wall. The second shadow clone dispersed. "Took you long enough," Naruto yelled through the smoke. "Didn't you get my message?" "We were already on the way," Sasuke said, emerging from the smoke with Hinata. "Your butterfly didn't find us until after your landmines nearly killed us." "Oh, he chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. "So you already figured it out?" Hinata nodded. "Sensei never said we can't do this, and he hasn't interrupted after we defeated 2 shadow clones. I think this is the solution to the test. We have just over an hour to beat the last one," Sasuke said. "We can't go right now, I've got to recover a little," Naruto said. "I just blew myself up here." "Yeah, we'd noticed," Sasuke said dryly. "But we can't wait too long," Hinata said, sitting down next to Naruto. "We had to make a detour in the forest to avoid Sensei's traps. The last shadow clone is making itself really difficult to reach. Maybe we can disable the traps while Naruto recovers," Sasuke suggested. "That way we won't waste time. But if the shadow clone knows we're coming, I don't think just the 2 of us can beat it," Hinata said. "It's better odds than if we wait too long and can't reach it in time." "I don't think so," We only got the first two by using surprise attacks. We already outnumber it 3-1, we'll be fine, but only if we reach it in time. But if dash. Guys! Naruto snapped. Both of them started, then turned to look at him. We'll wait 20 minutes, he said. That'll give over 40 minutes to finish the test. Naruto, we need to pass, Sasuke said. This is our first real test as ninjas. If we fail now, do you know what people will say? What they'll think of us? Naruto made his gaze coolly. Yes, Sasuke, I do know. I'm not prepared to fail either. Sasuke looked away, face reddening slightly. Sorry, he muttered. Let's just relax and meditate for a bit, Hinata suggested. We all need to be at our fullest potential. Sensei knows we're coming this time, and he's been getting ready. They ducked under one strand of ninja wire, both boys following Hinata closely as she guided them through the net of traps and snares. They'd already been caught twice and lost valuable time because of it. Landing on a tree branch, they waited as she looked around with her Byakugan. This way, she said. There's more snares under that tree to the left, and a pit ahead. They leaped down, landing lightly on the forest floor. Again, all three paused, making sure they weren't walking into a trap. 2 steps forward, Hinata said, doing as she said. Then up and to the right to pass through a group of tripwires. She sprang perfectly, slipping through the gap as if threading a needle. Naruto nodded a couple times before confidently following her, avoiding the wires and landing next to her on the wide of a tree, both sticking to it perfectly. Sasuke gulped, then activated his Sharingan and took another look. Taking a deep breath, he crouched, gauged the angle again, and leaped. He almost made it through untouched, but he'd raised his leg too much to avoid catching one wire, and his toes snagged on another wire instead. A net flew at him out of nowhere, and in midair he was helpless to avoid it, getting thrown against a solid oak tree, the net wrapping firmly around the trunk. The other wires were also tripped by the net's passage, and Sasuke was hit by a cloud of powder and a bucket of paint. Itachi has a chew. Sasuke sneezed as the pepper powder went up his nose. Terrible sense of achoo. Humor, he growled. Naruto was biting down on his lip as he moved over to Sasuke's tree and began cutting the net, clearly trying to keep from laughing. Hinata stayed where she was, keeping a lookout for all of them. This is taking a while, Naruto said as he made a hole big enough for Sasuke to climb out of. We're not gonna have time to win a fight. Yes, we will, Sasuke snapped. I'm gonna kick his ass for this, he said, glaring daggers at the white paint all over his clothes. There's not much more, Hinata said. Follow me. The boys returned to her tree, then copied her movements carefully, following her around several more traps and finally emerging in the same clearing where she'd first been led by Itachi's shadow clone. That must have been exhausting, Itachi said, watching them from the other side of the clearing. Dying's gonna be exhausting for you, Sasuke growled, readying a handful of shuriken. Sasuke-Naruto started to say. Not now. Sasuke burst forward, flinging his weapons on the go. Itachi's sword was a blur as it deflected the projectiles. Then he stepped forward and met his brother in taijutsu, the two of them rapidly exchanging blows for a few seconds. Then Sasuke was sent flying, tumbling across the ground until he fetched up against a tree. That was foolish, little brother, Itachi chided him.
No, Sasuke grunted.
It was strategy. Itachi barely heard the noise behind him in time to dodge, ducking under a vicious blow and rolling away from the opponent, coming to his feet with his sword at the ready. Naruto scowled, seeing he'd missed his opportunity. Excellent use of transformation, Itachi congratulated him. Turning into a shuriken while using a clone to pose as the real you, then being thrown so you land behind the enemy. Quite clever. There's plenty more where that came from, Naruto said. His earth clone charged alongside Hinata, the pair launching into a taijutsu assault as the original Naruto created an origami bear. Itachi just grinned. Fire engulfed the bear as Itachi avoided earth clone Naruto and Hinata long enough for the clone to pull ahead of his girlfriend. Then he rapidly demolished it and focused on Hinata. More shuriken from Sasuke interrupted the taijutsu spar, forcing Itachi to slice through wires with his sword to avoid getting ensnared. Origami snakes tried to tangle up his feet and were subjected to more fire. Then Itachi leapt up into the trees as the explosive tags within the snakes were set off by the fire, blasting a small crater in the clearing. They gave chase at once, the boys following Hinata again, only to be led into an ambush as Itachi set off one trap that dropped a branch right in front of them, nearly knocking out all three at once. Sasuke, enraged, unleashed the most powerful fire jutsu he knew at his brother, only for the shadow clone to slip off into the forest again. The next encounter was better, as Naruto instantly filled the surrounding trees with origami butterflies. As soon as Itachi escaped, the butterflies detonated. But he'd known that and slipped through the explosions, using a variant of the Hyuga's heavenly rotation to deflect the blast and escape. The third encounter saw a multitude of wire tricks and fire jutsus from Sasuke, water jutsus from Hinata that produced scalding clouds of steam where they collided with Sasuke's jutsus, and a massive origami creation that seemed to be 7 or 8 bears mashed together, making something too big to be burned up all at once. Itachi deftly redirected or cut the wires, countered fire jutsus with his own and contrived to avoid the steam blasts, then danced around the ungainly multi-bear creation and sliced its many limbs off one at a time, burning up the central body bit by bit at the same time. Just as Sasuke set up a weave of wires behind Itachi, the origami pillbugs hidden inside the multi-bear opened up and detonated, destroying the monstrosity and throwing Itachi's shadow clone back into the wires. A great wave struck him, pressing him down and keeping him from escaping as Naruto and Sasuke closed in with kunai at the ready. From behind them, an alarm clock went off loudly, the incongruous noise startling all three. They turned around to see the original Itachi holding the alarm clock as it jangled. Switching it off, he observed the three with a critical eye. Team 7, in light of your results in this test, I declare you successful. They all blinked. Wait, what? Naruto asked. But we failed, Sensei, Hinata said. Yeah, I didn't get to stab you, Sasuke said, looking back at the shadow clone. Oh, that wasn't necessary. I had to ensure you would work together as a team, not foolishly attempt to do the impossible on your own. And you did, in fact, work very well together. Besides, that clone is virtually defeated already. He gestured at it, and the clone breathed out a thin stream of fire into the air. Mere seconds later, the third shadow clone dispersed in a puff of smoke as it used up all of its chakra. As far as your physical abilities, you are all genin level or higher. Your skills are certainly of the highest caliber we could expect from academy students. Knowing that you are mature enough to function as a team is the point of this test, and also ensuring that you don't need me to give you direction at all times. You broke the rules in order to accomplish the goal, thinking and acting on your own. That is absolutely vital in this job. He smiled down at them as they all exchanged grins. Now, you are ready to serve your village as shinobi. Somehow, I thought serving my village would make me feel more appreciated, Sasuke grumbled, struggling to control 3 dogs. In one hand, he carried a bag full of dog poop, his nose wrinkling from the smell. Just gotta let them know who's boss, Naruto said, watching as his origami wolf growled at one of the dogs who was trying to run from the group. The retriever whimpered, lowering his head and tail submissively as he trotted back to Naruto's side. Fire's not a great way to train dogs, Sasuke pointed out. You just have to be nicer to them, Hinata said, petting 2 dogs behind their ears as one pressed against her legs. Sasuke futilely tried to pull his 3 dogs in the right direction. We're nearly finished, Itachi said as they rounded the corner to see the mission hall down the street. We, Sasuke repeated, looking pointedly at Itachi's empty hands. Itachi smiled. I have my hands full teaching the 3 of you every day, he said. Sasuke half-dragged his 3 dogs the rest of the way, helped occasionally by Naruto's origami wolf. Hinata followed her happily. Well done, Irika said as they passed off all the dogs back to their owners. This is Team 7's 8th D-rank mission this week. Can it be the last? Naruto asked. Everyone looked in his direction, surprise evident on their faces. I thought you were enjoying yourself, Itachi said, nodding at the still-present wolf. It's so boring, Naruto moaned. This is all too easy. I want a challenge. We've been learning lots, Sasuke added, stepping up beside Naruto. You've been teaching us stealth and taijutsu for almost a month, and we were good before graduating. Surely we can handle something more than chasing cats and walking dogs. Irika shook his head. You're barely out of the academy, he said. You need more experience as a team. Itachi looked past Irika to the counter where teams received new missions. Hokage-sama, he said, raising his voice a little. I feel the need to point out that my students were close to one another well before their graduation. Do you believe they are unprepared for a more advanced mission? The Hokage looked them over carefully, all three genin meeting his gaze. It can be difficult to judge prodigies, he finally said. Where your skills are advanced, your experience is still lacking. Their eyes fell, hearing that they weren't ready. And yet, the Hokage continued, causing all of them to look up eagerly. Lack of a challenge will slow your progress and growth, and that would be detrimental in the long run. Picking through the mission request scrolls on the counter, he selected one, scribbling on it for a bit longer than normal. In fact, I believe this mission would suit your team perfectly. Do you agree? Itachi walked forward, taking the scroll and looking it over quickly. Delivery of intel between Konoha and Kumo, as per the recent adjustments to the peace treaty. The team will be he paused, eyebrows raising slightly, accompanied by a high-ranking delegate from Kumogakure during the travel to Kumo. He looked up at the Hokage. Where is he? He asked. Yujito-san, the Hokage called out. I believe we have an appropriate team. A young, blonde woman stepped through a door at the side of the room. She was tall, with a lithe musculature that was visible through the skin-tight clothing, along with her quite impressive curves. Her top had black sleeves and a collar, while the main part was pale purple, only a few shades darker than Hinata's eyes. Her pants were less form-fitting, black with a white cloud design along one leg. Bandages were wrapped around both arms, accompanied by fingerless gloves, and a red sash was tied about her hips. Her hair was pulled back tightly into a braid under a Kumogakure headband. The cloud symbol stamped on the headband shined proudly on her forehead. Under it, her dark eyes scrutinized Itachi and his team. These children Hokage-sama? She asked, her tone just shy of open disrespect. Even the teacher's not that old. Itachi placed one hand on Sasuke's shoulder, silently signaling his brother to restrain himself. Hinata gripped Naruto's arm at the same time, holding him back as well. Age means little to a true shinobi, he said coolly. I was an ANBU captain at 13, and have only improved since. Nor should my students be dismissed so easily. You will find us more than sufficient for whatever you desire. Yujito smirked, giving him another look up and down, lingering on his eyes, which had changed from gray to red. I'll have to take what I can get, I suppose. She took the scroll from Itachi, signing her name, then handed it back, along with a pen, so he could do the same. Once done, Itachi turned to his students. Pack for a week-long mission, and meet me at the North Gate in 1 hour. They all nodded eagerly, hurrying away to get ready. We got a better mission, Naruto exclaimed as he raced through the door, leaving Conan blinking in surprise and staring after him.
Ive gotapek.
Nagato raised an eyebrow, exchanging an amused look with Conan. The two adults waited as Naruto clattered around his room, making a racket while throwing clothes and supplies into a bag. He emerged 15 minutes after arriving, racing headlong towards the still open door. Nagato calmly used the Bansho Tenin technique to pull Naruto back to them, yanking the boy off his feet in the process. Where are you going? He asked calmly. On a mission, Naruto repeated, getting back up. Yes, and that means we're going to worry, Conan said, placing a hand on his shoulder. We want to know where you'll be and how long you'll be gone, she said. And you're not leaving until you tell us. Naruto heaved a sigh. We're delivering information to Kumogakure. It'll be about a week, he said. There's a kunoichi from Kumo on the trip with us, someone named Yujito. Nagato's eyes abruptly sharpened and he took a step forward. Yujito?
Yugito ni.
Naruto blinked, taken aback by his uncle's sudden interest. I don't know her last name, he admitted. Blonde hair, early 20s, red sash? Naruto nodded slowly. Yeah. How do you know her? Nagato smiled wryly, twitching his finger to make the door shut itself as the security seals activated to a higher level than usual, preventing all but maybe 0.001% of shinobi in the world from eavesdropping. We've never met. I know of her because, after we settled here to raise you, we sought out any and all information on jinchuriki. Yujito ni is the host of the Nibi, the two-tailed cat. Naruto's eyes went wide. She's a jinchuriki? He gasped excitedly. Like me. Not like you, Conan said quickly. You've been raised like a normal shinobi, except for learning more advanced skills for your age. She was put through grueling training since the age of 2, and has been a Jonin-level kunoichi since the age of 12. While we aren't sure of the details in her case, jinchuriki are rarely treated even as well as you are, Nagato said. Thinking back on all the hateful sneers, the insults, and even some outright threats over the years, Naruto shuddered to think of a worse life than that. That's terrible. Naruto, Conan said, kneeling down to look him in the eye. You've got a big heart, so you might not want to hear this, but don't pity her. He opened his mouth, only for her to put a finger over it. Listen, she's not like you. Jinchuriki have been known to cause terrible rampages and unleash devastation on the world. Even if her life has been unpleasant, it doesn't change how dangerous it's made her. Be careful around her. Naruto nodded slowly, blue eyes downcast. Conan hugged him tightly. You'll be fine, just stick close to your team. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Nagato ruffled his hair fondly, smiling down at him as the door opened. Don't forget the Rasengan, he advised. Looking up at his older brother as they left their house, Sasuke frowned. Why do you seem upset, Anae-san? Itachi looked a little surprised for a moment, but then his face smoothed out. I must be slipping, he said calmly. You're my brother. I can tell when something's bothering you. Itachi gave a tiny smile before admitting, I don't like Yujito. Yeah, she's kinda... Sasuke trailed off, searching for an appropriate word. Stuck up, Itachi suggested. Arrogant? Condescending? I was gonna say irritating, Sasuke said. And good-looking. Don't let that cloud your judgment, Itachi warned him. I do not entirely trust Kumo, and neither should you, and you should pass the sentiment on to Naruto and Hinata. Sasuke frowned. You think they'll betray us? 9 years ago, when we first signed a peace treaty, their emissary was caught breaking into the Hyuga compound, by Nagato-san and Konan-san, as it happens. While Kumo claimed he was acting of his own volition, and he was jailed for life, there are many who have their doubts. Just stay on your guard during this mission. Hinata was the last to arrive at the gate, though she was still 5 minutes early. Yujito gave her a disapproving frown before heading out the gate. We shouldn't waste time, she said. Follow me. Itachi coughed to get her attention. Looking back, she scowled to see all 4 of them not having moved an inch. These scrolls are valuable in and of themselves, and their delivery is vital to the treaty, he said. It's best to exercise caution, rather than all-out speed. We'll travel in a diamond formation, he stated. I'll take point. Naruto and Yujito, the powerhouses, will take the left and right sides. Hinata, the rear, use your Byakugan to keep watch. Sasuke, you're in the center. Be ready with a secondary assault if we're attacked. Understood. His 3 students nodded, already walking into position. Yujito's scowl was still in place, her arms folded over her impressive chest, but she reluctantly walked over to take position alongside the other 4. They took off, leaping through the trees at a good clip, one slightly out of sync with the rest, repeatedly pulling ahead and then slowing down so they could catch up. This will be a long mission, Itachi thought to himself. They made good time, reaching the edge of Fire Country territory by nightfall. Although he knew they could press on, Itachi chose to have them rest now and set out early the next morning, so they stopped while still in the forest. With the tension that had built up throughout the day as Yujito either ignored them or replied to any questions or comments with sullen, sharp retorts, his students needed a chance to relax. Yujito, go gather water, he ordered. Sasuke, get a small fire going. Naruto, use your earth techniques to form a covering so the light won't give away our location. Hinata, help me pitch tents. Yujito headed out at once, not giving them a second glance as she took all the empty canteens. Itachi took out a scroll and began demonstrating for Hinata the method for unsealing items in storage. The boys set about making the fire, quickly getting into a small argument over whether to use some of Naruto's paper to quickly get a flame going. Their light-hearted banter continued as they all worked, Itachi and Hinata chuckling in the background as they set up tents. In half an hour they got all 3 tents set up, and a small fire contained in a dome of stone, now glowing red and giving off heat without too much light or smoke to give away their location. A couple wind jutsus and well-placed ventilation shafts kept the fire burning merrily, with the addition of some chopped-up logs. To their displeasure, Itachi passed around ration bars for dinner. "We need energy, as much as we can get," he explained before biting a chunk off of his. "Tomorrow we'll spend all day on the move." He glanced up, then nodded to someone behind his students. They all turned around, starting a bit when they saw Yujito had walked right up behind them without a sound. She was looking at their campsite pensively. "Not much security," she muttered. "I keyed you into the security seals already," Naruto said. "You didn't see the explosive tags around the clearing?" She scowled, looking around the campsite again more carefully before giving him an appraising look. "Imagine how strong you'd be if you'd grown up in Kumo," she said, taking a seat around the fire. Naruto snorted derisively. "I'm fine where I am, thanks." She leaned back a little, eyes widening at the bite in his voice. "Hey, that was a compliment," she said. He just eyed her suspiciously. Her gut tightened at the look. It was one she recognized, but hadn't expected to see from foreigners. "I don't need compliments from someone like you." "Naruto," Itachi said warningly, "all 5 of us need to work together." Yujito cocked an eyebrow at him. "That'd be easier if you kept up with me," she commented dryly. Now his gray eyes met hers evenly. "Why didn't you strive to match our pace? It was your disregard for cooperation that disturbed our formation today." She scoffed. "I can't be waiting around to hold the kids' hands and be you captain," she said. "Even when you're paying for our services?" Itachi pointed out. "Wasn't my idea. I told the Raikage I could handle the mission alone." He insisted on hiring a team. Itachi nodded as he ate the last bite of his ration bar. "That's because the Raikage is smarter than you," he said, watching unblinkingly as she started at those words. "He doesn't throw his weight around and arrogantly assume he's better than everyone else. Nor does he disregard any form of assistance as not worth his time. And he seeks an alliance for the benefit of his village, to make it strong, because he doesn't think he's already king of the world and too good to be associating with anyone else." His students watched, openly in awe as Yujito flinched with every point Itachi scored against her, seeming to sink in on herself as he verbally flogged her without even raising his voice. He finished speaking and turned his gaze out, towards the trees, clearly ending the talk and dismissing Yujito. She got to her feet shakily, not meeting anyone's eyes as she slunk off towards the tents, entering one quietly. "Whoa," Sasuke said softly. "That was cold, and I-san." "It worked," Itachi replied, just as softly. It was nearly an hour later when Hinata entered the tent Yujito was in. Naruto and Sasuke were sharing another tent, while Itachi had taken the third, and smallest, for himself. The fire pit had been filled with dirt by Naruto, stifling the fire instantly and keeping it from smoking much as the heat bled out of the stones. Itachi was currently outside, keeping first watch. Hinata entered hesitantly, relaxing slightly as she saw Yujito's form hidden inside her sleeping bag, still except for regular breathing. She slid off her coat before slipping into her own sleeping bag. "Hinata!" The Hyuga heiress forced herself not to jump as the Jinchuriki's voice rang out. She would have sworn Yujito was asleep. "Yes?" she asked frostily. There was silence for a long minute. Hinata guessed that Yujito was trying to find the right words, and was just wondering if she'd given up when Yujito spoke again. "Am I really that bad?" Hinata propped herself up on one shoulder, looking across the tent at the older woman, meeting her dark, uncertain eyes with a pale, steady gaze. "Yes," Hinata answered bluntly. "We'll work with you because it's our mission, and that's the only reason why." "But Yujito hesitated. "I always treat people that way. They've never reacted like that." Hinata thought about it for a moment. The answer wasn't complicated. Did those people know that you're a jinchuriki? Yujito only looked shocked for a moment, but it was enough. Hinata nodded decisively. They're afraid of you. That's why they didn't lash out. But you know, Yujito pointed out. We live in the same village as the Rinnegan's master, Hinata pointed out. Knowing this was common knowledge even outside Konoha. He knows Itachi-sensei, and we've all even learned a thing or two from him. It's hard to be scared by just a jinchuriki after that. Yujito seemed to accept that quietly. She stared down at her hands for a long time. Hinata watched for a while, then laid back down, hoping to get to sleep. Just as she was drifting off, Yujito's voice dragged her back to the waking world. I've watched other people in the village, normal people, she mused. I never thought I needed to behave like them. Other powerful shinobi are still kind, Hinata mumbled, not looking at her. Konoha has a jinchuriki, don't you? Yujito leaned forward. What's she like? Have you ever met her? He, Hinata emphasized, is nice, a little loud, but passionate in being a great shinobi. He's someone I admire. And powerful? Hinata smiled a little. Yeah, he's strong. Amazingly strong. Can I dash? Yujito stopped, as if unsure what to say again. Hinata sighed, rolling over to face her again. Look, Yujito, she said, meeting her gaze squarely. She saw the young woman tense up slightly. If you want to be normal, ask people about themselves, listen, and show that you care. People like feeling wanted. They enjoy it when someone else pays attention to what they're going through, whether it's good or bad, and supports them. Honestly, she couldn't believe Yujito had never learned such basic human psychology in her training. Or maybe it was just that all her training had centered around combat and controlling the bijou. There was silence again as Yujito mulled it over. Can we dash? Hinata interrupted her. Do you want someone to practice with? She asked. Yujito nodded shyly. Let me sleep first. In the morning, I'll be happy to talk to you. She rolled back over, smiling a little. Naruto scooted his sleeping bag uncomfortably close to Sasuke's, whispering in his friend's ear. Did you hear that? Sasuke pulled away. Yes, back off. Do you want to give her a second dash? Get your tongue out of my ear, Sasuke hissed. His best friend had no respect for other people's personal space. Yes, go away. Naruto scooted back to his side of the tent, grinning broadly. Itachi looked up at the stars in contemplation. She sounds sincere. I suppose anyone can use a second chance. Itachi woke everyone early up the next morning. Naruto, Sasuke, you two pack everything up. Hinata and Yujito, can you go fill the canteens? They both nodded. Yujito gathered everyone's canteens up. Then she and Hinata headed for the creek she'd found last night. Itachi approached his other two students once the girls had gone. By any chance, did you overhear the conversation Yujito had with Hinata last night? He asked them. Yeah, we did, Sasuke admitted. Naruto and I are willing to give her another chance. I am as well, Itachi informed them. But I see no need to inform her. Okay, that's fine, Naruto shrugged. He and Sasuke got to work and quickly had everything packed. Once Yujito and Hinata came back, Itachi gave everyone a rations bar and a canteen. Time to leave, he stated. We'll assume the same formation as before. Everyone nodded and quickly fell into position. They ate their bars as they leaped through the trees, everyone but Itachi and Yujito making faces at the disgusting taste. After a few hours of silence, Sasuke struck up a conversation with Yujito, asking her what Kimogakure was like. Everyone was pleased when Yujito spoke to him much nicer than she had the day before. All of the Konoha ninjas voiced a couple of questions after some time, and Yujito was just as nice to them as she was to Sasuke. Around noon, they transitioned from the forests and trees of Fire Country to the rocky terrain of Lightning Country. It was some time after that when Itachi came to a halt and held up a fist, ordering the other four to stop as well. Hinata, Sasuke, activate your jujitsu, he ordered. They did so, and Hinata's eyes narrowed. There are 4 of them, Itachi-sensei. They're all hidden underground. Battle formation, Itachi announced. Everyone back to back. Sasuke stepped out from the center of their diamond and took up a position on Itachi's left as everyone moved closer together, preventing the enemy from getting behind them. Hey, what do you know? A voice emerged from thin air. The Byakugan, eh? The 4 shinobi rose out of the ground on all sides of Ujito and the leaf Nines. All 4 of them wore a Hitai 8 with the symbol of Iwagakure etched on it. Rock ninjas, Itachi stated calmly. He looked directly at the one who had spoken. You have the most chakra. I assume you are the leader. That's right. The name's Akatsuki. We're on a mission to take those scrolls that you're delivering to Kumo. Then you are our enemy. Itachi spoke as calmly as ever. You 4, take care of his associates. He ran towards Akatsuki, who began weaving signs quickly. A wall of earth rose up in front of Itachi, who leaped over it without hesitation. At the same time, the other 3 rock nin charged the genin. Hinata, take the big one, Naruto ordered, pointing at the tallest shinobi. Hi. She ran right at him and swiftly engaged him in a taijutsu battle, ducking and dodging around his heavy blows while reaching out every few seconds to poke him with a juken strike. Good luck, Naruto told Sasuke and Ujito as he took out his scroll. You too, Sasuke replied as he pulled out several shuriken. Be careful, Ujito warned them both. She charged at the smallest one of the 3, while Naruto took on the third as he unsealed a mass of paper and Sasuke held back, looking for an opportunity to attack. Ranbun Yari, paper spear, Naruto declared. About 40 sheets of paper came together and rolled up into a long spear that he grabbed with both hands. He stabbed repeatedly at his enemy, who dodged the first few blows while weaving hand signs. Iwa Shukin no Jutsu, rock skin technique, he announced in a gravelly voice. The rock beneath him split open and rose up, wrapping around his upper torso to form thick stone armor. He grabbed Naruto's spear and tore it in 2 before punching the jinchuriki in the stomach, sending him flying down the mountain. He immediately ran after the boy, ready to follow up on the attack. Aff! He wheeled around as he heard his teammate Rayon cry out in pain. To his astonishment, the large man was on his knees in front of the small girl he'd been fighting. What the hell? He yelled in shock. Looking closer, he noticed the veins bulging around her eyes. That's right. She's a Hyuga, he warned his friend. Rayon was getting to his feet, but Hinata attacked him mercilessly, landing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blows on him in rapid succession. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood and unable to move. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. He turned to see the young black-haired boy exhale a massive fireball that was headed for him. He raised both arms in front of himself, allowing the jutsu to harmlessly splash against the stone armor. Sasuke, switch with me, Ujito ordered. Sasuke complied immediately, turning to face the man she'd been fighting while she ran at Kazuma. He got into a fighting stance, ready to smash her to a pulp once she was too close to avoid him. Take this, she yelled, before opening her mouth wide. To his shock, she exhaled a blast of fire at him, without even using any hand signs. He quickly defended himself again, but she leaped up and landed on his shoulders, balancing herself easily. Hey! He yelled, standing up and trying to grab her. She easily avoided him, then reached down and slapped her hand against his neck, where there was no stone to defend him. Just before he was about to grab her, a thick, malicious chakra poured out of her, and her hand became engulfed in blue flames that attacked him, covering his face and seeping in under his armor, cooking him. He screamed in wordless agony as he burned to death. XXXXXXX. Sasuke threw shuriken after kunai, after shuriken at his enemy, but failed to hit him even once. Ha! There's no way some rookie like yourself could hit me? The short rock ninja taunted him. What if I'm not trying to hit you? Sasuke asked as he pulled his hands back. The man's eyes widened as thin wires wrapped around him, pinning him in place. What? You tied the wires to the shuriken? That's right, Sasuke smirked as he began weaving hand signs.
Gokaku no Jutsu.
He yelled, breathing another fireball. He watched, satisfied, as it struck the man head-on. Try harder next time. He spun around to see the man standing in front of him, holding a massive boulder up with a single hand. XXXXXXX. Itachi and Akatsuki fought hard for several minutes with sword and stone, respectively. Eventually, after he'd avoided a small landslide, Itachi halted and watched his enemy. "You are strong," he acknowledged. "So are you," Akatsuki admitted. "Yes," Itachi agreed. "Unfortunately for you, I am stronger." "Don't make boasts like that until you've won the fight," Akatsuki snapped, glaring at him. He frowned when he realized, for the first time, that Itachi's eyes were blood-red. "I am afraid I already have one," Itachi replied, calm as ever. "Oh really? Then why am I still Aliurk?" He broke off with a choking gurgle as he reached up and clutched his throat. His blood ran cold as he felt a thin sword blade going all the way through his neck. The Itachi he'd been conversing with turned into crows that flew away. The true Itachi stepped forward from behind him. "You looked into my Sharingan and fell into my illusion," he explained. He yanked his sword out and Akatsuki fell to the ground, dead. XXXXXXX. IWA his aim. "Stone hail," the short ninja yelled. The boulder he was holding shattered into hundreds of sharp chunks of stone that hurtled at Sasuke. With his Sharingan active, the Uchiha easily found the gaps between the stones, emerging completely unscathed. That wasn't so bad after dodging Nai-san's shuriken all day long, he thought. He drew 2 handfuls of kunai and charged, throwing several of them on the run. Rotorua grabbed 2 kunai of his own and began blocking and deflecting them. Sasuke got right up to him and swung. The midget blocked it just in time and started pushing back. He may be small, but he was strong. "Fool," Sasuke said. All of a sudden he dropped the kunai and fell down, grabbing Rotorua's collar on the way. He rolled onto his back and brought up his feet, kicking the man in the chest and sending him flying. Sasuke quickly jumped back up and went to follow him, only to find Itachi already standing over Rotorua. He glanced up the mountain, where his brother had been fighting, and saw Akatsuki's corpse. "Well done, all 3 of you, Naruto." Here he turned to the jinchuriki who'd come limping back to the battlefield just a few seconds ago. "You overestimated your abilities and underestimated his. This allowed him to defeat you with ease. In fact, you are lucky he was prevented from attacking you again, or you could have died." Naruto looked down at the ground awkwardly as he was reprimanded. "However, you gave Sasuke and Yujito an opening, and he was killed, so you could have made things worse. But keep in mind that even a Kage could be killed by an average Chunin, merely by being taken by surprise." "I understand, Itachi-sensei," Naruto told him. "I sincerely hope so. Now then, who exactly hired you?" he asked Rotorua. "I don't know who the client was. Sachikage-sama didn't inform us. For all we know, he himself wanted us to do it. That's all I'm telling you." Before Itachi could say anything else, he bit down hard on something in his mouth. A few seconds later, his eyes rolled back into his head and he died. "Cyanide," Itachi commented, peering into his mouth. "Typical. This way, the identity of the client is kept a secret, and his reputation remains untarnished. Very well, we need to give these for a funeral. Naruto, Sasuke, each of you go get one and bring him back here." He turned and walked toward Akatsuki. Naruto headed for Rayon, while Sasuke went to get Kazuma. Yujito followed Naruto, and the 2 of them lugged the big ninja over to Rotorua. "You did a real number on him, Hinata-chan," Naruto commented as he looked at the man. Blood had poured out of his mouth and nose as he died, and the white part of his eyes had also turned red, then streams of blood trickling out of the corners. "Jukin is a legendary fighting style," Sasuke commented, dragging Kazuma behind him as he spoke. "Why yes, it damages the victim's organs more and more with time," Hinata explained. "Pretty scary stuff," Yujito agreed. Itachi walked up to them, carrying Akatsuki's corpse over one shoulder. He placed him down with the other 3, then closed all of the rock ninja's eyes. "All of you step back," he ordered them. They quickly backed up about 10 feet and watched their sensei to see what he would do. He wove a quick set of hand signs, then inhaled deeply before breathing a stream of fire at the bodies. lighting all four at once. He waited until the corpses were burning from head to toe, then turned and began to walk away. That's it? We just leave them there? Sasuke asked as they followed. Yes, Itachi answered bluntly. We make sure they will not rot or be defiled, but we have neither time nor reason to provide our enemies a proper burial. That's how it works. He glanced over his shoulder at the less experienced ninjas.
Come.
We must continue to Kumogakure. The four of them exchanged glances with each other before following him. XXXXXXX. In Kanahagakure. Konan walked out of the cave and turned around to look back at Nagato. The red-haired man visibly winced when he saw the pain and sadness in her eyes. Then the entrance of the cave closed up and blocked them from each other's view. XXXXXXX. The next few days passed uneventfully for Itachi's team. They made good time, crossing the border from the land of fire to the land of hot water during the third day. Itachi steered them clear of the local shinobi village, Ugakure, instead picking a civilian town for them to stay the night at. All of them, even Itachi himself, were glad to have actual beds for a night instead of sleeping outside again. Once they got their hotel rooms, Naruto wanted to go exploring around the village. No, Itachi denied him calmly. Why not? Naruto whined. We've spent the past 3 days just running through the wilderness. We haven't seen anything interesting. We are on a mission, Naruto, Itachi reminded him as he examined a map. If you wish to go sightseeing, wait until you have time off from your shinobi duties. This basically is time off. We're not doing anything tonight. We're resting so that we can continue to travel quickly tomorrow, Itachi pointed out. If you go running around the village today, you'll slow us down tomorrow. No, I won't. Itachi looked up from his map, fixing Naruto with a hard stare. The boy gulped, glancing away from his sensei's fierce gray eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a genin under my command. If I tell you to stay here and rest tonight, you will do that or I will report to the Hokage about your insubordination. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sensei, Naruto said nervously. Good. Itachi returned to his map. I believe Sasuke brought a deck of cards. Why don't the four of you play some games? Sounds great, Naruto grumbled as he left the room. Itachi looked up as the door slammed and sighed. Nagato and Konan had spoiled him a bit growing up. He needed to become more obedient, rather than questioning everything his superiors said, even when those superiors weren't sharing everything with him. Itachi set down the map and picked up the small flyer he'd found in the village. There wasn't much on it, just an address and time, along with the sentence, "Join us to hear of the true world we shall expose." But what unnerved Itachi was the large symbol that dominated the piece of paper. A triangle pointing down inside of a circle. Such a simple mark, but something about it wasn't right. The XANBU captain put the flyer away in his bag, resolving to ask the Hokage if he had heard about this group, this Jashinist church. Until he knew more about them, he didn't want his students wandering around where they might bump into some cult. In the meantime, the young man stretched out on the bed and closed his eyes. While he was perfectly capable of traveling for several weeks on minimal sleep, he was still only 17. Anytime he got the opportunity for a full night's rest, he took it gladly. In seconds, he was asleep. XXXXXXX. Is he always like that? Naruto complained to Sasuke. Sometimes, I guess, Sasuke shrugged. Maybe you just caught him at a bad time. He glanced at his cards. Check. I've had some tough teachers too, Yujito said. When you get old enough, you realize they really do think it's best for you. Hinata arched an eyebrow at that, but made no comment as she looked over her cards. Check, she finally said. Raise you a shuriken, Naruto said, tossing one onto the small pile. They went around the table adding shuriken to the pot. But seriously, why does he have to be such a jerk? I mean, can't he just say we're not allowed to leave the hotel? I don't know, Sasuke said. He gets like this sometimes. Don't let it get to you. At least with Itachi-sensei it's only some of the time, Hinata muttered. Everyone looked at the shy girl curiously and she blushed, looking down at the table. It's just, my father is always hard on me when I train, she said. Yeah, Uncle Nagato can be tough too, Naruto sympathized. But he's never as rude as Sensei was. Yujito reached over and patted the young girl's shoulder. Hinata looked up in surprise. It can be really rough when your family's hard on you, she said. But I think they do care in the end. Thanks, Hinata said warmly. Yujito smiled, then turned her attention back to their game. Now then, we're done betting, she said. Show your hands. Full house, right? Sasuke asked. Jacks over eights, Yujito confirmed. 3 queens, Hinata declared.
Straight flush.
Naruto glanced up at Yujito. She nodded, looking mildly impressed. And I got a better full house than Sasuke, she said. Kings over sixes, but Naruto's straight flush wins. Ha! Naruto looked thoughtful as he scooped up the pile of weaponry. Is it normal for everyone to get big hands like that? The other 3 stared at him in confusion for a moment. Then Hinata sighed as she realized what happened. Naruto-kun, she asked her boyfriend, did you cheat? What? He looked offended. Of course not. Wait, you got a straight flush without cheating? Yujito demanded. Yeah, he frowned. Did you guys try to cheat? We did cheat, Sasuke stated. We're ninja. Not everyone has your kind of luck, Naruto-kun, Hinata explained, giving him a slightly exasperated smile. You should spend a few weekends at a casino with luck like that, Yujito said. Geez, and I was thinking I did so well, too. You were the best cheater at the table, Sasuke pointed out. Yujito laughed as she began shuffling the cards. Your sensei's either gonna love me or hate me for teaching you guys this stuff. The genin glanced at each other. If you don't tell him, we won't, Naruto announced. She grinned cattily. Sounds like a plan. Great. Okay, so how are you guys cheating like that? Sasuke laughed and began to show his friend what they'd been doing. XXXXXXX. 3 more days of travel found them deep in the land of lightning, approaching Kumogakure. Yujito had taken the lead, as she knew the way better than Itachi. The Konoha ninja, especially the genin, took a while to learn how to walk up mountain paths using their chakra. Stone reacted slightly differently to their chakra than trees. But it wasn't long before they were comfortably racing along, making good time again. In fact, they made it to the village half a day ahead of schedule. The sun was setting by the time they reached the gate, but the guards recognized Yujito and waved them right in, directing the group to the Tower of Lightning. Another guard was waiting for them by the time they reached the building. Yujito-san. He greeted her with a lazy drawl. Darui-san. She returned the greeting much more professionally. These are your escorts, huh? You run into any trouble? Just some rock-neen. We took them all out. Good to hear. He held his hand out and Itachi shook it. Name's Darui. Uchiha Itachi. Darui raised one eyebrow about half an inch. It was the most interest he'd shown since they arrived, and it only lasted a second before he resumed his apathetic expression. The Raikage's waiting. Come on. The dark-skinned man led them up the tower, going straight past several guards and secretaries until they reached the top floor. Darui strolled into the office casually. Hey, see! He greeted the man standing there. Where's Raikage-sama? He was training with his brother, the guard said. We didn't expect Yujito back until tomorrow. Does he know she's here? I sent a message. Once he gets it, it shouldn't take long for him to get back. He looked up at Yujito and the Konoha ninja. In the meantime, can we get you anything? Perhaps a drink? It was a long travel, after all. Some water would be nice, Itachi said. Thank you. Z left the room. Itachi looked around curiously, but there wasn't much there. Just a desk and a bunch of filing cabinets. He turned to Darui, who was silently staring out the window. The Raikage and his brother, he began. They would be the infamous AB team from the last war? That's right, Darui said. Why? Idle curiosity, Itachi said. I was in that war too. Darui arched an eyebrow again. Pretty young, aren't you, to have been in a war that ended 12 years ago? Yes. No one said anything. Itachi looked away, glancing at the view from the windows. Darui shrugged and let the matter drop. All three of Itachi's students were exchanging looks with each other and glancing at their sensei. Yujito stared at the Uchiha curiously. Itachi and Hinata both tensed up suddenly and turned to one of the walls. Darui opened his mouth to say something at the same time, only to be interrupted as the wall exploded inward, sending chunks of wood flying. A cloud of smoke filled the room, and a large figure stomped forward from the newly made hole. Raikage-sama, Yujito greeted him calmly, as if this happened all the time. Yujito, he greeted her. Job well done, I hope? The smoke cleared, revealing a tall and heavily built man standing there. He wore nothing above his waist save a white coat that did nothing to hide his physique. A pair of gold bracers covered his forearms, matching the gold belt that gleamed around his waist. He stood beside the desk, looking over the leaf ninjas critically. Itachi had half drawn his sword when the raikage crashed through the wall, and now he resheathed it, still staring at the raikage with a bemused expression on his face. His genin students were just dumbfounded, gaping at the large man in total bewilderment. There were no problems, Yujito answered the raikage's question. One team of enemy shinobi from IWA, which we eliminated. Good. He focused on Itachi, whose expression had cleared as he straightened out of his battle-ready stance. You're an Uchiha, aren't you? I fought a few of your clansmen in the last war. If they survived, I probably killed them a few years ago, Itachi replied bluntly. The raikage smirked. Uchiha Itachi in the flesh. Never thought Konoha's youngest ANBU captain would be relegated to a babysitting position. Teaching them is sometimes a more difficult job than carrying out assassinations, Itachi stated. The raikage chuckled at that as he sat down at his desk. Well, you have my thanks for taking on this mission, he said. You can stay in Kumo tonight. Z will find you quarters. I'll need you to take some documents back to your Hokage, finalizing the terms of our new alliance. Of course, Itachi said. See, take them to the Dragon Cloud, the raikage ordered. Yes, sir, the secretary said. Come with me, please. He addressed the leaf ninjas. See you tomorrow, Yujito told them as they left. Naruto waved goodbye to her cheerfully. May I ask if that is the raikage's regular method of entering a building? Itachi asked C. Only when he's in a hurry. He's been pushing for this alliance for several years now. It's an important goal to him. That's good, Itachi said. C raised an eyebrow at him. Ideally, all of the hidden villages would form alliances, and we wouldn't need to worry about another war breaking out. C snorted and shook his head disdainfully. Like that's ever gonna happen. I said it would be ideal, Itachi pointed out. Not that I expect it to happen, but I am glad to hear that both of our Kages are taking this alliance seriously. So am I, C agreed. The Cloud Ninja took them to what was clearly an expensive hotel located not far from the Tower of Lightning and spoke directly to the manager. In minutes, the four leaf ninjas were being escorted to a suite of rooms just under the penthouse. The genin were in awe at the splendor of the place. Even though Sasuke and Hinata came from wealthy families, they were ninja families and maintained relatively practical estates, not overindulging in luxuries. So the size and quality of the rooms outshone anything they'd seen before. Is it just me, or does this seem too good to be true? Naruto asked Itachi as soon as the hotel staff had left. That is a good instinct, Itachi told him. But in this case, no. Given the nature of this mission, we currently hold a position close to that of an ambassador. When we return, our report of how we were treated will reflect upon the raikage and his dedication to this alliance. He is clearly quite serious about it. Why now, though? Hinata asked. I remember years ago, when the villages formalized the peace treaty and there was a big celebration. Why is the raikage trying to strengthen the alliance now? I can't say for sure, Itachi mused as he sat down. The ANBU captain had to restrain himself from laying down and enjoying the softness of the couch. I do know that there have been rumors of unusual activity among rogue shinobi the last few years. Could also be related in some way to Kirigakure's civil war, though that seems less likely. For all we know, he has reasons we wouldn't ever guess. Treason, Sasuke suggested quietly. Itachi shrugged. If so, we don't need to worry. Inviting us here makes him responsible for us. Every village he's allied with will turn on him if he does anything to us during our stay. Well, that's good, Naruto said. He flopped down on the bed and moaned. Holy crap! This thing is soft. Sasuke snorted and rolled his eyes as his friend began rolling around the bed, tangling himself up in the blankets. Hinata giggled at her boyfriend's antics. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a shower, she said. We should all shower before meeting the Raikage again tomorrow, Itachi told them as he gave in and stretched out on the couch. It would be inappropriate to still smell like we've been traveling for a week. XXXXXXX. Not far from Kumo, a cloaked man waited in a cave. His associate arrived exactly on time, just as the sun was setting. It's been a while, the new arrival grunted. Glad to see you're still loyal. My new boss is too picky about which jobs I can take. How much longer do I have to keep this up? It will be several years. The cloaked man leveled a hard glare at his subordinate. That's not a problem, is it? I can handle it. Good. This job probably isn't one he'd want you to take, so you'll have to be incognito. That'll make it more difficult. This is precisely why I chose you. You can do this job without exposing yourself. It would be a lot easier if I'd had more time to prepare. His boss shrugged, as if that was no concern of his. We only got this chance recently. You'll be replacing one of the guards. He handed over an envelope. This contains the information on where he'll be tonight. Kill, replace, subdue, and capture, the man said as he took the envelope. That's the goal, right? And cause chaos. An alliance between Konoha and Kumo at this time is not something we want. The more they fight, the more vulnerable our targets will be. Understood. How much do I get for this job? Well, I won't kill you for turning against me, his boss began lightly, and I'll pay you her full bounty. Sounds good. Then don't waste time. The man departed, leaving his boss alone in the cave. The cloaked man stared out at the sunset for a few minutes as he pondered what to do. His plan had been thoroughly mangled lately, but he was beginning to form a new one, possibly even better than the old. The results of tonight's mission would be important in determining how to proceed. Well, might as well go find a good place to watch from, he said as he got up and stretched. He strode out into the night, not a care in the world as he plotted to destroy it. While his students relaxed after the trip, Itachi went out to take a look around Kumo. He kept his Konoha headband, but left most of his shinobi gear at the hotel, carrying only a couple of kunai and shuriken as a matter of principle. He hadn't ever been there before, Kumo being one of the hardest ninja villages to actually locate, hidden in the mountains as it was. And despite this being a peaceful mission, he could hardly call himself a former ANBU if he didn't try to gather some intelligence on a foreign village. It mostly just consisted of wandering the streets, observing the general atmosphere of the village and the level of wealth and prosperity that they seemed to have. Wearing his headband also allowed him to gauge what the civilians thought of Konoha and the Raikage strengthened alliance. Not surprisingly, some people offered friendly nods while others gave him hostile glares. After about 20 minutes, he paused at a street corner and tilted his head to one side. Are you following me on orders? Or just for fun, Yujito-san? The kunoichi stepped out of the shadows on the other side of the street and walked over to him, folding her arms over her chest huffily. All the civilians and most of the shinobi gave her some space, leaving the two of them standing in a little bubble of peace among the crowded street. Did you know I was there, or did you just guess? I knew you were there since I left the hotel, he told her, smiling slightly at her surprise. I was an ANBU at one time, he pointed out. Yeah? What changed? I became a sensei, he said. She raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing there was more to it than that. He kept his face calm and impassive. But you still haven't answered my question. Were you following me on orders or for fun? Don't flatter yourself, she said. It was an order. It's not unreasonable. He defended himself with a slight smirk. Many kunoichi in Konoha find me irresistible. Yujito smiled at him, taking a step forward to invade his personal space. I'm not most kunoichi Itachi-kun, she said teasingly. You need a lot more than some fancy eyes to get me interested. Her smile grew bigger. And even if I was, you'd have to convince my cousin. Your cousin? He asked, trying to keep his heart rate under control as the attractive woman remained within inches of him. Something about her scent was intoxicating. The part of his mind not yet overcome by hormones wondered if it was some sort of shinobi technique. You met him earlier, she said. The Raikage. He's your dash. Itachi gaped at her in surprise. Never in his life had he met two relatives so unlike each other. Even as he wondered whether she was joking, he remembered something Nagato had told him about jinchuriki, that they were often selected from among the Kage's relatives to ensure loyalty. So, still think you want to try your luck? She asked teasingly, leaning even closer to the teenage Uchiha. He forced himself to calm down, staring at her eyes silently for a moment as he considered his response. I'm not the only one who'd have to be lucky, he said. After all, I'm the only adult Uchiha who's respected in Konoha. The Hokage himself would have something to say about a foreign kunoichi trying to steal me away. Her eyes sparkled with humor at this. Do you really think I would steal you? She asked. I'd convince you to be mine of your own free will. Really? He raised an eyebrow. How would you ever know it's not one of my illusions? She paused and looked at him shrewdly. That was as much a boast of his shinobi skills as of his ability to resist her. You'd put me under an illusion? She asked, looking at him with false innocence. Only if I had to, he said. He smiled again. So why don't we keep it simple? I saw a decent-looking bar a few streets over. I'll buy you a drink. She blinked a few times, taken aback by his change of tactics. Then she returned his smile and took a step back, no longer looming right in his face. That's not a bad way to spend my mission, she said. Fine. But if you try to get me drunk, I can guarantee you won't like the consequences. I don't like alcohol, he admitted as they began walking. I prefer tea. You're telling me you've never gotten drunk? She asked skeptically. Oh, I have. I thoroughly disliked it. Do you drink? Very rarely. I'm too busy training to waste time getting rid of a hangover. He said thoughtfully, as if that statement held far more information than it appeared to. He looked curiously at the woman, disregarding the way her eyebrows drew together as she grew annoyed by his scrutiny. What? She snapped after a few seconds. He blinked, startled by the outburst. Sorry, he apologized, tearing his gaze away. They remained in a somewhat tense silence until they reached the bar. Itachi ordered a green tea, ignoring the bartender's raised eyebrows. Yujito ordered milk, shooting Itachi a sharp look as he fought to contain his laughter. If you laugh, I'll break your arm. That wouldn't look good for Kumo, he pointed out. My team and I are on a diplomatic mission. I'm on the same mission, she replied, and this has nothing to do with that. I understand, he said, smoothing out his facial expression. Yujito also got a little calmer seeing him act more maturely. Since she was still on duty to both keep an eye on and protect him for the rest of his stay, she settled in to at least enjoy it. XXXXXXX. This is F, reporting in from guard duty, he said as he reached the gate. They checked the list of border guards for that night and marked him as having returned. That done, they waved him in to Kumogakure. That was easy enough, he thought. Of course, he was just a chunin. The actual target's a jonin, an ANBU even. I better get every damn Rio of that bounty. Thinking through all of his bingo books and adding up each of the bounties that were on his target, he quickly came up to a hefty sum. If he was going to do a job this dangerous, without exposing himself by going all out, he was determined to be paid well for it. That thought in mind, Kakuzu began to track down his target. XXXXXXX. Yujito laughed. She and Itachi had been sitting at the bar for several hours, chatting and trading tales, and to her surprise she had thoroughly enjoyed it. He was turning out to be a very interesting person, especially for his age. Any topic she broached, he had something to contribute to the conversation. Whether it was the ninja system, popular literature, foreign cultures, or anything else she had thought of, he knew something about it. And she found, repeatedly, that he had some very insightful things to say about them all, opinions and perspectives that would have never occurred to her. That wasn't to say she had nothing interesting to say. Several times, he would be surprised by something she said, then start asking more questions on the subject, delving into a long and complex discussion on the matter. It wasn't until most of the other customers had left that she looked at the clock and realized how late it had gotten. "It's almost midnight?" Itachi glanced up at the clock and blinked in surprise. He hadn't noticed either. "I should probably get back to my students," he said. "I wouldn't put it past them to be causing trouble for the hotel staff." "They're not that bad," she said. "Not until they get bored," he told her as they left the bar. "Naruto can be very mischievous when he wants to, and I'm afraid my little brother finds him amusing enough to let him get away with it. Surely Hinata would prevent him from doing anything stupid. I'd like to think so, but sometimes she's a little too infatuated with him. She's had a crush on him for years, and I think she's still so happy to be with him that she overlooks some of his bad behaviors." "Well, I can see why she'd act like that," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "You know I'm a jinchuriki," she pointed out. "You think most of us have any friends at all? We wouldn't risk upsetting the few we have." Itachi almost told her that Naruto had plenty of friends, then remembered she didn't know that his student was a jinchuriki. Since he'd already opened his mouth, he quickly came up with something else to say. "I guess I didn't think about that. You don't seem much like someone with a demon sealed inside of her." She looked a little surprised at that. "Thanks," she said. They continued to walk in silence. At this hour, in this part of town, they seemed to be the only people up and about. Eventually, they reached the main street. Itachi could see the Dragon Cloud Hotel in the distance. "Are you going to continue to watch me throughout the night?" he asked teasingly. "You're not that interesting," she rebuked him. He chuckled. "I suppose we'll be seeing each other tomorrow then? If you insist on it, I can find the time to say goodbye to you before you leave," she said, smiling to show it wouldn't really be a problem. "I'd like that," he said quietly, but not so quietly she didn't hear it. He clammed up as soon as the words left his mouth. It had slipped out. He didn't mean to sound like a boy who just had his first date, though this was the first time since the Uchiha massacre that he'd been on anything resembling a date. They both glanced at each other and looked away, unsure how to break the awkward silence. All of a sudden, Itachi stiffened. Yujito looked at him sharply. "We're being surrounded," he said softly. "For people. One of them at my 11 o'clock, the other three spread out evenly in a circle." "How strong?" "Jonin?" he guessed. "I can't sense chakra very well at distances, not without using my Sharingan. And they might sense that. They're surrounding us, they're going to attack at any minute," she pointed out. "No point in not being ready. I really wish I had my sword." He muttered as his eyes turned red and he palmed a few shuriken with his left hand. "Typical man wanting a big phallic weapon to stab your enemies with," she replied. He rolled his eyes. "It's not that big," he argued. "Which sword of yours are we talking about?" she asked teasingly. Itachi groaned and would have dropped his face into both hands if he didn't need to see at that moment. "I'm not going to answer that," he said flatly. Before she could say anything else, a flash of light in an alleyway ahead of them drew their attention. A second later, a lightning bolt burst out of the darkness. XXXXXXX. Kakuzu hadn't planned to go after his target until her boyfriend left, but then they'd sensed him as he got his creatures into position around her. He cursed the Uchiha mentally. He hadn't expected sensory abilities. So instead, he just adjusted his plan slightly, aiming to take down both of them as quickly as possible. He only needed the Uchiha to be incapacitated for a minute so he could capture the jinchuriki. And they were outnumbered 2-1, even if he kept a second heart inside himself for backup. A single lightning element attack from ahead to distract them, then fire from the side. That should be plenty to put the ordinary ninja out of commission, then he could focus on the jinchuriki as originally planned. He wasn't surprised when the Uchiha launched a wind element technique to counter the lightning, some sort of ninjutsu that breathed out a multitude of small wind blades, breaking up the lightning bolt so that it struck the ground and buildings all around the Uchiha and the jinchuriki. Of course, by that time the fire attack was already on its way, and even the Uchiha genius couldn't shift his chakra to a water element in time to pull off another technique. He was not happy to see the jinchuriki step in front of the stream of flames and counter it with her own blast of fire, overpowering his with ease and sending her attack racing back towards the creature with his fire element heart. It dodged the assault, but now Kakuzu was annoyed. He flashed through hand signs in an instant and opened his mouth to spit out several water bullets that raced towards his targets. Simultaneously, his wind and fire creatures launched projectiles of their elements, leaving the shinobi nowhere to run. All the bullets struck at the same time, sending up a blast of water, fire, steam, and smoke that obscured half the street. Anyone that hadn't realized something was wrong before was now raising the alarm. Kakuzu glanced at the Tower of Lightning. It was much too close. At this rate, the Raikage himself would be here within minutes. He cursed his boss mentally. If he could have gone all out, he'd have already killed the Uchiha and captured the jinchuriki. As it was, he needed to incapacitate her as soon as he found an opening. The water techniques would help counter her fire, and the lightning would be a good finishing blow. He should be able to do this and make a clean getaway. Several shuriken flew out of the smoke, directly at him. He avoided them all, wondering how they had known to target him instead of any of the three creatures. A whirring sound caught his attention and he looked to the side just in time to see a dozen shuriken curving around the buildings next to him, headed exactly where he was. He jumped up, narrowly dodging them, only to sense a powerful technique being activated by his target. XXXXXXX. The cloaked man sighed as he watched the battle. Kakuzu had underestimated Itachi severely if he thought that simple method of attack would be enough to put him out of the fight. The fool should have been more patient. That was his one failing, was that his temper and irritability could get the better of him. He adjusted his mask slightly so he could see better out of the eye hole. I guess we'll have to implement the long-term version of the plan, he decided. Well, in the end, time is of no essence. Just so long as we obtain them all. Resigning himself to his subordinate's failure, and noticing quite a few other ninjas approaching the battle, he teleported away from the scene. XXXXXXX. Itachi watched closely as Yujito breathed out a massive fireball, then unleashed a wind cyclone with just the right amount of chakra to mix with her technique and form an even stronger tornado of flames. He smiled as his Sharingan showed him their enemy being struck head-on by it. The man was a water element user, so he could have prevented the fire attack, but adding wind to it had made that impossible. 3 left, he reminded Yujito, already turning to find them. I'll take the wind one, she said. Okay, he's at your 3 o'clock, he told her. You take the lightning user too, and I'll handle fire. Fine. They separated, each racing into the darkness to find their target. Itachi could sense dozens of ninja in their surroundings beginning to converge on their location. He and Yujito needed to capture their enemies now, before the assassins decided to run for it. Even as he considered this, his target turned tail before he could close the distance. Snorting in contempt, Itachi threw out a volley of shuriken timed to encircle the man so the wires tied to them could ensnare him. In seconds, the man was tied up and collapsed on the ground, straining against the wires. Itachi approached slowly, ready to defend himself against anything the cloaked man could pull. He wished he could make out even a little bit of his opponent's features. It would have helped to have some idea of what he was up against. Itachi! Behind you! Yujito called out. The Uchiha wheeled around in time to see the assassin they'd hit with the fire tornado coming at him. He narrowly ducked the first punch and then jumped away from the second. He didn't get a break though as his opponent kept going, launching an impressive martial arts assault that Itachi barely managed to fend off. Even worse, he soon found out, his opponent wasn't just fast. He was as strong as Itachi's old friend Might Guy. Itachi realized this when he used his left arm to deflect a kick and the impact broke his arm. Sensei! Itachi grimaced as he heard Naruto from somewhere behind him. The last thing he needed was for his students to get involved in a fight like this. Itachi! Sword! Sasuke called out. Hearing his little brother's exclamation, Itachi smiled and flung himself in Sasuke's direction, turning in time to see Sasuke throw his sword at him. He caught it with his right hand, turning back to his opponent as he removed the sheath with a flick of his wrist. As his opponent attacked him again, Itachi sidestepped the punch and angled his sword so that the man's own immense strength would drive the point of the blade through his chest. For a moment, the man's armor resisted. Then the Anbu issue assassination blade won out, piercing armor and skin, sliding between two ribs, and sinking into the man's heart. Having seen just how much damage a man could do in his final moments, Itachi quickly yanked out his sword and put some distance between himself and his enemy. His students rushed up behind him as he observed the assassin collapsed in a dead heap. "Thank you for the sword," he told his brother. "Now all of you stay back. You're not ready for enemies of this caliber." "We can help," Naruto exclaimed. Itachi turned his head just enough to give Naruto a firm stare with one eye. "No," he ordered. "Stay back. Do not complicate the situation." Without waiting for a response, he ran back into the fight, headed for the fire user he'd left tied up. He wasn't surprised to find the man gone. Down the street, a series of explosions told him that Ujito was still fighting, so he went to provide backup. She was probably the target, not him. If the fire user wasn't already escaping, he had probably gone to join the attack against her. As he'd expected, the jinchuriki was fighting 3 opponents at once. What he hadn't expected was that she was holding her own against them all. Her nails had grown into long claws that she was using to keep them at bay, and she kept spitting out fireballs that kept her opponents separated so they couldn't pull off any combination attacks. They tried to use some of their ninjutsu to subdue her, but she either dodged or countered them without breaking a sweat. At this rate, it would come down to a battle of endurance, except that Ujito only needed to last another minute for her fellow cloud ninjas to surround the place. Seeing the lightning user begin to pull back, Itachi rapidly gathered chakra and breathed out a set of fireballs to force him back into the fight. His opponent reacted by shooting lightning in 3 directions, forming a web of electricity that forced Itachi, Ujito, and the other 2 assassins away from him. A moment later, the ground shook beneath them, then exploded upward. Itachi's Sharingan was working furiously as he kept track of every piece of rubble that could hit him. He managed to avoid it all, but he couldn't stop the assassins from fleeing at the same time. By the time the earth stopped shaking, all 3 were gone. If this was Konoha, Itachi would have given chase. As it was, he looked to Ujito first. Seeing her stay there, he decided to leave it be. "They were after you," he pointed out. "I'm a jinchuriki," she stated. "Of course there's some people who would like to kill me." "I don't think they were trying to kill you," he remarked. "If that was their goal, they would have caused much more damage." She looked around and he saw a thoughtful expression cross her face. The street may have been torn up and a few buildings damaged, but that was nothing compared to what would have happened if they were really aiming to kill her. "Did you see anything that could identify them?" she asked. "No," he shook his head. "But I did kill one." He gestured towards the body. His students ran up to him just as the cloud ninja began to arrive. In moments, there were dozens of ninja on the scene, all demanding to know what happened. The Raikage showed up seconds later and rapidly took charge of the situation. Before long, a team of trackers had been sent after the assassins. A few dozen ninjas skilled in earth ninjutsu were repairing the damaged structures, and healers were checking up on both Itachi and Ujito, despite the latter's protests that she was unharmed. As Itachi patiently sat through his arm being healed, he explained to the Raikage what happened. "Sensei," Naruto interrupted when Itachi mentioned leaving the body of the assassin. "They must have taken the body. He was gone after that big earth jutsu." Itachi frowned. That wasn't good news at all. Not only did it mean they had less information on the opposition, it also indicated that there was something special about that assassin that they wanted to keep secret. So at least one of the assassins had access to some sort of bloodline or secret technique. "Someone very much wanted to capture you," he told Ujito. "Yeah, I figured that much out for myself," she retorted. "You're supposed to be a genius, and that's all you have to say about this?" "I was a little busy. I did kill one of them after all," he pointed out. "I was fighting 3 at the same time, and I was about to get one of them before you got in the way. I was trying to help." The key word there is trying. As Itachi opened his mouth to reply, the Raikage smashed his fist into the ground, cracking the cobblestone street loudly. "Shut up," he snapped at them. "We're in the middle of a debriefing. Quit acting like children." My apologies, Raikage-sama, Itachi said contritely. Yujito apologized as well. Itachi finished his report of the fight, then Yujito described it from her perspective. It seems that you were the target, Yujito, the Raikage said when they had finished. Still, we're going to increase the guard for you and your students, he told Itachi. We can't know who hired them unless we can track them down. Hopefully we'll get somewhere with that. Thank you, Itachi said. The healer did one more check of his arm, then announced it good to go. Itachi swung the limb around experimentally and nodded in satisfaction. Raikage-sama, he began. The Raikage turned to him impatiently. This is almost certainly a result of the strengthened alliance. My students and I would like to leave as early as possible tomorrow in order to complete our mission. Of course, the Raikage agreed. I'll make sure everything is ready for you to deliver by 7 o'clock. Thank you. Itachi gathered his students, thanked the healer, and bid goodnight to Yujito and the Raikage before leaving. You're okay, right? Sasuke asked his brother as soon as they were out of earshot of the Cloud Ninja. Yes, I'm fine, Itachi assured him. I just happened to be there when Yujito-san was attacked. Really? Sasuke asked, smirking as they entered the hotel. You just happened to be with her? She had been assigned to watch me tonight. I convinced her to get a drink with me. Then we were walking back here when she was attacked. All three of his students exchanged grins with each other. So that's where you were all night? Naruto asked. Drinking with Yujito-san? We were not getting drunk, Itachi stated. You were still spending time together, Hinata pointed out, for about 4 hours. Neither of us had anything else to do. Suyer, Naruto said. You couldn't think of any other way to pass the time. Exactly, Itachi agreed. They entered their suite and he pointed them to their beds. Get some sleep. We're leaving early tomorrow. They trudged off to bed, though Itachi could practically see the gears churning in Naruto's mind as he tried to figure out how to bother his sensei. Shaking his head ruefully, Itachi settled for sleeping on the couch, leaving the beds for his students. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was asleep. XXXXXXX. Kakuzu and his creatures stopped just outside of Kimogakure. All four removed their concealing cloaks, revealing a man with a sword wound in his chest, and 3 creatures made of a mass of black tendrils, with only an animalistic white mask to distinguish each of them. A similar mask protruded out his back. His body tore open as more black tendrils emerged, engulfing the creatures and drawing them back in. Now all 4 masks sat on his back. You failed, his boss announced from behind him. Kakuzu twitched reflexively. He was an experienced and highly skilled shinobi, but this man still managed to sneak up on him. The Uchiha brat got in the way, he said. You were impatient, the masked man pointed out. You understand how essential the bijou are to our plans, do you not? Of course I do, Kakuzu sneered. Then you understand that, should you ever fail again, you will not survive to see the next day, his boss declared. The only reason I am sparing you is that you did not reveal yourself to them. Leave before they can find you. I will contact you when I have need of you again. Kakuzu turned around only to find the man gone. Snorting at his theatrics, the bounty hunter continued on his way. XXXXXXX. As promised, Itachi and his students were at the Tower of Lightning at 7 in the morning, packed and ready for the trip back. The Raikage was waiting for them, all business as he gave Itachi a scroll with his seal on it to deliver to the Hokage. As they were about to leave, the Raikage called Itachi's name. Yes. He turned to the large man, curious what else he had to say. You fought to defend my cousin. I owe you one. They attacked me as well, Itachi pointed out. But thank you. He gave the village leader a short bow, then departed with his students. Darui escorted them to the front gates, just as lazy and apathetic as the day before. Itachi couldn't help but smile as they approached the gate. True to her word, Yujito had stopped to see them off. Getting out of our hair already? She asked. I'm hoping I'll have a lot less fights to the death once you're gone. If I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to get rid of the man who saved you last night, he retorted. You were convenient, she allowed him reluctantly. But I could have handled them either way. I guess we'll never know, will we? He smiled at her obvious irritation. Good luck, you guys, she told his students. I get the feeling you're going to need it to put up with him. You don't know the half of it, Sasuke told her. She laughed and hugged them all goodbye. Stay alive until we can see each other again. Okay? You bet, Naruto agreed. Sasuke and Hinata also gave her their assurances. You too, Itachi told her gently. She looked up at him, a challenge ready on her lips, only for it to die when she saw the concern in his eyes. No matter how skilled she was, they both knew that a good assassin could take out anyone. Of course I will, she said confidently, throwing him a grin. Good. I look forward to seeing you again, he told her with a smile. They hesitated for a moment, not sure whether to shake hands or what, then decided to just leave it be. Itachi and his students left, beginning the long trip back to Konoha. So, Darui drawled from behind Yujito. Yes. You've got a boyfriend? Excuse me? Well, I'm just saying you and that Uchiha guy seemed pretty chummy. Never seen you like that with anyone. If you don't shut up, you won't see anyone ever again, she snapped. Sorry, he apologized. Yujito sighed heavily. Doesn't matter anyway, she muttered. I mean, how often are we going to see each other? XXXXXXX. Itachi pushed his team to make it back to Konoha as quick as possible. The sooner they returned home, the less time any enemies had to plan an attack. It seemed to work too. The worst thing to happen during the trip was Naruto's nonstop babble about how much he wished they could have gotten in on the fight in Kumo, and how awesome Yujito was. After the first few days, even Hinata was tired of hearing him talk about it. They arrived in Konoha in the middle of the night. Itachi had had them push on despite how late it was, knowing that they were close to home. Even though Sasuke and Hinata were clearly tired, Itachi had all three of them report to the Hokage with him. Itachi, good to see you back so quick, Toby greeted him as they entered the man's office. I didn't see any point in wasting our time, Itachi told him. He handed over the Raikage scroll. The Hokage took it but didn't open it right away. How did the mission go? Not bad. We encountered a team from Iwagakure and eliminated them all. There was no further opposition, but while we were in Kumo, a team of unidentified shinobi attacked Yujito-san. I aided her in fighting them, and managed to kill once, although the other three retrieved his body and escaped. You are certain she was the target? I am, Itachi said. If I am wrong and it was me, I do not believe the Raikage had anything to do with it. He seems to genuinely want this alliance. That is good to hear, the Hokage said as he opened the scroll. He read through it briefly, sucking on his pipe thoughtfully. After a minute, he rolled it back up and set it down. Congratulations on completing your first C-rank mission, he told the genin with a smile. He opened a drawer, searched through it for a few seconds, then took out several checks, handing them out to the four of them. Thanks, old man, Naruto said happily as he took his check. So, when do we get the next one? Not for some time, I think, Itachi told him. Naruto looked disappointed, but Sasuke and Hinata barely hid their relief at the news. If there's nothing else, then I think that's everything, Sarutobi concluded the debriefing. Actually, I do have something to discuss with you, Itachi said casually. He looked at his students. You all go home and get some rest. I'll see you at our usual training ground tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Sasuke looked suspiciously at his brother, but nodded and left, pulling Naruto along before the hyperactive blonde could start asking why they had to leave. Hinata, as always, obeyed his orders. Once the door closed, Sarutobi looked expectantly at Itachi. There are two things actually, Itachi began, rummaging in his bag. This is the first. Have you ever heard of this group? He handed over the flyer from the Land of Hot Water, the one promoting the Jashinist Church. The Jashinist Church, Sarutobi mused. Very little. I believe my sensei once fought them, but he never said much about it. There's something about this that bothers me, Itachi said. It's nothing concrete, just one of those feelings. You're an ANBU captain, Itachi. I trust your instincts. I'll have someone look into it. He set the flyer aside for later. What was the other thing? Itachi's expression hardened suddenly. Why on earth were we assigned that mission? I didn't think about it when I first accepted it, but it's a miracle that we only ran into one enemy force. A mission strengthening the alliance between Kumo and Konoha should have been a B rank, not C. And it should never have been assigned to a team with 3 genins. Do not judge me so quickly, Itachi, Sarutobi said sharply. I knew what I was doing. Then please explain it to me, Itachi demanded, because I'm finding my trust in you has grown shaky. Sarutobi took a long pull from his pipe as he gathered his thoughts. Itachi waited patiently. Despite the importance, you may have noticed the Raikage only assigned a single shinobi to the mission. While I do want this alliance, it would not be appropriate to place a team of jonins and chunins on a mission when the Raikage placed only a single jonin. She is technically an ANBU, Itachi pointed out. As are you, Sarutobi stated. So we did, in fact, devote more to the mission than the Raikage did. Kumo gave 1 ANBU, and we did not even know she was a jinchuriki until Nagato-san informed us. We, in turn, supplied our youngest ever ANBU captain, our only jinchuriki, who I might add has been trained by the only known possessor of the Rinnegan, the only 2 Uchihas still serving as shinobi, and the heiress to the Hyuga clan. Our dedication to the alliance was clearly shown. And it was not possible to assign a team with 3 genins to a B-rank mission, so I made it a C-rank when you volunteered for 1. Itachi took a few seconds to digest that information. I didn't think about it from that perspective, he admitted. You value peace very highly, Itachi-kun, Sarutobi stated, so your instinct is to assign the best possible team to any diplomatic mission. But you must learn to consider the public image of the village. Assigning higher-ranked shinobi would indicate that we were more afraid than Kumo was of failing to secure the alliance. It would lead people, including the Raikage, to think that we are more in need of the alliance than they are. Which means they would attempt to take advantage of us, Itachi supplied. I understand. I apologize for what I said. You were concerned for your team, Sarutobi said. I understand that, but in all honesty I was not worried about the mission. Both Konoha and Kumo are very powerful at this time. There are few forces that would risk making us their enemies. I see. Well, is there anything else? Sarutobi asked kindly. No, Hokage-sama, Itachi said. That was it. Good. I will expect your team to resume taking missions within 3 days. Understood. That won't be a problem, he promised. Sarutobi nodded and waited for Itachi to leave. Then he picked up the scroll from the Raikage and read it over again carefully. One section in particular stood out as the reason he suspected the Raikage had started this alliance. I have recently become aware of a group known as Akatsuki. They are so far composed of rogue ninja, but their actions lead me to believe that they are planning to infiltrate the hidden villages. While their final goals are unknown, it is clear that we ought to put a stop to them before they get that far. I hope we can openly share information on this group to the benefit of both our villages. Sarutobi thought it over. He had also heard rumors of this group, but he hadn't spoken with Jiraiya about them, so he didn't know yet just how dangerous they were. For the time being, he decided that the Raikage's proposal was a good one. He looked at the flyer Itachi had given him and grimaced. It was just one thing after another these days. Something told him that things were going to get very interesting in the next few years. Naruto was happy. Naruto was learning new jutsu. These facts were related. Again, Naruto, Itachi ordered. Naruto wove the hand signs quickly, then took in a deep breath. A second later, he exhaled, breathing out a cyclone as big as himself that tore up the ground as it flew across the training field. Naruto struggled with controlling it, keeping it from veering off course. To his joy, this time it hit the targets head-on instead of flying over them as it liked to do. The 3 tree stumps he'd been aiming at were picked up and shredded by the cyclone of sharp chakra, falling to the ground as a rain of splinters. Yeah, he cheered, pumping a fist in the air. Uncle Nagato had taught him some wind jutsu before, but nothing this powerful. It had taken him a couple weeks to get it down right. Good job, Itachi said, giving the boy a little smile. Naruto looked even prouder when his sensei praised him. Itachi didn't do so lightly. Sasuke, your turn. Sasuke also took in a deep breath while weaving hand signs. Unlike Naruto, he breathed out fire, shaping it as it left his body, so it took the form of a dragon head. While that part of the technique was less than perfect, leaving it looking like just a fireball with eyes, it was a powerful enough fire to reduce his targets to cinders. As soon as it was done, Sasuke leaned over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath and struggling to keep standing. He looked up at his brother hopefully. Good, Itachi told him. It can be improved, but that will come with time. Your chakra reserves are still barely capable of using it, so in a real fight it must be saved for a last resort. Sasuke nodded understandingly. Itachi turned to his last student. Hinata wove hand signs, then gestured towards the lake next to them. Naruto had incredible chakra reserves, letting him practice high-level techniques over and over again for hours before becoming exhausted, while Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to learn techniques instantly, only needing to practice it in order to perfect it and increase his reserves. Hinata, on the other hand, had chakra control 10 times better than either of her teammates. Unlike them, she didn't need to use the more chakra-intensive method of producing the element purely from her own chakra reserves, instead merely taking control of the pre-existing element and shaping it into her jutsu from a distance. As they watched, the lake water burst upward, spinning itself into a tall vortex. As Hinata focused, it left the surface of the lake, gathering speed as it rushed across the training field. To her and her teammates' relief, it stayed active long enough to hit the targets, sending the tree stumps flying in all directions. Hinata let go of the technique gladly, bending over and gasping for breath like Sasuke. Well done, Itachi told her, smiling. His students all grinned at each other happily. I think a reward is in order, don't you? Oh, Naruto jumped up excitedly. Can we do another C rank? Itachi looked thoughtful for a moment. That's a possibility. He turned to Sasuke and Hinata. What would you think is a good reward? Taking tomorrow off, Sasuke said. We could do something fun as a team, Hinata suggested. Itachi nodded slowly, looking up at the sky as he considered all of that. I'll let you know what I've decided tomorrow, he told them. For today, we're done. Hinata-chan, you want to hang out? Naruto asked as they all left the training field. I'm too tired, Naruto-kun, she said apologetically. He frowned and she immediately felt bad. He looked so sad like that. We haven't spent time just the two of us since we became genin, he complained.
I'm sorry.
She sighed and looked down at her feet. I just don't have much energy after doing missions and then training for so long. Most days I just want to go home and sleep. She hugged him and planted a kiss on his cheek. We'll find some time to be together, she promised. But not today. Okay, he agreed sadly. He kissed her back, then watched her walk away despondently. Sasuke walked up beside him. You know she doesn't have anything close to your stamina, he reminded his friend. No one does. You can't expect us to keep up with you. Well, what am I supposed to do? Naruto complained. I want to spend time with my girlfriend. You had about a year together in the academy, Sasuke pointed out. You can handle only going on missions with her and training with her and spending most of your waking hours with her, right? Naruto leveled a glare at Sasuke, who gave him a look that dared Naruto to argue with him. The jinchuriki grunted and looked away. Sasuke sighed and slung an arm around his shoulders. Come on, let's go get something to eat. I can hang out for a while. Naruto grinned. It wasn't spending time with his girlfriend, but being with his best friend was still pretty good. Just don't say dash. Ramen, Naruto announced, cutting off Sasuke. He proceeded to ignore his friend's groan of protest as he raced down the street. Sasuke resigned himself to it as he followed Naruto to the ramen store the boy loved. Sasuke didn't really dislike the dish, but he got tired of it after seeing Naruto eat it so often. Itachi watched his students leave. They were doing surprisingly well, although they were still children. They had the enthusiasm and energy of youth, but so far they lacked the motivation of a mature shinobi. At some point in their lives, they would face the truth of what being a shinobi meant. They would understand what a real shinobi had to sacrifice in order to do what was right. Some people he knew couldn't handle that truth, but he had faith in his students. And for the time being, he was glad to let them remain children. They should have as many happy childhood memories as possible before being stripped of their innocence. He had worried after their mission that Hinata might have had trouble because of killing one of the enemy shinobi, but when he brought it up with her, she explained that several of her clan members had already talked to her and helped her come to terms with it. So far, she seemed fine. He shook his head. There was no need to brood on such matters. No, what he needed now was to figure out how to give them all the right reward while still carrying out his training plans. He headed to one of the shinobi-exclusive bars. There were a few people he needed to talk to. XXXXXXX. His students gathered at their usual training field at 8 the next morning, as always. Itachi arrived shortly after them. "Good morning," he greeted them. "We'll only be doing some light exercise today. Then we'll go get a mission." Sasuke and Hinata both looked happy with that. Naruto, workaholic and training maniac that he was, looked briefly disappointed, then shrugged it off when he saw how happy it made the others. They did their usual morning routine, with the exception of sparring and practicing any ninja techniques. Without doing those, they wound up at the mission assignment office 2 hours earlier than usual. Irika was there for once, and he greeted his former students happily. "You're early," he noted as he looked over the list of D-rank missions they had available. "Yeah, Sensei's rewarding us for doing a great job with our training," Naruto said. "We're getting a light load today." "That's good," Irika said, nodding approvingly to Itachi. "All work and no play is a bad combination for shinobi." "I thought so too," Itachi said. "Well, if you're taking today easy, how about this one? Delivering packages for a merchant. It should only take a couple of hours for you." Itachi nodded, and Irika wrote down their team on the mission register before handing over the information. As promised, it was a simple and easy mission. The client was from the Land of Frost and had bought and sold a lot of items, so the team delivered his merchandise to his customers and took his purchases back to him. After that, they only had to help package all of his property to be safely transported back to his home country. To their surprise, as they were helping him put away all of the little things he'd brought with him to sell, he offered them a discount on anything that caught their fancy. Sasuke wasn't interested, but Naruto asked if Hinata wanted anything. She looked at it all for a minute, then shyly picked out a necklace with a blue gemstone on it. Despite her protests that she could buy it, Naruto insisted on paying for it. When she looked like she was still about to say something, Itachi gently put a hand on her shoulder and silently shook his head when she looked at him. Naruto's family wasn't poor, but they weren't terribly well off either, and Itachi had noticed that Naruto was sometimes touchy about money. It would only hurt his self-esteem if Hinata paid for the necklace after he offered to buy it. A moment later, when Naruto handed her the jewelry, Itachi had to hide a smile as he realized why she wanted it. The gem was the exact shade of blue as Naruto's eyes. They finished the mission soon after, and were back at the assignment office getting paid just after noon. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata started automatically walking back to the training field once they left the building. "Where are you going?" Itachi asked calmly. They all paused and looked at him. "To train," Sasuke asked rhetorically. Itachi gave them one of his small smiles and shook his head. "Not today. No more training, no more missions." "So what are we gonna do?" Naruto asked. "Lunch," Itachi said, glancing up at the sky. "It's a bit early, but that means the restaurants won't be crowded." He smiled again. "My treat." As expected, none of them wanted to pass up a free meal. Although Naruto asked if they could have ramen, they wound up at a yakiniku restaurant. To the Genin's surprise and delight, they found some of their old friends already there. "Shika, Choji, Ino," Naruto called out as soon he walked in the door. He ran over to their table, greeting them enthusiastically. Shikamaru responded in his usual lazy manner, and Ino was more occupied with waving at Sasuke to get his attention. Naruto's teammates joined them at the table, and they were quickly introduced to Team 10's sensei, a bearded man named Asuma. Itachi was apparently familiar with him as they greeted each other by name. "Only one more," Asuma said as he peered out the window. "Your girlfriend's team, right?" Itachi asked. "We're not dating," Asuma protested. Itachi raised his eyebrows curiously. My mistake, he apologized. Asuma waved him off understandingly. The genin all talked with each other as the food came out. Their senseis insisted on waiting until Team 8 showed up to start eating. Luckily for all of them, especially Choji, it didn't take long before their friends arrived. Kiba and Sakura were talking to their sensei as they walked in, Shino strolling along behind them silently. Come on, sensei, Kiba pleaded as they reached the table. You'll find out tomorrow. She sounded a little exasperated, as if she'd already said the same thing 100 times. It's not dangerous, is it? Sakura asked nervously. We're shinobi. Our lives are filled with danger, she replied, smiling a little at her student's expression. She sat down, greeting Asuma and Itachi, and her students joined them at the table.
Naruto-kun.
Sakura greeted him cheerfully. Hey Sakura, he said. Hinata gave the girl a polite nod. The two of them had always had a tense friendship due to both liking Naruto, but they'd been slowly improving during their last few months at the academy. Sakura returned Hinata's greeting with a little smile. Hey everyone, Kiba said. This is Kurinai-sensei. He introduced the red-eyed woman, who smiled at them all. Sensei, this is everyone, he said. Sakura rolled her eyes at her teammate's idea of a proper introduction. She quickly went around the table, telling her sensei all about her friends. They were all used to the girl's energetic approach to life, so they sat back and let her talk. By the time she was finished regaling Kurinai with their tales from the academy, everyone else was eating. Even Naruto had always had a hard time interrupting the girl when she got on a roll about something. Finally, when she took a break to start eating, Asuma jumped into the gap. Some of you might be wondering why we're all here today, he began. Itachi-sensei said it was our reward, Naruto said. 'Cause we're doing such a great job with training. True, Itachi agreed, but there's a reason why all three of our teams came here. Now all the genin looked curious, except for Shikamaru. The lazy boy just shrugged and went back to eating. So what is it? The 9 of you are going to do a joint training exercise tomorrow, Asuma announced. Cool, the jinchuriki exclaimed. A few of his friends also looked interested by the idea, but the others looked a little apprehensive. Is it going to be difficult? Sakura asked. Well, Itachi looked at the other 2 jonin, who both smiled at him. Yes, I think it will. Sensei doesn't think anything's worthwhile if it's easy, Naruto told his friends. Itachi nodded so solemnly that they all had to laugh. Anyway, we're all meeting at Training Ground 9 tomorrow, Asuma said. 8 in the morning, nice and early. For now though, just relax and enjoy yourselves. No need worrying about something that'll happen anyway. They did as he suggested, spending the rest of the meal just talking to each other, catching up on what they'd done since graduating. But there was an undercurrent of tension running throughout their conversation. They all shared information about their shinobi techniques, knowing it would help them in tomorrow's training. Shikamaru looked bored as ever, but he kept asking questions to clarify certain points about their abilities. When the restaurant started to fill up with customers, the shinobi left. The genin all went off, some in pairs and some on their own. Naruto and Hinata were looking forward to finally getting a little time together. Their senseis all reminded them when and where to meet before they vanished. Tomorrow will be fun, Itachi predicted once it was just the 3 of them. Definitely, Kurinai agreed. XXXXXXX. 8 a.m. found all 9 genin waiting at Training Ground 9. Their senseis arrived together exactly on time. Are you all prepared? Itachi asked. Yeah, Naruto said. They all answered in the affirmative, though none quite so loud as the blonde boy. Good, good, Asuma said. So here's the objective of today's training. We will each take our team to a different place within this training ground. 20 ANBU masks have been hidden here. At exactly 8:15 you can begin searching. After 3 hours, the team with the most masks wins. He saw realization immediately dawn on some of the genin, while the others just nodded calmly, not yet seeing where this was going. Of course, the fun part is that there's no rules preventing the teams from taking masks off each other. Now they all understood what was being set up. The 3 teams instinctively stepped away from each other. They quickly began to throw suspicious, calculating, or intimidating looks at the other teams. The Jonin shared an amused grin. Also, Itachi added, the ANBU themselves may or may not come to reclaim some of their masks. He forced himself not to laugh at the shocked expressions on the genin. Not all of the masks were donated, he said, shrugging as if it didn't matter. The only restriction is that you can't use lethal techniques on each other, Kurenai said. But unless you kill or maim your fellow Leaf Nin, you can do anything you want. Any questions? Itachi asked. They were all silent for a minute. Then Shikamaru surprised them all by being the one to speak. Just how hidden are the masks? You won't be able to see them from a distance, Asuma said. But you won't have to go digging them up or hacking through vegetation to uncover them. Shikamaru nodded, looking alert for once. No one else had any questions, though a few of them still looked nervous. Okay, Team 8, follow me, Kurenai ordered. She and her team went to the north section of the training ground, which was dominated by a rocky area with a tall cliff overlooking a lake. Team 10, Asuma said, beckoning over his shoulder as he headed into the dense woods on the east side. Itachi just walked to the western end, where a short drop placed them in front of the entrance to an old mine shaft that hadn't been used in years. Can we go in there? Naruto asked as soon as he saw it. Be very careful, Itachi ordered. Anything man-made in there is likely to be fragile. I would advise against it, but I doubt that will stop you. Naruto shrugged, admitting that his sensei was right. Why do we have to fight our friends? Hinata asked sadly. It's just practice, Itachi told her. And some friendly competition is healthy. He smiled knowingly at her. If you don't put your full effort into this, Sakura might beat you. Hinata stiffened for a moment. Then her gaze became sharper. She threw Itachi a look that said she knew what he was doing. I'll do my best, she said firmly. I know you will, he answered. All of you, he added, looking at Naruto and Sasuke. They both smiled proudly at his praise. Now then, he glanced at his watch. In exactly 10 minutes and 20 seconds you can begin. Good luck. He left them there, heading for the vantage point he and the other two had set up ahead of time. They were already there when he arrived, looking down from the cliff at the large training ground. From here, they would see almost everything that occurred. They should be starting soon, Asuma said, glancing at his watch. All bets are final, Itachi reminded him. Yeah, I know. My students will win, of course. Don't underestimate them too much, Kurenai warned him. My team will surprise you. You're both underestimating Shikamaru, Asuma said. That kid's the best strategist I've ever seen. The other teams won't know what hit them. He chuckled as he lit a cigarette. Well, no matter who wins, this is going to be fun to watch. For a while, the wind blew silently across the training ground. All three Jonin strained to see what their students were doing. Somewhat to their surprise, the genin weren't rushing into it, but were instead trying to gather every mask in their area. Naruto created several clones out of paper, water, and stone to search, while Hinata walked slowly in a grid pattern, looking everywhere with her Byakugan. Kiba sniffed out any foreign scents, and Shino's bugs flew out in a thin net to cover everything. Lacking enhanced senses and large numbers, Team 10 just moved as fast as they could, relying on Shikamaru's surprisingly accurate guesses about where the masks could be hidden. While Ino moved fast, Choji and Shikamaru followed behind at a much more relaxed pace, with Choji occasionally using his enhanced strength to move obstacles like trees and boulders that might be hiding masks. It wasn't until about half an hour that two of the teams encountered each other. Choji and Shikamaru stepped out of the forest just as Team 8 was running in that direction. There was a brief moment where they saw each other and stopped, unsure what to do. Then Kiba looked at Choji, who was carrying 3 masks, and Shikamaru looked at Sakura, who was carrying 2. Move, Choji, Shikamaru ordered as his hands jumped into a seal. His shadow flew across the ground, extending and splitting into 3 strands that reached for Team 8. Kiba and Sakura jumped away in time, but Shino was caught by Shikamaru's technique. Get back to the base, Sakura, Kiba told her as he headed for Choji. The chubby boy ran back into the forest as Kiba and Akamaru chased after him. Sakura hesitated, but as Shikamaru's shadow reached out for her again, she started moving away, going towards the cliff where they'd started. Shikamaru looked over at Shino, trying to figure out how best to immobilize him. Then he blinked as he saw the air around his captive darken. Moments later, the reason became clear as clouds of buzzing insects began to emerge from Shino's coat and surround him. "You may hold me, but not my little friends," Shino stated calmly. The insects flew at Shikamaru, and he ended his technique and ran, fleeing into the forest in the same direction as Choji and Kiba. The loud buzzing told him that Shino was following. A tremendous crash in the distance, followed by several trees falling over, alerted him to Choji's location. He changed direction, picking up the pace slightly as the buzzing grew louder. "XXX. Now we're getting somewhere," Kurenai said, watching through a set of binoculars. Asuma grunted, annoyed at the situation unfolding. "Gotta teach them not to split up," he muttered. "XXX. Team 7 gathered at the edge of their territory as they heard the sounds of combat coming from the forest. "How many masks have we got?" Sasuke asked. "I found 4, Hinata reported. 3, Naruto said. "Okay, so we have 7. Naruto, did you find a place to hide them?" His friend's mischievous grin told him the answer. "Okay, so you go put all these away, and Hinata and I will go check out what's happening. Leave a few clones behind and come back us up." "I can just have the clones hide them," Naruto said. "No, don't. If you're not with us from the start, they'll just assume you're staying behind to guard the masks. You can launch a surprise attack when we really need help." "Cool," Naruto said, already looking forward to it. "Let's go, then." Sasuke took off across the training ground, Hinata following him. Naruto gathered up all 7 masks and headed for his hiding place. XXX. Shikamaru burst into the new forest clearing to find Choji grappling with Kiba. The Inuzuka was strong, but Choji's greater mass made it hopeless once they'd stopped running. As Shikamaru approached, Choji quite simply pushed Kiba down onto his back, ignoring Akamaru as the dog stubbornly chewed at his leg, not getting through the heavy wrappings. "Gotta go," he announced, still feeling a little panicky. "Shino is already here." The light in the clearing began to fade as Shino's insects filled the air above them. They both started to flee, only for Kiba to grab Choji's scarf and hold fast, nearly choking the other boy as he struggled not to get pulled off his feet. Akamaru switched targets from Choji to Shikamaru, toppling the shadow user as he tried to get away. By the time they both got away, Choji punching Kiba in the nose to make him let go, it was too late. Shino had them completely surrounded. "Hand over the masks and we'll let you go," the Aburame offered as he strode through the buzzing swarms to face them. "Fine, you win," Shikamaru agreed. "Choji, it's not worth it. Those things will drain all our chakra and they'll take the masks anyway." His friend sighed, but took the masks out of his satchel. A moment later, Kiba stiffened, then spun around rapidly and decked Shino. The bug user's jaw cracked audibly and the force of the blow sent him tumbling across the ground, falling back through the curtain of his insects. "Run," Shikamaru ordered. He and Choji bolted, jumping high into the air to avoid Akamaru as they burst through the insect globe. As they fled, he thanked Ino for getting them out of there. "Oh yeah," Choji crowed. "Who's too chubby to be a ninja now?" Shikamaru laughed as they made their way back to base. It was a good start to the day. XXX. Once Ino ended her mind-body switch, Kiba sheepishly helped up Shino, who was still holding his jaw tenderly. The two of them and Akamaru headed back to their base by the lake rather than chasing after Team 10 again. All the teams would have established a base with plenty of traps, and none of them wanted to tangle with that at the moment. To their dismay, they found Sakura tied up next to the lake when they arrived. As they cut the ropes, she told them, almost in tears, that the masks had been taken. "Don't worry about it, we got beaten too," he tried to calm her. "Your old friend Ino has some neat tricks up her sleeve." "She's not the only one," Sakura said, looking suddenly furious. "Hinata's been training a lot since the academy." "She was here?" Shino asked through his swollen jaw. Her and Sasuke, Sakura said as she used her limited knowledge of medical jutsu to begin healing him. They probably left Naruto-kun to guard their masks while they came to steal ours. They only got those last two though, right? Yeah. I didn't tell them where the other 5 we'd hidden are. Good. We've at least got that much. We must reevaluate our plans, Shino stated. Should we continue to search for masks? Or should we attempt to take them from the other teams? We only know that 10 have been found out of 30, Sakura pointed out. The other teams will have found more, Shino said. We found 7, so between 3 teams at least 20 masks are likely to have been found. The rest are likely more difficult to find. And if 20 masks have been found, we're probably in last place with just 5 of them, Kiba said. He began to grin. So, what do you say we get some payback? XXX. Sasuke and Hinata waited patiently just inside the entrance to the mine shaft. It kept them out of sight of the rest of the training ground and provided some shade from the scorching sun. The 9 masks they'd gotten their hands on were spread out in front of them. Hinata had been admiring the artwork on them, though she shut up when it became clear that Sasuke wasn't interested. She wondered who each mask belonged to, and why those particular animals had been chosen to represent each of the ANBU. He's here, Sasuke said, interrupting her musings. She looked up to see a butterfly with black and white wings flutter into the mine shaft, landing delicately in front of them. With a large puff of smoke, it turned into her boyfriend. No jokes about the butterfly, Naruto immediately said, pointing at Sasuke. The Uchiha smirked at him. Don't worry, it's very manly, he said. Naruto sighed. My aunt made me learn how to use that form for spying. It's the only good one I've got. It's fine, Naruto-kun, Hinata assured him, shooting Sasuke a look that told him to shut up. And it looks very beautiful. He twitched at that last part, but didn't say anything. Hinata figured he didn't like being called beautiful, but it was the truth. His transformations were always more realistic than anyone else's, and butterflies were beautiful creatures. So, what did you find? Sasuke asked. They have 5 more masks, but they didn't say where they were hidden. They're planning to start going after Team 10 to take some of their masks. Leaves us plenty of time to search their place, Sasuke said. Not with Shino's bugs, Hinata said. He won't be careless now. He'll leave some to alert him should we get anywhere near their base. Good point. Maybe we should also go after Team 10. If so, let's be careful, Naruto said. Apparently Ino was able to stop both Kiba and Shino, and from what I could see, Shino's face was pretty messed up. The Yamanaka clan specializes in mind-based ninjutsu, Sasuke said. Packs one hell of a punch if it hits you, but the user's body tends to be vulnerable. I'll be able to see her no matter where she hides, Hinata said confidently. I'll take her out if she tries anything on you too. And what if she does it to you? I'll protect her if that happens, Naruto said, smiling at her. She blushed a little, but returned his smile. All right, Sasuke said agreeably. We need to find Team 10's base and assess the defenses. Put those masks away again, and let's get going. XXX. They followed the trail into the forest left by Team 8, who were presumably following Kiba and Akamaru's noses. It took them in an arrow straight line, deep into the trees, until they had to quickly come to a stop as they spotted their old classmates up ahead. Recalling all of Itachi's lessons on stealth, they approached carefully and from downwind to avoid being detected. Sakura and Shino stood still, waiting as Kiba and Akamaru returned, carefully sniffing their way across the ground. Finally, they reached their teammates again. Kiba straightened up to talk to them. They've got the entire perimeter covered. I don't see anywhere to enter that doesn't have some sort of trap rigged. So how do they get in? Sakura asked. There must be some path that I didn't find, but there's no spot where their scents are stronger. If there was a definitive entrance, their smell would be all over it. I can't find anything like that. He was scowling heavily as he reported this, clearly upset with himself. My insects still have not detected any humans within the perimeter, Shino said. But they have stationed sentries at many points around. When they return, we shall know exactly where they are entering from. Okay, Let's make sure we're not standing out in the open like this. Then, Kiba said, "Come on, I found a good spot to hide in earlier." Once they were gone, Team 7 moved away to discuss what they'd heard. "Look, whatever those traps are, I can get them out of the way with some clones or paper constructs," Naruto reminded them. "We just want to make sure the others won't take advantage of it." "I think the more important question is where Team 10 is," Sasuke said. "If they're not out searching for masks, then they're looking for either our or Team 8's base." "They won't get to the masks," Naruto reassured him. "I made sure of it." He chuckled nervously. "Actually, even I might have a hard time reaching it safely." "Wonderful," Sasuke said dryly. "Then what should we do? We can fight Team 8 and then search Team 10's base, but they might return by that time. Or we could go find where Team 8 hid the rest of their masks," Naruto said. "If we get their 5 plus our 9, we'll have almost half the masks. We'd be almost guaranteed to win." "True, but they also seemed confident that the masks were very well hidden," Sasuke pointed out. "What do you think?" Naruto turned to their other teammate, who so far hadn't weighed in on the discussion. "Hinata-chan," he asked, noticing she wasn't paying attention to them. "Just a moment," she said, waving him off distractedly. Her Byakugan was active, and she was looking intently in the direction of Team 10's base. After a few silent moments, she broke into a grin. "That's brilliant," she said, "and it's a great way to fool Kiba's sense of smell." She looked over at them excitedly. "The traps they set up form a spiral path. You have to walk all around the perimeter several times to reach the center. Their sensors spread evenly across the entire perimeter. That's why Kiba can't find a point where they're stronger." "Clever," Sasuke agreed. "But as soon as we go in, they'll figure it out and follow us." "No, Team 10 thought of that too," she said. "There's several traps along the path that aren't activated yet. I can do it though, even on the move. They'll chase us in and get caught by those traps." "Then let's do it," Naruto said eagerly. Seeing them both hesitate, he looked annoyed. "Come on. The longer we wait, the less time we have to search before Team 10 comes back." "He's right," Hinata agreed. "Let's do this now. Just follow my lead." They broke their cover, Hinata leading the way as they raced for the hidden entrance to the hideout. The two boys were careful to follow her footsteps precisely as they went, both glimpsing the tripwires spread across the trees around them as they ran. In the distance, they heard Team 8 crashing through the undergrowth as they figured out the trick and raced after them. After one full circle around the perimeter, Hinata paused and waved the two boys on ahead of her. Once they were past, she kicked a stone aside. The stick it had been weighing down snapped upright, pulling a tripwire taut across the path, barely visible in the tall grass. Hinata continued down the spiral path, leading her teammates again. Seconds later, they heard cries of shock and indignation from Team 8. As they made their way around the perimeter for the second time, they came across their old classmates, dangling overhead in a net. "Oh, shut up," Kiba snapped as Naruto opened his mouth to say something. "You just wait until we get out of here. We'll be gone by then," Sasuke told him. "Come on," he told his teammates. "Let's keep going." They started running through the last circle around the perimeter again, nearing the inside of Team 10's base. 2 steps from the end of the spiral path, Hinata's foot caught on a tripwire. She stumbled and the two boys ran into her, nearly sending all 3 of them tumbling to the ground. A moment later, a net flew out of nowhere, entangling them and pinning the team against a tree. "What the hell?" Naruto exclaimed. "Where did that come from?" "I don't know, it wasn't there before," Hinata said desperately. "They even anticipated your Byakugan," Sasuke growled. "They somehow set a trap that even you couldn't see." "Great," Naruto snarled. "Let's get out of here now." "How?" Sasuke asked, struggling against the net. "Even if we can make hand signs, all our jutsu are too destructive." "Naruto's paper jutsu aren't," Hinata pointed out. "Yeah, but can they cut through ropes?" "Point taken," Naruto grunted. "Just try to get a kunai or something," Sasuke suggested as he tried to work his hands free. The 3 of them struggled for a few minutes, trying to pry their hands free of whatever they were pinned against. Hinata, being the smallest member of the team, had a bit more success than the others. As she tried to take out a kunai without cutting any of the three of them, Sasuke managed to get one hand free as well. Unfortunately, he found it pressed against something else. "Sasuke?" she asked, irritation slipping into her voice as she looked at her teammate. He blushed furiously. "It was an accident," he promised. "I really didn't mean to." "Then get your hand somewhere else," she suggested, also trying not to turn red. She wished that had happened with Naruto rather than Sasuke, but of course she wasn't that lucky. "Hey!" her boyfriend barked as he noticed what was going on. "Sasuke, stop groping her." "It was an accident," Sasuke repeated as he dragged his hand off of Hinata's chest, still red-faced. "Triple X." The three Jonin roared with laughter as they spied on the captured genin. Asuma turned to the other two, holding up his watch. 1 hour and 8 minutes in before they had an awkward moment. "I bet an hour and a half it's my win." Itachi and Kurenai sighed and passed him some bills. "Don't worry," Kurenai said. "We still haven't seen anyone knock out their own teammate by mistake." "The day is indeed young," Itachi agreed. "Triple X." Hinata groaned in disappointment. She had sawed away at the rope with her kunai, only to find that it had a steel core. Team 10 had been astoundingly well prepared. "We can't cut it," she told them. "Well, only one thing left to do," Naruto declared. He inhaled deeply and, before the others could stop him, breathed out a small cyclone of sharpened air. They leaned as far away from him as possible, but Naruto's guess had actually been accurate. He'd put much less chakra into it so it wouldn't be too big, and the inability to perform hand signs meant it wasn't as focused, so the wind blades blew outward in several directions, severing the ropes around his head. He checked the others quickly, relieved to find them unhurt. "Why couldn't you do that earlier?" Sasuke asked as Naruto wiggled out of the net. "It was a last resort," Naruto said. Once he was out, the ropes holding the net to the tree relaxed and the other two were able to step out easily. Before they could say anything, a battle cry drew their attention to Kiba as he charged at them. He leaped into the air, spinning rapidly to turn into something resembling a drill as he flew at them. Team 7 scattered, leaving Kiba to plow into the tree they'd been tied to. His technique carved a large chunk out of it, causing the whole tree to fall over with a loud crash, setting off several of the traps that Team 10 had set up. Team 7 escaped into the hideout, followed by Kiba and Akamaru. "Behind us!" Hinata cried as they prepared for Kiba's next attack. Naruto and Sasuke looked over their shoulders to see Sakura falling from the trees, followed by a cloud of Shino's bugs. Grimacing, Naruto turned fully around to face his fangirl. With a quick hand sign, 2 clones made of earth rose up to join him. Hinata engaged Kiba in a taijutsu fight, preempting his attempt to use the Tsuga technique again. Naruto's clones jumped to meet Sakura in midair, caught by surprise when she displayed impressive taijutsu ability to counter them both, planting a kunai in each of their stomachs as she descended. She landed in front of the real Naruto as his clones turned into chunks of dirt and stone that rained down around her. "You've gotten better," he said, surprised. "Of course I have. You wouldn't notice me while I was still a weak little girl." As Naruto opened his mouth to try and explain that this was the wrong time to bring up her crush on him, she attacked, charging and throwing a punch at his chest. He moved backward, smacking her fist aside and circling around as she kept coming at him. After a few minutes, he found an opening and kicked her knee, toppling her instantly. He backed off as he took out his sealing scroll and unsealed a mass of paper from it. Sakura came at him again, only to find the cloud of paper coalescing into a snake coiling around her. She caught it as it began to squeeze, but couldn't keep it from overpowering her. Finally, her arms gave out and the snake wrapped around her body and held her still. "Sorry," Naruto apologized. "I don't have time to keep fighting." He turned away from her. Hinata had disabled Kiba and Akamaru, while Sasuke had burned up a lot of Shino's bugs, making the Aburame reluctant to keep attacking. "Naruto, find the masks," Sasuke ordered. "Sure," he agreed. He went to start searching the area only to suddenly pause. A moment later, he jumped at Sasuke, fist cocked back for a strong punch. Luckily for Sasuke, he had a better reaction time than Shino. He managed to duck Naruto's punch and plant a fist in his gut, forcing the air out of his friend's lungs and knocking him to the ground with one move. Seeing the blonde's face look pained, he knew at once what had happened. The real Naruto would have shrugged off a punch like that. "Ino, get out of him now," he told her. "Naruto will recover from a lot, but you'll still feel whatever I hit him with while you're in there." Naruto shuddered, then relaxed. A moment later, the vacant look in his eyes cleared and he sat up. "Damn it," he cursed. He didn't get any farther than that before a rock flew through the air and, with amazing accuracy, hit him in the back of the head. He jumped up, cursing again, only to see a much larger rock, more akin to a small boulder, falling towards him. He and Sasuke ran, almost tripping over themselves in their haste to get away from the projectile. The person-sized rock hit the ground hard, making it tremble. A moment later, Shino re-entered the fray, taking advantage of the distraction to go after Sasuke. The Uchiha was surprised by his opponent's aggressiveness. It seemed that, despite the Aburame's aloof disposition, he was quite enraged by the destruction of his insects. But before long, Sasuke gained the upper hand in their fight and brought him down with a rapid combo of punches. As soon as that was done, as if it had been a signal, Sasuke found himself paralyzed. Then his body moved against his will, straightening up and turning to face a nearby tree. To his dismay, he then began to run at it. Naruto, having noticed Sasuke's plight during a brief lull in his taijutsu battle against Choji, decided to solve it in his typically unpredictable manner. Flashing through hand signs, he inhaled deeply, then breathed out a focused cyclone. His timing was excellent, tearing down the tree Sasuke was running at without also hitting Sasuke himself. The cyclone continued on, ripping through the forest for a good 40 meters and drawing everyone's attention to it. Shikamaru was so distracted that his jutsu slipped and released Sasuke. The Uchiha immediately made for his teammates. Hinata had disappeared into the surrounding trees, apparently hunting down Ino and preventing her from using any more mind jutsu. "Come on, let's go," Sasuke said. Naruto followed him without hesitating, though he left behind several clones to hold off pursuers. They took off as fast as they could. In minutes, they were out of the forest. Sasuke was ready to keep going back to their base, but Naruto stopped him. "Wait for Hinata," he ordered. Sasuke scowled, but he could see the point in making sure their teammate got out safely. Seconds later, she arrived, only slightly out of breath from running away. The three of them took off again, not stopping until they reached their own base at the main shaft. "So that was a complete waste," Naruto summed up once they were in safety. "Not really," Sasuke said. "The other two teams also fought, so they're tired now too. And most of Team 10's traps are gone, so they'll have to move their base unless they just sit there and guard their masks from now on." "You don't think Team 8 will beat them and find their masks?" "No." Hinata was the one to speak now. "When I left, Kiba was only just beginning to recover from my Jukin, and he had his hands full getting your snake off of Sakura. None of them would have been a match for Choji at Taijutsu. They would have had to flee." "We're probably still in the lead," Naruto pointed out. "Unless Team 10 found Team 8's masks," Sasuke said. "Oh yeah. For now, we'll rest," he decided. "When we've recovered a bit, we'll go see what the others are doing." "Sounds good," Naruto agreed, slumping against the wall. Using so many jutsu on the fly had worn him out a bit. XXX. Team 8 was making it back to their base around the same time. To Kiba's relief, the 5 masks they'd hidden were still there. To his annoyance, he could still barely use his chakra. "When did Hinata get so tough?" he wondered aloud. "It has been 3 months since we graduated," Shino pointed out. "It would seem they have had superior training in that time." "Naruto-kun was always amazing," Sakura said. "Of course they're hard to beat." Kiba sighed, as he did every time Sakura praised Naruto. It was annoying to hear it over and over again, even if it was true. "We still have over an hour left," Shino said. "With some time, my insects will have been able to locate the masks in both bases. We should rest for now to prepare for the next fight." "Okay," Kiba agreed, flopping onto his back next to Akamaru. XXX. Good. They're all still here, Shikamaru said as he checked the hollow tree they'd found. So now what? Ino asked. We still only have 6 masks. We couldn't find anything in that mine shaft, Shikamaru mused. And I figured Naruto would love the idea of hiding them in there. It'll be tough to find the masks if they're hidden somewhere else around there. I told you we should have gone after Sakura's team, Ino reminded him. Yeah, he muttered. Maybe we should go after them now, Choji suggested. They're still tired. So are we, Shikamaru said. Me and Ino can only use our techniques a few more times before we run the risk of chakra exhaustion. We should still get some more masks, Choji said. Maybe we need to search the forest more. That's actually not a bad idea, Shikamaru agreed. Just as long as we don't wear ourselves out running around looking for them. And I think we should take a little break first. Choji nodded agreeably and sat down, pulling a bag of chips out of his satchel and starting to eat. Ino sat down too, resigned to waiting with her much lazier friends. XXX. Itachi smiled as he saw something interesting. I thought this might happen, he said. The other two followed his gaze until they saw it too. Okay. Who had 2 hours? Asuma asked. That would be me, Itachi reported, looking over the list. Asuma and Kurenai passed over the money he'd won. Never thought they'd take so long, Kurenai complained. Yeah, well, look who's in the lead, Asuma said. She took a second look and gave an exasperated sigh as she recognized the hair. Kakashi's going to be late to his own funeral, I swear, she said. XXX. Hinata looked up suddenly, getting to her feet. Before she could explain to her teammates, 2 figures appeared at the entrance to the mine shaft. Hello? She asked nervously. The purple-haired woman walked forward calmly, her gaze on the Hyuga heiress. Her companion looked over them all with one eye, clearly bored and disinterested in the proceedings. I believe you have something that belongs to us, she said. Oh, you're ANBU, aren't you? Naruto asked. Hey, yeah, Itachi-sensei said this might happen. Could you wait another hour or so? Sasuke asked. We're competing with 2 other teams to see who can collect the most masks. I'd rather not. Okay, Naruto said, surprising his teammates. Come on, I'll show you where they are. He headed deeper into the mine shaft, followed by the 2 ANBU and his teammates. In spite of being annoyed at Naruto for just giving in like that, they were curious to see how he'd hidden the masks, since they hadn't been told. They followed him along the walls and ceiling of the tunnels until they reached a small ledge. So where are the masks? The woman asked. Down there, Naruto said, smiling now. He pointed down into the tunnel beneath them. Peering over the ledge, the 2 ANBU could make out a small platform hanging from some ropes. If you jump down, I'm pretty sure the fall would break the ropes, he said. Even if you walk down the walls and then leap over to it, the thing is pretty unstable. Could easily fall. Then how do you get down there? She asked suspiciously. His smile widened. Then he made a hand sign and transformed with a puff of smoke. A small butterfly floated down the tunnel and out of sight. Hinata began to giggle at the dumbfounded expression on the ANBU woman's face. A minute later, Naruto appeared on the platform. So, you want to try? He called up to them. I think we can wait for an hour, the one-eyed man said, laying a hand on his companion's shoulder. She scowled, but didn't argue with him. Naruto transformed, and soon he was up on the ledge again. The ANBU looked appraisingly at him, no longer bored. You know, in a few years you should think about applying for ANBU, he suggested. We could use someone who thinks like you do. Naruto blinked, taken aback by the compliment. Sure, he said. I'll think about it. Good. Now then, I believe you had a training exercise to finish. Oh yeah. He looked at Sasuke and Hinata. So, should we go try to get some of the other masks? Are there any more ANBU here looking for theirs? Sasuke asked. Yes, the woman said. Several. Then odds are we'll be in the lead at the end. The Uchiha shrugged. We can just wait here and be done with it. Seriously, Naruto complained. That's no fun. Come on, Let's at least go see if we can find where they were hidden. You just want to prove you can beat them, Sasuke accused his friend. What, and you're not curious? Don't want to know if the Uchiha clan is superior to the others? Sasuke scowled as his friend's smirk grew bigger. Fine, he snapped. Let's go. We have 40 minutes. Awesome. Naruto headed back out of the mine, forcing the other two to keep up with him. The ANBU followed at their own pace. They'd already memorized the path to the exit. Very interesting, Yugao mused. Isn't he? Kakashi asked. No, I meant you taking an interest in someone, she replied. He glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Kakashi, she began softly. He's the fourth Hokage's son, isn't he? Kakashi remained silent. I won't tell anyone. I understand why it's been kept secret, but how come you weren't made his sensei? Naruto gets along very well with Sasuke, and they figured Itachi should be the one to teach his little brother. And I think the ANBU missions were beginning to get to Itachi. I see. Still, maybe you should try to reach out to him. Why? He seems fine, very well adjusted. His aunt and uncle take good care of him. He's got friends and a good teacher. I'm not saying it for his sake, she said. Kakashi looked sideways at her, then looked away when he saw her worried gaze. They didn't speak again until they had left the mine. XXX. Team 8 and Team 10 had met at the edge of the forest, both holding white flags of truce. You too, huh? Shikamaru asked. 3 of them took their masks back, Kiba growled. We lost 2 of ours. And from Ino's little look into Naruto's mind, we know they have 9 masks. Even if they also lost 3, that means they have 6 to our 4 and your 2. Then what do you propose? Shino asked.
En alliance.
We go after Team 7, take their masks, and then fight it out between us. Sounds good, Kiba said. We should hurry, Sakura said. We don't have much longer. Yeah, you're right, Ino agreed. Come on, we'll plan on the way. The 6 of them took off in the direction of the mine shaft. Whatever else happens, I need to use my jutsu on Naruto. He's the only way to get their masks. Got it, Kiba said. Choji or Akamaru and I can fight him. Then you can get him while he's distracted. It won't be that easy, Shikamaru said. I'll have to catch him with my jutsu first. Fine. But that means 3 of us will be focusing on Naruto. The other 3 will have to hold off Sasuke and Hinata. Fighting Sasuke again would not be a wise move on my part, Shino admitted. His fire jutsu are very detrimental to my swarms. I'll take care of him, Sakura said. By yourself? Ino asked, surprised. Sakura threw her a cocky grin. Kurenai-sensei's been training me pretty hard. I'll try not to hurt him too much for you. You should still have backup. I cannot handle Hinata by myself, Shino interjected. And she has already defeated Kiba and Akamaru. Choji should back me up against her. Sakura will be sufficient against Sasuke. He will not risk using fire jutsu against a fellow leaf ninja. Good point, Shikamaru agreed. Okay then, everyone knows dash. A white beast sprang up over the edge of the cliff and barreled toward them. Choji and Kiba reacted quickly, both moving ahead of the others and preparing powerful attacks. Choji expanded in size and body slammed the origami bull. Then Kiba shredded it with Itsuga as it staggered back. The construct fell apart, but as Naruto followed it over the cliff, he cast another jutsu, repurposing some of the scattered paper to turn it into a collection of shuriken that he grabbed and threw at his opponents. They all scattered to avoid the projectiles, then had to hastily defend themselves from Team 7's attack. It was utter chaos. Teams 8 and 10 tried their best to keep to their strategy, but Team 7 seemed to know what they were planning and kept switching out with each other. No sooner would Kiba attack Naruto and Shino attack Hinata, then Kiba would find himself running from Hinata's Jukin and Shino frantically avoiding Naruto's paper constructs. Even when Kiba got a moment to give Akamaru a soldier pill so his canine partner could turn into a copy of him, they were outmatched by Hinata. Shikamaru tried to catch her with his shadow, but she could keep track of it even as she fought Kiba and Akamaru, and it only took a few seconds before Sasuke or Naruto would throw a weapon or a jutsu in his direction, forcing him to stop his jutsu in order to run. Ino's mind jutsu was useless if he couldn't hold them still, so she joined Choji in fighting Naruto. Unfortunately, even with his powerful attacks and her more precise taijutsu, they couldn't keep up with the jinchuriki and his army of clones and origami animals. Sakura, true to her claim, was able to keep up with Sasuke in a taijutsu match, making her eternally grateful to Kurenai-sensei for all those long and hard hours of sparring. Of course, once Sasuke realized that, he switched to using weapons, throwing out shuriken and kunai with wires attached to circle and entangle her. She even managed to escape that with a substitution just in time, but then he just had to keep her at a distance with more projectiles, which he had a huge supply of. The Sharingan made for excellent accuracy, so Uchihas tended to carry lots of shuriken and kunai with them. They were ninjas. If they had any sort of advantage, they capitalized on it as often as possible. Still, in the end, the three teams only stopped fighting when their senseis arrived and ended things by forcibly pulling their students out of their battles. "I'm afraid your time is up," Itachi told them. Naruto groaned as he dangled by his jacket from his sensei's grip. "Come on. We were just about to win. If you didn't finish in time, that means you weren't good enough," Itachi said. "Fine, so who won?" Shikamaru drawled, looking bored now that the exercise was over. "Well, we gotta see how many masks each team acquired," Asuma said. Choji rummaged around in his pouch and took out 5 masks. "Hey, you said you had 4. Kiba reminded them as he dug in his own pouch. "It's called pickpocketing," Sasuke told him, holding up a mask. Kiba's jaw dropped for a moment as he recognized it as one of the masks his team had found. He glared at both the other teams when he realized he had exactly 0 masks. "We had an alliance," he barked at Shikamaru. "Ino did that, not me," he said. "And what about you?" Kurenai asked Team 7. "We left the rest of ours back in our base," Naruto said, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. "I'll go get them." "No need," a lazy drawl interrupted them. The 2 ANBU who'd spoken with Team 7 sprang up lightly over the edge of the cliff. The silver-haired man deposited a small pile of masks on the ground. He and his partner had already reclaimed their own masks, leaving 7 of them. Sasuke tossed the one he'd stolen from Kiba on the pile, making it 8. "How did you get those?" Naruto demanded. "If you ever join ANBU, maybe I'll show you." "Kakashi-senpai," Itachi said, giving him a short bow. "I hope you don't mind the brief theft? I wasn't able to find you yesterday to ask permission." "It's nothing," Kakashi said dismissively. "And if you were able to steal it without my noticing, I'm not so sure you should be calling me senpai anymore." "You will always be a senpai to me," Itachi said politely. He turned back to the others. "It appears my team has won," he told Asuma and Kurenai. They sighed and dug out the money they owed him. "We've still got some outstanding bets," Asuma reminded him. "Indeed, perhaps we'll do this again sometime." "That sounds like a good idea," Kurenai said, looking at her team. They shuffled their feet nervously. "But I think we have a lot of training to do before that." "Great. But can we not do that today?" Shikamaru asked. "How about we go eat?" Itachi asked. "My treat." "Sounds fair," Kurenai agreed. The 3 teams left the training ground, heading into town to find a good restaurant. Most of the ANBU departed, but Kakashi hung back for a minute to speak with Itachi. "It's good to see you again," Kakashi told the younger man. "You've taught your students well." "I cannot claim all the credit," Itachi said modestly. "They have had very good teachers." "Including you." Kakashi looked Itachi over curiously. "You seem well. I think this suits you better than ANBU work." Itachi shrugged non-committally. "At times it can be a little dull," he said. "But Naruto usually fixes that quickly. He seems quite promising." "All of them are." "Oh, certainly. I don't think either Naruto or Hinata are truly cut out for ANBU, however," Itachi said. "They're too kind. Some of the things done there would break them." "Well, we'll see. You think Sasuke could handle it, though?" "Perhaps. He's been through terrible things already, and he's quite well adjusted despite that. But let's not rush anything, senpai. They're still just children." "Of course," Kakashi said complacently. If you'll excuse me, I have to go to lunch with everyone, Itachi said. It was nice catching up with you. Kakashi pulled his mask into place and gave a short wave before vanishing. Itachi walked out of the training field at a more sedate pace. That exercise had turned out as he'd hoped. Asuma's team had been unexpectedly good, but Kurenai's team needed some improvement. That boy Shino appeared to be the most effective, but Kiba and Sakura were too rash and emotional. He had the feeling she would whip them all into much better shape before their next exercise, though. In the meantime, he intended to finish granting his students' wishes. The training had clearly paid off, putting their strength, speed, and stamina head and shoulders above their peers, and proving that they were smart and had a decent grasp of tactics. So tomorrow, he would request that they go on another C-rank mission.